So don't let your economy get too far ahead of your military. If you get a little bit far, that's fine. But like, try and role play things out. We're gonna go in different, obviously, RP channels. Feel free to hang out. You don't have to be in role play the whole time, but I do encourage it, of course. In general, this should go without saying, you know, no slurs, no, you know, racist shit, nothing like that, right? So that should be it.
Yeah, anything derogatory, and you will be.
If it's in roleplay, like for example, you want to say to Thitalo, "Hey, you French frog, I hate your country," in roleplay or something, as an ambassador, that would be acceptable, right? Something like that. But beyond that,
It's only when you're saying it to the tower, by the way. It's only
when saying it to the taller.
only the French, you get a bit more leeway against them, but beyond that, you know, I think we'll be fine. So no major issues.
So if there's an Austrian one, so who do I roleplay? Like if the AI becomes a little bit wonky.
You can roleplay the US maybe.
Yeah, there's no US players, so if you want to do that, like literally JFJ, since you're here without it, like you're not in the game, I'm personally fine with you role-playing whatever entity you want within reason that exists, and don't like obviously make decisions for another character, especially if they're not here, right? Without
like,
consulting them.
Make decisions. It's the AI, so.
Sure, but you could role-play a treaty, and then the player gets here, and they're like, "Wait, what?"
If you want, you
but
can,
I kind of need to see what's happening internationally.
You can, yeah, I'll stream for you.
Wonderful, yeah. Thank you, Osmond.
You want to be my Bismarck?
So you,
Bismarck is a bit different time, but
Bismarck is currently like a young Juncker, like in Berlin vibing. So I don't know.
Don't be that detailed, okay? Just ignore.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a chat with people.
Really smart, but like because of the AI, maybe I go AWOL Bismarck. So I don't know how that's going to work if they completely go.
Take it.
I haven't even had Bismarck spawn that much, honestly. It's rarely spawned.
I've never seen him in a game actually.
I've never played Austria before.
He spawned. I had a game where
It's easy in vanilla.
subbing Germany, and he spawned in 71. So when Germany formed. So like.
So here's the thing: if the Spanish or the Portuguese or the Brazilian AI goes dipshit and goes off the walls, I kind of do recognize a lot of characters on that point. So. We'll see how that goes.
You will see some surprising things. Like every time I think that PDX is just brain dead and doesn't add anything, like you will see some interesting people now and then in the game.
You can you can just roleplay, like if someone dies, you're roleplaying someone that dies. And
you can also, of course, just roleplay like interest groups or factions or historical characters or anything like that too, of course.
Yeah, you can. I think you should be allowed to like switch if someone dies that you're roleplaying, or like.
What if Mr. Hugo pops up? That will be goated.
Wait, what?
If Hugo pops up.
Yugoslavia?
Pops up.
Why is that a good thing?
Victor Hugo.
Yugoslavia.
Oh, Victor Hugo. Yeah.
Yugoslavia is not happening, and I will make that the case.
That was a horrifying sentence. Like Jesus Christ.
How about that?
Guys, I'm gonna roleplay Tito in 36. Okay.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I'm a roleplay.
It's an isekai roleplay. I'm Tito who went back in time, got reincarnated.
Yeah, make sure you go communist in 45. Okay.
If anybody goes for Greece, I can make a good.
One other big thing before we get started to Congresses of Vienna. The Congress of Vienna system is still in effect right now. If you want to call one, just let me know. If you have any issues, you can come to me. You can DM me, or you can DM Noel or Faye as well. But again, it's a small group, so it shouldn't be too bad. But if you want to call a Congress of Vienna over a big situation, we will pause the game and have conferences. That's very important. I've always noticed in Vic 3, when we don't take the time to pause for big events and just kind of move on, it really degrades game quality. So, you know, don't be afraid to call those.
So we shouldn't make those last too long.
Yes.
Then it removes from the sort of urgency
maybe
of
True.
having to take a decision, you know?
One take like a speed.
There's a balance there, but if something big happens, if you want to kind of have like almost a war kind of thing, that's fine. Don't be afraid to call a conference.
We could cap it to like 15 minutes or something. You know?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
By the end of the 15 minutes, you need to come up with a decision. Otherwise, we go to war.
Yep, agreed.
Or we just do it so once that 15 minutes is up, we can continue the conference, but just on pause. Or something.
Fair enough.
We'll kind of take it as it is. Just don't drag things out, but it's also fun to negotiate, of course. All right, let's wait for Glenn, and I think we're good, right?
Yeah, but the game's loading. Oh, the game's loaded now.
Noise.
One rule that I'd like you to add, Hamu, I don't know if they fixed it. They probably didn't because it's Paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Pirateering desyncs the entire game, so don't allow that.
Oh, yeah, you shouldn't be playing with a pirated game. I mean, oh,
No,
hold on.
no,
No, privateering with your
action.
navy.
Oh. Okay, yeah, don't do that.
I actually, because of pirateering, it's a funny thing happened before this, all of the wave situation. I played the game with Smitty, and he was playing Russia, and basically the German Empire created, and they wanted to take care of France, like totally. And I was Portugal on that save, and that was the Belarus incident, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to join this war, but I'm going to be the distraction, because funnily enough, all the coal mines on Germany was in Madagascar. So, and I had three
That's smart.
generals who were really good on pillaging stuff. So
I should be joining in now, no?
You are.
Yeah, you're joining. Lovely.
Also, Hamu, just be aware that hard joins cause the most desyncs.
I'm very aware, so we're going to try not to do those. You said that there's a bigger desync kind of issue, so just a reminder to folks, if you get a desync while we're playing, which you probably will, just literally don't click the button, because you will leave the game. Like, take the notification from the desync and drag it off your screen, which is kind of hard to do, but you should be able to do it. If you get to the point where you are not able to, like, click on anything or do decisions, or there's, like, a full desync, let me know, and we'll probably do a rehost for that, right?
I assume, I mean, we always did it, but I don't think we need it for game stability anymore. But I don't know if it was for game stability, but is there going to be like rehosts?
Yeah, so we're gonna go for 4 hours long. We'll do a set rehost 2 hours in at halfway, just for game health and if anyone wants to join. But if we get like a major desync where someone actually fully desyncs, then we'll do a rehost for that too. Hopefully it's gonna be semi-stable.
Also, one more thing. If what did I want to say? Are we gonna go like an extra hour since
We'll take that as it is. I'll do we'll check at 4 hours how people feel. If anyone needs to go, if they're tired or something, it's a small game, so we'll stop. Don't be afraid if you need to leave or you're tired, but we'll take a look. If everyone wants to go at the end, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I just know I'm super rusty at the game right now.
It's same here, dude.
Everyone in, so do you want me to click start?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking die. All these.
Oh,
We have the issue where we have to wait a week before we start clicking buttons if it's the first thing.
Yeah, let's
that's
No,
fixed.
let's keep it paused for a little bit at the start because everyone needs to get stuff set up. So,
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
and I don't remember how to play this game anymore.
The sick man of Europe.
Not yet. You're the Eastern question. You're questionable.
No, I got the event. the sick man
Eastern
of Europe.
question.
I mean,
Hey, Hammer.
Mr. Otto wants some diplomacy.
I am Miss Otto. Thank you very much.
I believe your name is Sultan Mahmud II Osmanoglu.
Sultan Otto.
I'm trans.
Oh, do you want me to roleplay
Yeah, but-
Muhammad?
Trans Sultan Mahmud.
versus
Great
Egypt?
timeline.
That's gonna happen.
Let's see. What do I need to do?
All right. Any issues? Let me know. We can hop into channels. You're also welcome to like hang out and stuff on the stream. So, if you don't want to hear me ranting.
Oh yeah,
I would rather everyone stay in here for a little bit, so
Okay, we can do that.
So we can just sort everything out and just tell me when
Oh
you're
my
ready to
God.
report.
I don't know what there is to sort out because, like, I'm so used to having to build an economy from scratch, but Great Britain's already got everything.
You're literally suffering from success.
How about instead of building an economy, you build one in the Ottoman Empire?
I mean, the biggest problem of the UK is like if the Indian, if they collapse, and Portugal will want that, and France and the Danish because of their conflicts. Now
guess
they're really aggressive. If that
I guess
happens.
we'll have to start by doing what we always do, and that's make logging camps everywhere.
Fucking and iron in the fucking Urals.
Canadian logging camps.
Can I not attack the intelligentsia anymore?
I mean,
Good lord.
you could
No, you
oppress
can't,
them
but you
for
can
200.
attack individual, not interest groups, but the political movements.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, yeah, you can't do interest groups, you can do movements now. I don't know if I like that.
I mean, yeah. Well, you're gonna find out that political movements, like, fuck up your shit more than.
I remember they've been
interest
like that for
groups.
quite a while now.
Hey Hammer, if I started taxing the Strait of Marmara, would you hate me?
I thought you said you
So
were-
currently with the Ottomans, I don't currently have a treaty with you for trade rights, but I am like, as per our treaty terms, if I tell you to close the strait for any warships that aren't mine, which is secret, so only Britain knows about it right now, you are supposed to do that. But for trade, you can close it.
That's fair.
Did you read about? Never mind.
I'm not gonna change
I'm getting already Muhammad Ali to a point. I'm already working on that because that's gonna happen.
Hey. Muhammad Ali is a loyal subject of the Ottoman Empire. And
No,
will
the
always
fuck
be
he
a
isn't.
loyal-
I literally sent 40,000 troops a couple of years ago to stop Constantinople from falling.
Oh, do I do the Qing Emperor? Is Britain going to do the Opium Wars? Oh god.
Of course he is.
Maybe I don't need to do that. Hold up.
Old habits die hard.
Whole ass work right now.
God, the Caucasus. They really do not portray the Caucasus War properly in this fucking game.
No, they don't. It's horrible.
Imam Shamil is literally fucking Osama bin Laden for Russia in this timeline in 1836.
Can I go colonial Austria? I haven't really given any of this any thought because
Yeah, go for it.
I wasn't.
I don't think you're here for it, Glenn. It's light roleplay, so like go alt history if you want. Just roleplay it reasonably and don't metagame. That's the only big things, right?
Yeah,
And do roleplay.
Absolutely.
Which I don't need to
know,
tell you.
so-
I trust you. So
I am ready when everyone else is. Just tell me if you are.
believe
just like
I am this
a
one.
minute. Give me 1 minute.
I'm still just trying to remember how to play the game.
Yeah,
Dude,
same.
yeah. It's funny how like if you don't play a Paradox game for more than 6 months, you come back and you're like, what the fuck is this?
Well, I haven't really played since they did like the whole Iberia expansion, so I'm a little
I think
rusty.
that's the last one I played really consistently too, I think.
Right, I think I'm. No, hang on. I need to do my PMs.
I messed with it. I just didn't really go full hand with it. It seemed pretty okay. It just didn't change a lot if you weren't playing in Spain.
Gotta charge those $20 fucking spice packs that should be in base game.
Well, I've also been kind of messed around with EU5 a lot lately, and well,
That game
we've
is
also
so close to being good. It's just not.
you can see
EU5?
it's on the cusp of being
Yup,
great. It's
agreed.
just almost there. It's not there, but it's
I've played it a bit, but I haven't explored it so much. Like, what's the problem with the game so far?
It's dead.
very slow.
It's
Boring.
dead.
Boring.
It's empty.
It's very, very slow.
It's you can literally see the game preparing for the DLC that will make it a real game, and they're all like that. But E5 is so bad with that. Ah, yes, Russia not inventing fertilizer in 1836. Beautiful.
Very historic.
Man, now I'm very invested of what AI Bismarck is going to do. I'm actually going. I'm very interested.
Well, it's not AI Bismarck.
Well, like, I mean, I'm role playing the German state, not Bismarck itself. So I mean, yeah, it's kind of.
He is the spirit of Prussia. Also, Azumi, just so you know, I'm currently my emperor is married to your daughter. Just so you know.
I mean, we are in the Holy Line still, so like we're buddies.
Yeah.
Wait, did we have a China player?
We do not.
No.
We've got France, we've got Britain, we've got Russia, Prussia, Austria, Ottomans, Sardinia, and we're gonna have a United States player when he gets here in the rehost too.
I guess I'm
That-
going full speed
United
ahead
States, it
for
should
the
be
opium
Belgium. That's gonna join in the
plantations.
rehost.
Yeah,
Okay,
Belgium.
well,
Sweet, and Belgium,
I'm
nice.
ready when you guys are.
I am as well.
I am as well.
Alrighty.
Anyone opposed to me unpausing?
Nope. Faye, let's run it at speed 2 for a while, and then we can check later if we want to go speed 3.
Yep.
All right, everybody, have a good game.
It's okay if they starve, right? I don't think it matters.
Always. Remember, if you're a leader and ruling a country, the first thing you need to do is completely dissociate from your common human experience. All right, that's number 1. It's key.
Yes.
All right, folks, have a good game.
I'm like scared now because
All right, hello everybody. The game is finally getting going here, so I will be able to say hello. It's lovely to see everybody. Get my stream settings finalized here. What's up, Magus? What's up, Nero? What's up, Ziri? Good to see everybody. It has been 95 years. You know what absolutely horrified me and blew my mind is I was sitting in the Discord before the game got started, and someone told me that the last Victoria 3 multiplayer game we did in the server was 2 years ago, and I thought they were lying, but it has been almost 2 years since the last Vic 3 game, which is absurd. Crazy. I think the last consistent streams I was doing was obviously the Grand Campaign before we had the big save file issue, which we'll get started. Let me start off with that really quickly. I know many folks are still waiting for that, and I will say that the Grand Campaign will continue. I've been waiting for the Fallen Eagle mod to update, which it has not done yet because of obviously the big China and Japan addition to the game. But once that is updated, I will be continuing with the Grand Campaign. I'm going to basically let the Fallen Eagle save run to the start date we ended at, and I'm going to save edit in the characters and the maps. That will continue. What's up, Gavin? But yeah, how's it going, everybody? It's been a long time since I streamed. Let me know if there are any issues with my mic or with the volume or the sound, or if you can hear people when we role play in Discord or anything like that. And I'll try and fix it. Been a long time since I've streamed. I think settings are fine, but we'll see. So we're doing a Victoria 3 multiplayer game today. It's gonna be light role play. Voice is kind of quiet and music is loud. All right, let me fix that. Go ahead and turn this down, and then I'll turn my mic up a little bit. I do appreciate that. People were a tiny bit quiet. Okay. I think I know how to fix that. We'll see when people come into roleplay, how that works. Let me know if that's a little bit better. Saying my mic's almost peaking, so I don't want to turn it up too much more, so I'll turn down my audio a little bit. But yeah, we're doing a roleplay game today in Victoria 3. It's gonna be light roleplay. It's not a big game. We've got, I think, around 7 people in the game. We're gonna be getting the US and the Belgian player in at the rehost as well. We'll be playing this probably throughout the summer. I don't know if there's 1 or 2 weeks I may miss in early July because I'm going out to work with my sister in California to make some money over the summer. I'll be working at a fair serving alcohol, which I did it last year. It's very intense, very hardcore. It's like 5 days. I work like 14-hour shifts, but the money and the tips are so fucking good. It's insane. But yeah, it's been a while now. It's been I think I streamed in the beginning of January last, right? And I'm still in college. I finished my 2nd year after I went back to school. I'm going to be doing 1 more semester in the fall, and then I'm applying to master's programs in January. I'll be going to get my master's, and maybe probably my PhD after that as well. It was a very intense semester, so I didn't have too much time to stream. I wrote an absolutely gigantic paper on shadow banking and how like debt markets and like US sovereign debt is used. Basically, it incentivizes social programs to not be funded by progressive taxation, but by taking debt and things like that, which I won't get into. It's 30 pages. It was, I think, 74 citations by the time I got done with it. It was really, 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 really fun to write, and it took up basically all my time. So that's what I've been primarily doing over the last year, or I guess the last 6 months. Influential faction with intelligentsia has grown frustrated with their co-member neutrality on the topic of dedicated police force. themselves in favor of the law. That's really shocking that the intelligentsia are actually for the police force we're putting in place right now, given that they are the ones we are primarily targeting with this. So we'll work with the gentry assembly. So Russia's in a really interesting place right now. Generally speaking, our current emperor, our Tsar, is Tsar Nikolai Romanov. So he's not the one who fought the, obviously, wars with Napoleon. He is the successor. And he's an interesting guy. He was never supposed to be the Tsar. I think he's the third son to his father. I want to say third. He came to power during the Decembrist Revolution, which happened, I want to say in like 28 or like 31, which is basically where there was an inheritance crisis in Russia after the last Tsar died. And there was like a liberal officer corps in all the chaos in St. Petersburg that tried to basically take power for liberal reforms. His first thing, 1825, thank you very much, Slight. His Tsar Nikolai's first order as Tsar was for a loyalist artillery regiment in the Capitol building to fire canister shot on rebel liberal officers, which he proceeded to purge. He's literally as traditionalist as you can get. But what's really interesting about Nikolai Romanov is that, like, I think the general impression of him, if you have one, if you're a history fucking nerd or you play Pure games, is he's just like a warmonger or he's just like a religious zealot. He wasn't. He's a very interesting guy. Like, he was raised to basically become like an officer. Like in Russia, if you were like a part of the royal family and you weren't going to succeed, like the main thing you tended to do is to get like a military upbringing and either be like an actual soldier or officer or to kind of just do it for prestige reasons. So he was raised kind of in the military. He saw himself throughout his whole life, like primarily as a soldier. And again, he wasn't supposed to inherit. So his life was full of a lot of wars. He was still ruling in Russia when serfdom is active. We still do have serfdom, which I think should be represented in our laws. Let me see if it is. Serfdom should be our... Yeah, there we go. Land reform serfdom. He wasn't pro-serfdom, but he never tried to reform it. It will be his son who eventually frees the serfs in the 60s. For him, it was kind of a case of this is awful, but I cannot hurt the stability of Russia by addressing the serfdom question. His life was primarily about kind of like really basic attempts at industrialization, but primarily reforming the bureaucracy that kind of was very stagnant in Russia and then fighting wars. He played the great game of politics in Europe and the world very aggressively, fought a lot of wars, and he died in the middle of the Crimean War. I want to say in 55 or 56, but I might be wrong. It might be a little earlier. So yeah, at Russia at this point, we're basically a military empire, right? This is the epitome of imperial Russia. We are a sprawling empire that goes all the way from occupied Poland to Siberia. At this time, we're very much focused on Europe more than basically anything else. We do a little bit of the great game, obviously, in Persia against the British. Hello there.
Hello, this is Prussian ambassador.
Greetings.
So, as you know, Prussia is like allied to Russia, and we are married, or like.
Well, we're not personally
are...
married, but you're our brother's daughter is my wife. Yes.
Yes, that's what I mean, and I mean my Kaisers. So.
Welcome to St. Petersburg. What can I do for you?
Yeah. What I came here for is that I've been sent by my king.
How is our brother's wife?
He's old, but he is, as always, he has a good view on warfare, I would say.
A good view on warfare.
He is very direct with his actions, and he knows how to map out mountains.
I always respected that about him. He's not the type to be stifled by fancy words like that man in Austria. Very direct, very easy to work with.
Yeah.
What does he send you to our imperial presence for?
So, as we know, Russia is vast and has a lot of forests, and due to this, a lot of wood. Prussia doesn't have this, or at least its lumber industry is lacking.
Last I remember when I was visiting Prussia, you seemed to have plenty of forests, but I ascertain your meaning. You are interested in the strategic wood of the Russian Empire. I think that's something much more for my, obviously, finance minister and the cabinet to deal with, but I understand why you've come in. Of course, we have great plenty in Russia, and if you wish to trade with our merchants for such things, you're more than welcome. Do we currently have any trade policies or treaties in place between our countries?
No, we just have the Holy Alliance.
An ancient and necessary arrangement. I'm glad to see that Europe, for the moment at least, is without the specter of liberalism, except, of course, the rather interesting situation in London.
And we also, you know, Prussia has always been a deterrent. At least Germany has always been a deterrent to France, and France has remarkably recovered from the Napoleonic Wars, even though they are still in not their best shape, I would say.
They have a rather interesting monarch, do they not? The supposed King Louis Philip, the citizen king. A disgrace to distinguished monarchs of Europe, but they can never be discounted, those French.
Yeah, I think their view on economic matters is pretty laughable, honestly.
How so?
If I do say so. Well, they support economic liberalism.
In what way?
They support free. At least his ideology, from what I heard from news, is allows for a free market and free trade. Then no restrictions, no state.
They give their people far too much freedom. They lack unity.
Yeah.
In the end, it will be their own destruction. I'm not worried about it. Is your king concerned with that?
Not really. What we are concerned about is actually, well, unifying the Germans into more of a same market, if you know what I mean.
The Zollverein you speak of, yes?
Investment, allow for more investment. For,
you already have a customs union within many of the Germanic states, at least that's according to my reports.
And not only do we share a market, but we also have a policy for internal trade, helping each other build up infrastructure.
And, yes, I'm quite aware. This is in the past, no? It is already a part of how you govern in Prussia.
But our new policy by the king is that we'll now allow other states, since, you know, these German states are quite small, some of them. They don't have much land to build in. And Prussia's vast, even though it's nothing compared to Russia, but compared to people like Saxony, it's massive.
You were telling me that you and your sovereign, my brother, are concerned with living space in Prussia.
No. This is what I was getting to. We allow investment for any minor nation in Germany to invest in Prussia and Prussia's resources and get some profit. But of course,
I see, yes. But how does this concern Russia?
No, you asked about how Germany's doing.
Oh, in general, I see, okay. Yes, well, it seems that after the Napoleonic situation, with France now back in its more rightful place, you are prospering. And we are very pleased to hear that.
Yes. Now, if I could refer Your Majesty back to the wood trade that we proposed.
Ah, yes.
Does Russia have any stockpile of wood? at the moment. That
I'll have to see the exact numbers from my economic minister, but my understanding is the surpluses at the moment of wood are almost problematic in excess. So if you are interested in trading for basic materials, it is the lifeblood of the Russian economy after our noble villages and agrarian exports, of course. We would be more than willing to make a deal.
well, from what I have from data, we need about 2,000 units of wood.
Well, looking over my figures here, I think we could accommodate that. The question is how you wish to obviously get this. Through private merchants, or are you wishing for more direct agreement with the government in St. Petersburg?
Well, my king has already had his advisors prepare a treaty that maybe...
We'd be happy to look it over. Do you have a copy?
Yes, let me get it. Hold on. And of course, for this, our king would offer many thanks and an obligation for the Russians to call in at any time for economic situations, since Prussia is building up its iron mines.
Out of roleplay, this is, I don't believe this is paid for, right? So we need to negotiate the amount of money.
No, it's paid for via like treaty transfer. Like I think you get like 3K.
Oh yeah, it automatically goes through, doesn't it? Okay. Like, you can't hear the voice, Osmate. 1 second. Let me try and Discord audio is not coming through really quickly. 1 second.
Okay.
Audio. It's been a while. Osmond, go ahead and say something really quickly. If you are still here.
I'm eating.
You're eating? Okay. That might have fixed it. We will see.
Hello?
Oh, yep. It's showing up for me now. Let me know if you can hear him, folks. Just heads up. As to your treaty, that would be most certainly useful to us. My question would be, at the moment, we are struggling to obviously deal with the mining situation in the Urals, setting up significant iron production. What is the Prussian situation in regards to that?
Well, Prussia is, from our data at least, in Berlin, we've gathered that we produce about half of what we should, but we produce, still with this, the most iron in the world.
It is unfortunate.
At this moment.
I'm just looking over my figures here.
We produce exactly 647 units, I think. I may be wrong, since we are building up the mines, so when I return it might be more.
I'm just going to go ahead and move a few things here in this treaty, I think. And then again, out of roleplay, you really don't produce that much.
Yeah. But the iron is like always before you get like the next stack, it's like...
Yeah, holy shit, there's nothing for it to produce. Very well, this is reasonable to us. Just checking here. There are obviously going to be no import tariffs on this, yes?
No, of course not. Since this is a direct treaty that we're asking you to do, import tariffs are only on things that local merchants, for example, from the north, the Baltic Sea want to bring into the German market.
Wonderful. Then I've just had my minister look that over and make a few slight additions. Does that look acceptable to you?
Yes, I've already sent, hold on, I will bring it to my king. But, I
Tell
think
my dear brother I say hello. He's always welcome in St. Petersburg.
he would accept this, certainly. I mean, he has trusted me with the authority of judging it, but I think this is acceptable, yeah.
Good. In that case, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Generally speaking, one thing I do wish to send back to my dear brother before you return to Prussia is I do hope that we will have his full support in the Eastern question with the Ottomans. We are quite happy with the current situation as it stands after the Muhammad Ali situation, with the Strait obviously being no longer a great danger and our gains in the Balkans. But in case the British or any of the other powers in Europe want to change that situation, we do hope we have your support on that, at least in terms of general pressure.
Our king's stance on this is we are willing to, of course, because of the Holy Alliance and economic friendship that we have, we would be willing to help you economically and diplomatically, but Prussia has right now a very small navy and very few mapped out.
We have no intention into bringing Europe into some great war or anything like that. We are more concerned about the diplomatic dangers that will come with this if the British choose to concern themselves within the Near East. They do have a habit, yes, of sticking their heads into every corner of the world.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. But they have refrained from European affairs at least in Germany for a little
Do you
bit.
still have a good situation with who even leads their country these days? Obviously.
It's King William of Hanover.
Yes, but they have that strange parliament system. Monarchs do not reign supreme there anymore. Regardless. So we will have your support if that is brought to a head.
Diplomatically, yes.
Good.
If
Okay.
there were a Vienna conference called, we would definitely support those.
I don't think it would come to something like that. It's not their primary concern, but we do worry. It's a good situation in the South, and we want to keep it that way. I'm sure you can understand with your own holdings.
Yeah, of course. We also have a question as well to the Russian Empire about something that's our business. So there's this kingdom called Denmark, I assume.
Yes, I have heard of Denmark.
It controls two German states, Schleswig and Holstein. Now it is taxing it a lot, and I mean our king doesn't want to get into any wars at this moment, but if it does get out of hand, the oppression of the German people living there, we will step in.
What are your intentions with Denmark, to be clear?
If it were to come to war, our two war goals and targets would be liberating Schleswig and Holstein into an independent German state that is protected just like the other ones by the...
Oh, what the fuck is my son doing? I apologize. I just had a rather odd report. Oh, he's such a romantic. One moment. Sorry. I had to make a young woman in the Urals disappear. You were saying?
I was saying that our two war goals, or like goals, would be liberating Schleswig and Holstein from the Danish control. Not into the hands of Prussian, nor Austrian, nor any other control. Just independent German states that have free will and are protected by the German.
I suppose our willingness to support you in that would be equivalent to your support in the Eastern question, if that is acceptable to you.
It is fully acceptable and very reasonable.
Good. In that case, I think we can be As always, mutually beneficial and dear friends.
Yes, of course. One thing I do ask about the Russian Empire.
Hmm?
What do you think? This is more like a curiosity. But what does Russia think about women's rights?
I treat my own wife with the regard given to any good Christian woman. But in general, you have a specific question, I suppose. It is a rather vague one.
What I mean is that are they allowed to own properties, go into jobs like men?
Yes.
I assume not, because that would...
They are, but of course, as with any society, it is far different for a serf woman or a member of our aristocracy. But in general, yes, there is some limited form.
Because in Prussia, we do have it. An old rule about them having women's rights, but our king has decided...
You are sounding dangerously close to discussing liberal ideas, Ambassador. Are you sure you have your king's support to be speaking on such matters?
Well, if your majesty would have let me finish...
Of course.
I would have announced that Prussia is actually making a woman just stay at home and not allow any ownership of property or any jobs without the consent of their husband.
It is the duty of a man to take care of his life and provide for her. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yes, of course. We are actually getting a law called legal guardianship, which means women are legally under the guardianship of men and enjoy very few rights. But that's no matter for Russia. I was just curious for myself. Anyway,
I think it's a similar situation here. The man is obviously the provider of the family, and within a household, a wife is subject to his will. But there are some limited accommodations given to women. I know in the capital, many young men especially are giving some of their women, their wives and daughters even education, though of course nothing with the universities. We've seen to that. It is an odd age we find ourselves in where there are many strange ideas regarding more liberal tendencies. I know in the Americas and in France, they are very liberal with their women.
Yeah. Actually, out of RP, that's quite opposite with America, because look at their laws.
Yeah, of course they're not, but you know, Russia barely pays attention to the U.S. No, it's not a good time to be a woman in 1837, you know?
Yeah, not. Anyway, if I could cut your majesty off, I must head back to Berlin.
Safe travels, and give my dear brother our kindest regards.
Will do. Goodbye.
Very well.
Your Majesty, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is the main advisor of Empress Chichi of the Great Mandate of Heaven of the Qing Emperor. We would like to discuss some actions regarding the British, I assume, and we know that your Majesty have some interests in the regions of the Qing Empire. And we would like to discuss those terms. And although the war with the British, although very bad in terms of the opium, I would suggest to keep our bonds together for a little while. And although I think it's in the interest of everybody to that, make sure that the Qing Empire stays together, and although the Boxers have been causing troubles lately, we would suggest a stronger bond to each other.
Stronger bonds with the Chinese? I mean, it is the case that Oriental matters always are the pinnacle concern of Russia, not the other European states, but I would caution you with such language to suggest we have any sort of relationship with your dynasty or
Yes.
the Dowager.
Yes, indeed.
I believe it's the Emperor, in fact, in this point.
We cannot forget that some of your advisors and ministers and are very interested in our northern regions.
Yes,
And,
the Eastern Desk
although,
is.
Of course, it's a cultural matter. We would like to see what is your point on this matter.
Of course, there was a worrying moment there where I believe you were suggesting a relationship or even something close to equivalence between
No.
our imperial throne and that of. What is?
No.
No? Okay,
Of
good.
course
Well,
not, of course not.
in generally, we have very few thoughts on the Oriental nations. I mean, of course, the central step is always a cause of concern, but to put it simply, I do not think much about your country at all.
Yeah, but if it collapses, what will happen to the grain?
It's an ancient land. You will rebuild as you always do.
I see. Well, thank you
Is
for your
there
time, although it
something?
was,
Well, the last report I received from the East was some time ago. You said you had a stirring rebellion. I know there have been many in the Far East, unstable
Yes.
nations. What is the exact nature of it?
The exact nation is that the British force us our end into the opium market, although, and of course, that.
I don't repeat it. Did the war already happen?
I think it already did. It was
Not quite yet. It's 37. It usually fires in 40.
Okay.
Yeah. But they put pressure on you right now in Canton, in Guangzhou in the south. You still have them contained there. Well, obviously trade, but they're putting a ton of pressure on you, and they're doing piracy and illegal trading. So that would be a concern. Yeah.
So they're doing that. The British Empire, like out of roleplay a little bit. Like I know I don't know. I'm not playing as a Qing, and
Of course,
and I'm trying to roleplay here and like to involve a little bit of the Russians in this matter.
Out of roleplay, I'm just treating China as we always do, which is a lack of concern.
Yeah, but like if the grain marker collapses in the Great Qing, everybody's going to suffer. Like nobody wins. If
That's when out of roleplay we might look at Maturia with a bit of a gleam in our eye, but we certainly wouldn't intervene to help some second-hand dynasty.
And we would like also to propose that well, we have our great ties with the Koreans, and I think we are to advance to our next step to be more aligned to each other, I would suppose.
I do not know the exact details, but my understanding is that many of the other Oriental countries are subject to your whims. It's not exactly European subject matter, but there is an odd sort of tributary situation with your neighbors, is there not?
Yes, indeed there is, especially the Japanese.
The Japanese.
We've been rivals for many. Yeah, we've been rivals for many years, and
Are they not an entirely isolated country cut off from the world?
Yes, but that doesn't stop them to do a little bit of commerce to one of our particular islands of Ryukyu.
I do recall a report not too long ago. There was an expedition, I believe in the turn of the century, where one of our, I do not know if it was an admiral or simply an adventurer, attempted to make contact with the Japanese and had a rather hostile and eventful experience. They are a brutish people, to be sure.
Yes, indeed.
But you do manage to trade with them.
We do not, but we also like to report that the Dutch are still in directly business with the Japanese, although they are still in the state of, well, isolation. And I don't think that pretty much is an isolation's term if they're doing business with the Dutch.
Tell me, is the word of the Lord and Jesus Christ taught in Japan?
I don't think so. But with the Dutch involvement, I think they are building a Christian
would hope
church
that
on the region.
the king in the Netherlands takes it as his duty to spread the word if he is in fact trading with the Japanese. But as I said, Oriental matters, they are never the primary concern of our throne.
Very well. And if you need assistance from the mandate of heaven, we are more than happy to accommodate.
It is most appreciated. Farewell, my friend.
Very well. Have a good day, Your Majesty.
Alrighty, I'm going to do a little retrofitting of our fleet here. Heavenly Kingdom is talking. It's still the Qing right now. The Heavenly Kingdom comes along in around 10, 15, 20 years, something like that. JFJ didn't manage to get in the game. His game's broken, but he's been like running around roleplay, which is pretty cool. I'll do cannonades. We'll do upgrade on the fleets. I'm still not super used to the new naval system. I did a couple little practice games before this one, but I'm still not too up to date on it. Taking that whole discussion out of context. Yeah, Trucker Near, I think, you know, you as anyone else who's seen enough Paradox games in general, but certainly roleplay, knows that a lot of very cursed things get said. Almost always. If you join like a random multiplayer roleplay lobby in any Paradox server, and you're not prepared for what you're about to hear, it's gonna be a little rough. Alright, trying to remember here. Yeah, there we go. Retrofit, select all. Change template, we'll go over a new one. Then we'll retrofit those. I think cruisers are frigates, I can't quite remember. No, they're not, okay. Cruisers. Obviously, we have two separate navies at this point in 37. We've got our Baltic Sea Fleet in the north out of St. Petersburg, and we've got our southern fleet, the Black Sea Fleet. So just to go over a few things that are very important for Russia geopolitically right now, just to really kind of hit some key points here. So after the Napoleonic Wars, we're at our height. Our military is absolutely massive. We're extremely overconfident, right? Nikolai took a very kind of, it's not fair to him to say it was like an outdated or like, you know, a traditionalist perspective of his military. He still fought wars like Napoleonic Wars where numbers really mattered. So this is a time of like an enormous amount of corruption, but a very large and still powerful military. It would be in the Crimean War in around 15 years or so, 20 years, where Russia obviously declares war and fights an Ottoman alliance backed by the British and the French, where Russia's army, despite being massive, gets slapped pretty hard. And it was kind of a turning point in warfare for many reasons, but the biggest was the realization that obviously logistics and supply are absolutely key, and numbers no longer dictate kind of the outcome of battles, right? But at this point, we're very overconfident. Nikolai has a massive army. He's a military guy. He was, you know, a very big fan of doing kind of like reviews of the army and things like that. So it is very powerful. It's very large, but it's not as advanced as other countries. It's a big problem for us. In terms of our general like relationships with our countries, we're in the Holy Alliance, which is kind of represented in the game. This is a very old alliance. It goes back around, I think, 100 years, something like that, maybe a little bit more. It's not a real alliance. It's not even a real defensive alliance. It's primarily a pact put in place to stop countries basically having revolutions and becoming like liberal, right? That's its primary purpose. A Cossack escorting caravan moving across the steppes of Amolensk has been assaulted by a large and well-trained band of Cossack rebels. So that's the other thing, is our country's not integrated at this point. We expanded all the way to Siberia, but the core heartland is kind of around here. We recently put down a rebellion in Poland, which was kind of like an occupied tributary. There was a big kind of uprising of the Poles in the late 20s, early 30s. We've put that down, and we're now in the process of Russification, so I'm integrating those provinces. But it's a very big issue for us. There's been many partitions of Poland and Lithuania in the past. The most recent one gave us the lion's share of Poland. The biggest like primary concern for us right now is we basically have our Afghanistan and or our Iraq, but really Afghanistan in like the Caucasus in the south. In our recent like the Turkish Ottoman wars, the Turkish Russian wars, I should say, have been ongoing for like hundreds of years at this point. Catherine the Great, notably at the end of kind of like the middle to end of the 1700s, fought a number of wars, and like her aim, which she did succeed in, was taking a lot of Ottoman territory in the north of the Black Sea. We took Crimea, we integrated it, we took a lot of territory there. A number of wars were fought with Turkey under Catherine the Great and Peter the Great and a lot of the other previous leaders that have occurred over the last 150 years. It's been off and on wars. Our most recent one was in the 20s, and we took some land in the Caucasus. We also took Armenia from the Persians recently, but there's like a really rough situation. Games like this can't accurately kind of show the difficulties of warfare, especially like guerrilla and asymmetrical warfare, but like it's not, the Caucasus and Caucasia is underneath a guy named Imam Shamil. He was a very capable, very religious man who basically organized a state. I think it was called Dagestan. I don't know if it was actually called the Caucasus Imamate. I think it was Dagestan. But basically, these are like really rough mountains. This whole territory is really brutal to kind of maneuver through. And we've been fighting like an ongoing war to try and basically put down rebels there and integrate them. It's absolutely brutal, which is what these events are showing us, right? Like they're hitting our supply lines. They're kind of steppe nomads. They're very capable. So it's an absolute nightmare for us. We'll just, I guess, hold fast on that. Yeah, Dagestan. It's brutal for us. So I'm actually not going to conquer and annex it very quickly. I'm going to kind of like role play it out and show that we basically can't just take it because it's completely unrealistic for us to do so. One of our fortresses in the steppes of Aktobi has been raided by a group of Kazakh rebels. Yeah, a lot of the steppe tribes are still alive. You got to remember back in the day, right? The Golden Horde went all the way up to the doorstep of Europe. Attila went into Europe. Like there's a long history of steppe nomads in the region, like not just in like Ukraine, which definitely has that. I believe this is after Russia put down the independent Ukrainian like Cossack cavalry, but they're still used in our military. But a lot of the other like steppe regions and the Caucasus, they're not really like well controlled, right? What's up, Chris? How are you doing? What's up, Denise? Good to see you guys. The main problem was the Crimean Khanate, which was a slaver state for centuries. Yep. It was under Ottoman control for a long time. We basically made it into a subject country, I want to say in the early 1800s or late 1700s, but at this point, we're kind of actively getting it underneath our control. The unsettled nature of the Belgian-Dutch relations has threatened European stability since 1830. A conference to settle the issue for good has been called in London. I don't know if folks are going to want to roleplay that. Let me check. Doesn't look like it. We're always interested in European affairs. Nicholas kind of saw himself as like a guiding, stabilizing pillar to European politics. We are always first concerned with Europe, so I guess we will concern ourselves with that. Like I said, just in general, after Napoleonic Wars, we've got the Holy Alliance. So we're actually quite friendly with Austria. We're kind of frenemies. The current leader is not Kaiser Ferdinand. He's a very sad individual in history. The head is not a joke. He's the guy, right, who had constant seizures, I believe, right? He never really governed. It was believed he was quite intelligent, but he suffered from all the Habsburg inbreeding, and he basically had like dozens of seizures every day, so he couldn't really govern. The person in charge of Austria at this point is primarily still Metternich, who was a genius statesman who oversaw like the Congress of Vienna, the Napoleonic Wars. He's getting old now, but he's still very powerful in Austria. We're frenemies with them. Like when it concerns European affairs, we're pretty usually lockstep in an agreement. In the Balkans is the opposite. We obviously have a major concern in the Balkans because there's a lot of Orthodox Christians there. There's also a lot of Russian peoples, though at this point, Russia's still not like a pan-Slavic focused kind of country. Like there's a really big cultural divide and problem in Russia right now, which is that a lot of like intellectuals and leading figures and even members of the aristocracy are quite aware that we're quite backward. Peter the Great did a lot to kind of like modernize Russia in certain ways, like with modernizing the military and parts of like the government and things like that, but it's still very backwards. And like the cultural power of Russia that you probably associate it with it nowadays, right? If you know, if you're into literature, if you're into history, into reading, you know, you may have read Tolstoy or Dostoevsky or many of the other Russian writers or poets who are very famous now. I recommend anyone who hasn't to read some of Dostoevsky's novels. They are absolutely fantastic. Trying to think what a good one is. Brothers Karamazov is a book I recommend basically anyone read if you're interested in literature and good writing. It's a fantastic book by Dostoevsky. But basically all of the Russian literature that we now associate with them, it comes after this. Like, it's beginning right now. Tolstoy's still alive. A lot of the famous writers are still like in beginning to make some of the great works of Russian literature, and the beginning of Russian science and philosophy is kind of still in the cradle and very limited. We've kind of basically really harshly cracked down on universities and like anywhere that officers or, you know, intellectuals could be a problem. I believe at this point in the 1830s under Nikolai, there was less than 5,000 university students in all of Russia, which I think is why we should only have like 1 or 2 universities. Let me check. Yeah, we have 3. There's one in Kiev, I think there's one in St. Petersburg, and there might be one in Moscow. Ingrid in Moscow. There should be one in Kiev. I think it's after Nikolai built a university in Kiev, but it's very limited. But like one of the big kind of divides in our country right now is the difference and like the two movements towards kind of like Westernization and then like pan-Russian, I think it's called like, what is it? Slava something, right? In general, like a pan-Slavic movement, which is basically the concept that Russia and Russians, which is a very kind of ambiguous cultural container. So let me get my
A
buildings.
broad term. Hi, Hammer.
Hello there. What's up?
I just wanted to do a bit of roleplay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Can I finish? It'll be like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
There's a big split between Westernization in our country, which is led by like intellectuals and liberals, and then people wanting more of like pan-Slavism, I think is what it's called, which is basically an attempt to kind of, it's the beginnings of early nationalism where people want to basically kind of have a focus on a wider Russian identity, which would include like Ukrainians, like certain parts of the steppe, and then especially people in the Balkans, right? There's a lot of Slavic peoples in the Balkans, which later become a major issue. That's why to this day, you have Russia kind of putting their nose in the affairs of like the Balkan countries. We've recently taken Wallachia, I believe. Yep. No, we haven't. Moldova is our vassal, but Wallachia and Serbia aren't yet. But that's a major concern for us. Also, since you're coming to roleplay, we fought a number of wars with the Ottoman Empire. Currently, we're actually in like fairly good relations. There was a treaty made after the last war where we basically provided aid during the Egyptian revolution from Muhammad Ali. He almost got to the Constantinople in the capital. We actually sent 40,000 troops to support the Ottomans because we don't want them to collapse, though we did support the independence of Greece, which is a independent state from the Ottomans. And there is a secret agreement we made in 31, I think, or in like 29, where we have a treaty clause where we give mutual aid in military matters with the Ottomans between each other. And if there's ever a case that we ask them to close the strait to enemy warships, they are obligated to do so, but it's kind of ambiguous. So anyway, hello, Faye.
Hello. Speaking of Egypt, I was actually just coming to ask, upon the opinion, of the Russians upon Egypt. We wouldn't like for, you know, we hear that Muhammad Ali wishes to separate from the Ottoman Empire further, and we wish to put him down once for all.
Is he finally beginning a full-on rebellion? Obviously, he's been quite successful.
This is not some sort of rebellion, I would say. I would say that the Ottomans are very weak in the terms of the situation in Greece, the situation of Crete, and in the region of the Balkans, that they are destabilized and they're not focusing economically speaking. Although myself, Muhammad Ali, went to talks with the Austrians. I would say that we tried some negotiations of Austrian backing on sort of independence, and that although it came close, unfortunately we didn't reach for agreement. although the Ottomans right now, they are inviting other great powers to our dispute, and it seems unfair to us that, well, they want to, instead of honorably going against each other, against 1v1 against us, they want major power backing. And I also like to speak with the Russians. If
We
do you
did
accept these terms of the Ottomans that it's
We-
clearly egregious to the region?
we did not suggest that we wished for any other power to intervene. In fact,
really?
every single interaction we have had is to secure non-intervention over the matters of Egypt from other great powers. The French threatened to join against.
Well, first off, let me say welcome to St. Petersburg. I'm glad to see that the visiting diplomats are having a rather spirited discussion in our imperial throne room. But perhaps I could remind you that you are in the presence of the Tsar of Russia. Why exactly have you come?
Well, we have.
I'll let the
to-
Ottomans.
We were already speaking. We have come to secure the Russian non-intervention. We would not like for the Ottoman Empire to fall, and we know that Russia would also not like the Ottoman Empire to fall. And as such, we have heard concerning tell of Austria and Prussia attempting to meddle in Ottoman politics by declaring their disdain for our nation, and we would not like the matter of Egypt to turn into a global matter. And as such, we come to Russia to ask them to aid us in our attempts to make it to make the to aid us in making the matters of Egypt a matter between the Ottoman Empire and their unruly subjects alone, without the support of great powers. Prussia and Austria.
You wish to solve the
already-
matter internally.
We wish to solve the matter internally, and I believe the Egyptians agree that it should be solved internally. And
I see.
we have already, since the past couple of years, both the Austrian and the Prussian crowns have declared disdain for the Ottoman Empire, and we fear that they might aid the Egyptians. That's why we are here to talk to the Russians. We have already talked to France and Great Britain and secured their non-intervention, and we hope to do the same to the Russian Empire.
It is a rather tragic state that the Grand Port finds itself in. I must say, despite our many wars in the past and a lot of shed blood between us, it does bring me great sadness to see the state that the Ottomans have fallen into, to the point that it is not becoming of a monarch such as your Sultan, and as such, we do wish to see your honor and dignity redeemed to you. Russia will not concern its internal matters of the Ottoman Empire with its territories in Egypt. Of course, given that our previous accommodations regarding the straits and our mutual internal matters are honored.
We were never planning on breaking such matters, and we are glad that the Russian Empire sees fit that we.
And of course, you will continue to honor the agreement of the past century regarding the safety of Orthodox members of your empire.
That is guaranteed.
Well,
of course.
I like to disagree on that matter because of what's happening in the Balkans and in Greece. But I'll let them finish because at least I am civilized.
You didn't. Okay. We are not intervening in Greece whatsoever. We have the Greek state is independent, whilst they are a former subject of our empire. We can concede that the Greek state has gained their independence, and we do not seek to.
Will you require any support from our imperial throne for your problems in Egypt? We, of course, do have rather vague conditions regarding military support for one another, but as I said, we do wish to see your dignity returned, so if there's anything Russia can do, we will be accommodating.
We would not ask that of Russia. We will fight the Egyptians alone, and we will succeed alone.
We have full confidence in your ability to do so, but I will say, do remember that, as in the past, when Muhammad Ali was on your doorstep, if you do find yourself in a situation where you do need aid, simply call and we will provide.
I appreciate the Russian aid, of course. I will depart, however.
Farewell. We wish you good luck.
And we wish the Russians good luck in their efforts as well.
Can folks actually hear the people talking on Discord, by the way? I don't know if it's still audible for you guys.
I mean, Your Majesty, I think we need to discuss some private talks.
I apologize. You've been here the entire time and the Ottoman minister's left. Who exactly are you?
Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali has traveled all the way to St. Petersburg to speak with me. Surely you jest.
Yes, indeed. Although, I'll come in honestly. We didn't talk yet with the British on this matter. We only talked with the Austrians, and we liked some support of independence. Of course, Your Majesty knows that the Austrians and the Ottomans never collide itself.
You do realize that we have a very accommodating position with the Grand Port at this time. So let me put this to you rather simply. I will be direct. What do you have to offer us that we are not already gaining from the present situation concerning the Eastern question?
Car.
Car?
I mean, I think your interest on that region on the domain by the Ottomans.
Perhaps you are uninformed in the Caucasus. We fight an ongoing conflict there with the British tribesmen within the mountains. We are always interested in expanding the domain of the Empire, but it seems to me that it's a rather insufficient proposal.
Yes, indeed. And I would like to be completely honest, we also like to maintain to not do a great war over this situation, because I really do think that I have the capability of going against the rest of the Ottoman Empire.
Your master in Egypt does find himself rather arrogant, yes?
Yes, indeed. And I apologize, but I'm here to fight for my people. And I like to say that, well, I think the Ottomans are, for the past couple of years, disappointing the great Russian Empire?
On the contrary, we find the situation to be quite sufficient.
Quite suspicious. Gilby, and what happens when they align themselves with Great Britain?
Well, if it comes to that, we will deal with the situation as it comes.
And what happens if the region of Egypt ceases to exist? Then what?
Well, it is always the burden of an empire to deal with those who rebel against its divine rights, to be dealt with swiftly and with the full power of the state. I suspect your master will find that soon he will not be in the position he finds himself in now. I will put this rather simply to you. Russia finds no interest in supporting the desire for independence of Egypt at this time. We find our agreements with the Grand Port to be more accommodating.
Very well. It's your decision to make, and I will not close doors to internal negotiation in the possible future. And although our truce with the Ottomans is still a leg away, I would hope to assume that the British don't involve in this too. But
we hope so as well.
Well, I need to go back to my country, my people, and they surely need me right now.
Farewell,
Have a great
Ambassador.
day, Your Majesty.
All right, out of roleplay, I'm going to focus a little bit on the country. I've been talking and doing a lot of roleplay, and I want to do a little bit of everything here. Any mods you're using? No mods for this curse. It's very unstable right now. You got to lower the standard of living so we get more novels. I think the key, Denise, to getting quality Russian literature is to put people in Siberia. Hello there, Ambassador.
I'm not playing. I'll roleplay.
Oh.
Sorry. I've been told the USA is open. Can I join, or is it hot join's not open?
We're not doing hot joins due to instability. If we have to do a rehost, if something desyncs, we're gonna do one in around 30 minutes or so. We were doing one at the 2-hour mark. There is a player who's supposed to be coming for the US. If he doesn't show up at the rehost, you can play the US. But if he does show up, you would need to play another country. Have you seen the player list?
Yeah, I saw. I don't know how accurate it is because I know there's an Austria and there's like.
Yeah, true. Let me update that very quickly. Actually, Austria is going to be Glenn. And then we don't have a Japan anymore. A couple of the players I think are still coming at the rehost, but do you know who you'd want to play if you don't get the US?
Japan if I don't get US, because I
Sure.
want to try the new features, and I also have some LARP I've been thinking about doing, but is it
Yeah,
the
go for it.
game that I could do that in? So.
Yeah, it'll be in around, I think we're going to do it. It should be at 2:15 p.m. We'll do the rehost.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. I'm pretty new to this sort of thing, so.
Just have a good time, role play, don't be an asshole, that kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, gathered. Cheers.
Sweet. But, okay, so I was talking a bit about the Russian kind of split between westernization and, like, the what the fuck is it called? Pan-Slav movement or something like that, I forget. It's Nikolai the Sword is Mightier than the Pen type of guy. Yeah, straight up. So he's a really intelligent guy. Like, I've read about him in the past. I read about him a bit before the game today as well. And, like, what struck me with him and has always struck me with him, like many, like, monarchs in history who are competent, is he's a case of, like, thank you, Pan-Slavism. Thank you, Magus. That's exactly right. He's a very intelligent guy. He's a soldier. He wasn't supposed to be the emperor. And his literal first day, he is kind of still in the succession crisis. Is him with his family in St. Petersburg dealing with a liberal rebellion and him slaughtering them, right? So he's horrified and absolutely hates liberalism and liberal reform. He's always hated it. Like his tenure as czar, like the first real organized secret police began. He sent basically all the Decembrants to Siberia. He put down many rebellions. I want to say there were over something, I forget the exact figure, but I want to say there were over 300 peasant revolts during the time that he was czar, right? So serfdom's still ongoing, but the serfs are getting like more and more upset about it. It's a massive country, right? Our population is enormous, 57 million people. But he's the case of, he himself probably didn't like serfdom, but it was a case of it was such an architecturally and structurally important feature of the Russian Empire that he couldn't get rid of it, at least in his own mind, especially after the rebellions he dealt with, the uprising in Poland, like the ongoing kind of situation in the Caucasus, the Decembrist revolt, and all the other revolts he had. It was a case of, I don't like serfdom, but I'm sure as fuck not going to remove it. Because for him, his primary concern, as with many of the Romanovs, was about like the ongoing power of his dynasty and stability and power within the empire. He did do some reforms, like there were some minor reforms to serfdom and other parts of the empire. But for him, it was always a case of like, can I do a reform without even remotely damaging the stability and power of Russia? If so, I'll consider it, maybe even do it. But for him, stability came first and the power of the dynasty and all of that, right? So it was more about kind of sustaining the empire, sustaining the dynasty, and then maybe after that dealing with, kind of situations. Like I said, Austria's a frenemy. Prussia, we're currently married to Frederick Wilhelm von Hohenzollern's daughter. So we have a very close relationship with the Prussians. We absolutely hate the French, not just because of Napoleon, but King Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, he was elected, kind of. And he was known as the Citizen King. He's not very, like, royal in many ways. in any ways, really. He's, his dynasty is technically nobility, and there, I believe, were Orleanist kings in the past in France, but it's a very liberal country. Britain, like, we were on very good terms with in the past. Nowadays, it's kind of declining due to the Ottoman situation, the Eastern question. Also, they continue to go more and more liberal over time. Queen Victoria actually, I believe, did visit Nikolai in St. Petersburg once, I want to say, or he visited her in London. I think she went to Russia. So we like the royal family, but we don't like the government. It's far too liberal for us. Persia's the ongoing great game there. We're more friendly with Persia than the British are, and we're kind of constantly expanding in Central Asia. I'm going to use the word, let me clarify something as well as with any roleplay game. I'm going to roleplay characters. When I'm in roleplay, I'm going to roleplay them. It's not my real opinions. The word Oriental is complicated. I don't recommend you use it. You can if you want. It's not like one of the worst words out there, but it does have some negative connotations. I'll use it, but if you're concerned about that, it's in roleplay. I won't normally use it. Like with Asian countries, we kind of like, obviously we're interested in Manchuria for all the resources. Manchuria is a very resource-rich region in terms of like iron and coal and things like that. But generally speaking, we're pretty kind of happy with the situation. And it's just really not like our primary concern. Nikolai and many of the Romanov monarchs saw themselves as Russia as a European first country that went east. So for us, it's always going to be about European politics primarily over everything else. We also took Finland recently. I think it was in the turn of the century during the Napoleonic Wars. So it's kind of like a vassal state that we took from Sweden. Sweden being obviously controlled by the Bernadottes, who were one of the generals of Napoleon who were invited to take the kingship of Sweden. We don't really like them, but they're also not a major concern for us. So I know, right? Woke liberals ruining Europe in 1839. Absolutely awful. Isn't Nikolai cousin of the King of England? Yes. All the monarchs in Europe are pretty heavily intermarried at this point. So like in terms of like common connotations, the language of Europe right now of like the court is French. So everyone speaks French in court for the most part. It later will switch to actual Russian, and but we're not there quite yet. So everyone speaks French. And like the medium of address between monarchs was always like brother or sister. Build, thank you. Yes, true. This is why I like when I play Victoria 3 and I roleplay, it's tough because like I start ranting and I forget to build things. Let me go ahead and stop and build like a big kind of backlog of things to construct here. I'm really developing perm right now because of the iron mines. How are we looking on iron? We still need another 200 or so. So I'm gonna build even more iron mines and perm. We don't have the infrastructure, which is why we need railways. So I'll build some more in probably Tula, I think, instead. In the meantime, I'll build another 10 there. Gold mines for the income is always worth doing. Rolls. What else do we need? We need clothing, a lot of clothing. We need tea, we need coffee. We can import those. Trade is really different now. I'm still not fully used to it, so just be aware of that. We need more trade buildings. Silk. I think clothes are probably our biggest concern until we get mechanized tools. So let's take a look at that really quickly. I know we did get the switch. All right, we'll go to Lay's, and then we're going to go to dye workshops. We'll need to import dyes. Our merchants should automatically do that. Are we concerns? Do that. One second, my roommates have turned the heat on in summer. I'm thankfully about to move. I've been here for around a year. It's been interesting. Let me know if the fan's too loud. I keep a fan in my room because my roommates have the heat on at like 70 something crazy degrees all the time. All right, luxury furniture, we'll keep that. I don't know why some of these aren't profitable. Textiles as well. We're probably good on luxury goods, I'd imagine. Yeah. It looks like we really just need to build more from the looks of it. We need another 400, so I'm going to work on some more of those as well. Eurasianist ideology won't come about in Russia until the near the end of the century. Yep. Pan-Slavism begins in like the middle of the century, and then like the pan kind of Russian pan-Eurasia movement comes at the turn of the century. Okay, we'll do textile mills. Ingray, we could build ports for infrastructure. I'd really like to wait for railways. Technically right now, the first Russian railway has actually already been built, but it's not like a serious one. which is why we're working on getting railways to Kiev. I guess Kiev will become our textile manufacturing hub. And then can't do groceries because our people are literally too poor to buy groceries. We have a porcelain issue, I think, right? Yeah, we do. What's up, Pricey? It's been a long time since I streamed consistently. I'm going to try and do it all summer. There'll be a little period in July where I won't be here and I won't be streaming, but I'll try and do it all summer. And I think the fall semester for me, which is my last semester of undergrad, will be pretty light, so I probably will be able to stream a fair bit till there as well. Especially with the Grand Campaign, which should be coming back fairly soon. They haven't updated the Fallen Eagle mod. There's a beta version of it, but it's still a bit unstable, so I've done a little bit of experimenting with it. And I'm trying to wait as long as possible, because I'm really trying to avoid another situation like the past where the save file broke, because that was really shitty. Alright. The Imperial Faction. Vassalization, Defensive Cooperation. We'll go, I think, probably with... I'll go with construction, I guess. What are your thoughts on the IRL stuff happening? Tell you what, Pricey, if there's anyone still watching by the time the Victoria 3 stream's done, we can do a little bit of chatting about like the real world situation, events and stuff, if people want. Up to y'all. But I don't want to do it in the middle of the game because I'll end up just ranting constantly. But if folks are interested, we can have a bit of chat about that. There's a lot of interesting things happening in the world. I have, as always, a lot of unnecessary thoughts about everything happening all the time. And if you want to hear about that, we can do that. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good. We're constructing the iron in Tula and then in Perm. We're waiting for railways so I can start to build like a railway line, especially in Perm, so we can continue to industrialize all the mining in the Urals. And then what else do we really need to do right now? There's no really reforms we'd be actively interested in. I'm not going to get rid of serfdom. There's no way Nikolai would do that. We're just not going to. Let's increase our policing institution when we get a bit more bureaucracy. I'm integrating Poland and then parts of like the steppe right now, I believe, right? Yeah, we're still integrating Poland. At this time period, after the revolt in Poland, there was like Russification efforts there. Russia was very tactical about where they Russified. It tended to be like people who revolted got like basically Russification, which is a polite word for either cultural replacement or like active forced immigration and or murder, or just being sent to the Far East. Which it's actively in our interest not to integrate this for roleplay reasons, so I might integrate a bit of the middle part, but Siberia we're gonna keep kind of just very wild. Cultural genocide, yes, correct. Isn't Tula the coal mine from Chernobyl? I'm actually not sure. Does anyone know? It's around in this area. It's not Kursk though. It probably is over here, right? Let's see, Ukraine. Maybe like up around here-ish? Turn the music up a bit too. Is there anyone we really want to roleplay with? Not at the moment. In the beginning of the game, I'm going to be fairly passive. Like, we're working on internal matters right now. Russia isn't isolationist. Like, we do involve ourselves in European affairs. But, let me turn the sound on for Victoria 3 as well. Okay, turn it off. I do have it on, okay. There we go. Fix the music as well. Guys, it's been a while. I'm out of practice with how to stream. Give me a minute here. I'm going to play. That's a really good soundtrack. Atmospheric engine has been unlocked. Wonderful. I'm going straight for railroads, by the way. Chernobyl is north of Kiev, between Belarus and Ukraine. Okay. What happened with Belgium? It's a very good question. Luxembourg. Apparently we're guaranteeing the independence of Belgium. I don't remember doing that. I guess everyone is, right? Yeah. They're not a vassal, so they've retained their independence. And territorially, Limburg has been released as independent as a vassal of Netherlands. Do they start that way? I don't think they do, right? Or am I tripping? Yeah, Belgium just had a revolution. I think it was like not too long ago, right? It was in the early 1800s. I forget when. So it's a very contentious issue, especially with France. He's still under King Louis. Tatalo is playing France, so I'm fully predicting that he's going to go Napoleon III, but I could be completely wrong. It's a very small game, but I know everyone basically playing, and they're good role players, and they fuck around. They'll do some fun stuff. Statue of Tsar Nikolai Romanov has been commissioned and is being suggested it be displayed proudly in Kharkov. Always. Always. Neutral outcome. Yeah, okay. The head of the miners says this is Tula before kicking the coal minister in the comically deep pit in the middle of the mine. Is that in like the HBO Chernobyl series? The multinational nature of Shamil Murad's MMA has proven irresistible to many of our subjects in the Russian North Caucasus. Officers and landowners alike have reported numerous defections to the MMA. Titan security. Oh no, we got bad harvest conditions. We've got a drought in Kursk. We've got extreme winds in Volnia. That's not good. It could be worse. I shouldn't say that. I'm gonna knock on my desk really quickly, but it's not too bad. Guys, we're basically winning as Russia right now. Look at the figures here. 99% of our country is not currently starving. We're kind of in a golden age, right? I think this is what a golden age in Russia looks like prior to almost ever. I'm gonna go Soviet Union. I'm not gonna like pre-plan out like a route or anything, TC, with like Russia. I'm gonna kind of play the leaders as they go, play the country as it goes, adapt to events and kind of things we want to do. I'm gonna play like primarily I'm gonna be role playing as like the Tsar and like the spirit of the country a little bit. But I want to kind of do like more Tsar focused role play for Russia. So if we go that way, perhaps. So the widespread introduction of the atmosphere engine in the mining industry, productivity is at an all-time high. We gotta start building coal mines as well now. There are over 80,000 people who are writing literature in Siberia. Yeah, I think canonically, like 1/10 of people who are sent to Siberia somehow find a bunch of paper and start writing Russian novels in this time period. Nothing quite like the Siberian Gulag to find the brightest of culturally and food-deprived individuals to write good literature. All right, so atmosphere engines, we need to start building coal mines. I'd like to do that in Perm. Is there any state that actually has coal mining bonuses? I'm not going to pure metagame, but obviously there are certain mines that would be more attractive or certain ranges more attractive for buildings and stuff, so I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, in Tomsk. Have we integrated it yet? We have not. Let's start doing that. Coal mines even profitable? No. We'll have to wait until it integrates before we build anything there. In the meantime, I like how almost everybody currently living in Russia doesn't have the qualifications to work in a coal mine. How does that work? Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Misery does make great art. There is a real connection. There's no mods curse. There is a real connection between suffering and art and creativity. If you have ever lived as a human being, I think you know that's true. Lenin was exiled to Siberia one time as well. Yeah, a lot of like the famous Russians were. It was a very common way to just deal with any political figure or individuals you don't like or who were a problem or beginning to be a problem. The Gulag is the only way for Russian culture. Just look at the percentage of new ideas being written out in literature compared to population. It's all Siberia. Yeah, because that's where all the intellectuals, like leading figures, philosophers, scientists, anyone who like wasn't just like head forward, blinders on, doing what they were told, not thinking, you ended up getting sent to Siberia under the Empire and then under the Soviets, right? Like, they were very liberal of who they sent there. Would I ever do a Japan stream? Yeah, definitely. It's really interesting. All right, iron. We're building coal in Kiev. We're building the gold mines in the Urals. We're building textiles. You know, we probably could go a bit more aggressive with building. High taxes is the cornerstone of the Russian Empire. What's our quality of living like? It's steadily going down. Why is it going down? I have been building things. Most people aren't starving. I mean, how can you expect anything more than that, you know? What's up? Oh, how's it going, Scythe? Good to see you. Scythe, Siberia is big brain. Big brain, cold, but no food. Concentration of Western propaganda narrative is my staggering for me here. In regards to what specifically, Slate?
Hello.
Oh, there.
Come back with reports that our iron is finally cheap. So we'd like to redraw the trade agreement we have. This is the Prussian ambassador.
We wouldn't be interested in that. Let me take a look at my figures right now. How much are we currently making? Out of roleplay, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
I will say, Ambassador, we currently are seeing to our own situation in regards to the pig iron we're pulling out of the Urals. Are there any other goods that you currently... As always, we do look towards the west for manufactured products, given our own developing situation in that regard.
We could very much sell you maybe tools or even well, a small bit of steel, coal.
Out of roleplay, I literally have nothing I can use steel for, so... Yeah, you literally have no goods that are useful to us. I can't even, like, import steel from you, because there's no uses for it yet.
Yeah, I guess. Well, anyway, I also came here to maybe reduce the amount of wood that we are importing from Russia, since we don't need as much anymore. If that would be fine with the Russian Tsar.
As you like, I suppose. So, what's the current length of our agreement on the wood?
Current length is 16 months remaining. It was
We'd be happy to renegotiate after the end of the 16 months if you'd like to reduce it or do something else.
That's okay. That's fine with us. And maybe then you will find uses for steel.
I'm gonna out of roleplay not take that as shade.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Anything else, Ambassador? We heard that the British were sniffing around the situation in the east. Have you heard anything from London?
We haven't yet to spoke. We have yet to speak with London.
It's good to hear.
But we do find quite pleasing that the 24 points won the London conference.
We did pay a little bit of attention to that. It seems to be the status quo in the lowlands, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably preferable for everyone.
This is very interesting. London reports that America is trying to transfer Puerto Rico and Britain is helping Spain for...
Isn't that the AI?
Monopolizing logging camps. Yes, it is.
Holy shit.
Britain paid 35 infamy for the
Hold on.
monopolized logging camps.
There was a US player supposed to come, but he still hasn't showed up,
Yeah,
so
he's
holy
asking
shit.
When the whole hard joins are gonna come.
He is still joining? Let me look.
Yeah. He's asking me. He's a friend of mine.
Oh.
He's asking me.
We should probably do the hot join now then, if there's a giant war of his country. Yeah, Faye, are you up for the rehost right now? It's been around, I think we got 2 people want to join, and we probably should discuss the US war.
I just tuned back on stream. I was the guy supposed to join. I just saw this shit. What's going on?
Let's pull everyone into multiplayer real quick, Faye.
Yep.
Small nation.
All right, hello everybody. We're gonna do the the rehost right now. We're gonna be hot joining the US and then I think a Japan player. We also should probably have a discussion. There is gonna be a US player now, so I don't know if the AI was doing something.
Is it me or the other guy who's joining him?
They tried to transfer Puerto Rico from Spanish.
God damn it.
Oh. So here's the thing. I'm Ferdinand right now, and the Bourbons won in Spain. I'm quite an empowered Ferdinand, and maybe I have a word for that.
All right.
I'm actively trying to
Uh-oh.
I'm trying
Hold on,
to
guys. Let's keep noise down real quick. Faye, you got the rehost?
Yeah, I can leave the game and then rehost.
Sweet.
I
Get
have
the save.
Yep.
I would honestly not
I'm actively
recommend that.
trying.
Everybody, by the way, I don't know if it's still the case, but let's be safe. Everybody exit the desktop. Do not go to menu and rejoin. Everybody click the exit the desktop button and restart.
Just
Yeah, it's
restart.
no longer needed, but sure.
That may be the case, but I don't trust fucking Paradise games.
I'm actively trying to like not dismantle the U.S.
Yeah, well, you know how Paradox works? At least
Noel,
like,
you're
really-
showing a lot of patience there.
So wait, question.
Paradox works by like at least Victory works by fixing a problem and then creating with it a new one. So it's fine.
So is the US player here yet? I don't think not.
Not the original one, but the guy who owns the
Quip,
big
yeah.
player.
Okay.
Am I being too aggressive?
Arambe, I'm going
No,
to
by the way,
focus
you can be
right
as
now.
aggressive as you want. You're fucking Britain. Within, like, don't game ruin, but you're Britain, so you're supposed to swing your giant steel nutsack around, you know?
Yeah, that's fair, LRP. Britain was actually a very unhostile power. That's how they got their position.
True. Yeah. Were you being polite, Noel? Were your diplomats like not fucking being assholes to everyone? That is fail RP.
Out of RP, what I don't understand is Austria's treaty with getting a treaty port in India from Denmark and in return protecting them from me.
Did Austria protect Denmark?
I gotta say,
Excuse me. Can I please express the reasoning behind this?
You go for it, go ahead.
I needed access to some very important resources, and Denmark was ready to sell. And so my agreement runs for 5 years with Denmark. I think everybody's fine with my deal with Denmark.
Oh, you mean?
Right?
Oh, I thought you were just gonna fucking block me.
No, I said for now the status quo is beneficial.
Yeah, but
to
for
Vienna.
now could be like until 1875.
But you didn't care to check how long.
Also, Ozamate, it's fucking Austria. If they're gonna block you, that's also completely reasonable, right? Like, the German unification is dangerous for Austria. Yeah, it is. Like, 100%.
Ozamate, stop complaining. Play with the flow. You'll be fine. Don't worry.
No,
I gotta say, I'm now role playing Ferdinand, and some juicy shit is happening in Italy, and the Bourbon family actually won in Spain. Like,
Did they really? Wait, did the Carlos win?
No, the Carlos the Carlos lost.
No, the Carlos.
Oh, okay.
Britain and Spain. I want to negotiate a ceasefire in the Caribbean. There was
yeah.
Oh man.
nothing happened.
I wasn't complaining. I was just saying I didn't understand that.
We're not here of our own volition. We're here because they were attacked.
There was a rogue element in the U.S. Army that attacked Cuba.
The U.S.
They
third
came
column
out
strikes again.
to, like, you know, president hostage and tell me to go to war.
Is it Van Buren?
I just wanted to say the Belgium player should be here in about 15 minutes.
Fucking oof.
Yo,
That's
Belgium.
important.
Yo, Belgium, where are you, bro?
Can he make that 5 minutes? Because I don't know if we're gonna wait 15. I mean, I guess what we could do is could role play like a U.S. conference. We could give people time to role play, but that is a long time.
Or the Egyptian crisis.
That is a long time.
Is there a crisis in
So,
Egypt?
I want to ask.
There's about to
I
be.
want to.
Oh,
I
Well.
want to say, how do you rate my
British
Muhammad
politics
Ali?
is about to take a 180 in terms of nice.
No, I don't think
We're
he
about
can
to
make
fucking,
it.
like, back
Yeah, I don't think he can make it 5.
okay. We can wait for the 15. Like, out of role play, what's the situation with Egypt? Like, keep it very simple.
I'm probably gonna declare war on them in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Is anyone going out of role play, guys? If you're not a major, hold up for a second. Like, this is for France, Britain, and I guess us primarily. Are you guys going to intervene in that situation out of role play?
We're considering it.
France did
Okay.
say if
I
we
will,
are
yes.
the aggressor.
All right, we will too. So that probably does mean we need to do a conference.
Yes,
My deal with Egypt fell through, so I'm not taking any sides.
Like,
but
yeah, it was the AI. It was 70% of success.
How do we want to do this then?
Accept it. So
I mean,
Is this
Host a conference of Vienna or
is this full Congress of Vienna? Do you guys think, or do we want to keep this more simple?
no, because it's
this
the Middle
is the
East.
only Congress.
Yes, but the Eastern question like could warrant it. It'd be a little bit unusual.
I feel like
Yeah, but it's
I
a
feel
bit
like
early.
it shouldn't be a
It
Vienna
is.
conference. It should just be like a conference of its own. Like not everyone has to be there.
True. All right. So who will be actively? Don't just say it because you want to be in the role play. Who would actively intervene in Egypt if it comes to it in the Ottomans if it escalates?
Well, I said I would. So.
All right, France, we would as well.
I think it's France, Britain, and Russia that are the 3 main ones.
All right. Do we want to hop into
If there's a
VC or
conference,
we can do it?
Russia does request an ambassador to see.
Yo,
what is
I'd like to
happening.
oversee this as well, but also
What's the
first, can we
French
talk about
position
can
on
we talk about
Egypt
the
right there?
Spain, Britain thing?
All right. The way we're gonna do this then is we're gonna wait out of hold on. Let me speak for a second. We're gonna go ahead.
I clicked on Hungary.
We're gonna go in the stage channel. We'll put all the players who are relevant up on the stage. If you are there to talk, you can do that. If you want to hop into Never See and do roleplay with other people in the meantime, you can as well. Once that player joins and gets in the game for Belgium, we will start. So let's go ahead and do that.
Fuck, I clicked on Hungary and
Alrighty. I think these are all the relevant powers. So you said you're going to declare war in how long, Faye?
Probably about a month in game.
Okay. So at that point, all the the European powers would either have been notified or would have heard about it at this point because everyone's paying attention. So how do we want to roleplay this? Like, is everyone just kind of showing up on the spot, or do you want to how do you want to do this for the Ottomans?
I would personally like to have an opening statement and then have the roleplay go from there.
Okay, so we'll say perhaps that there are ambassadors from Britain, France, and Russia in Constantinople, right? That makes sense, I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Today, the Ottoman Empire has decided to intervene within Egypt once and for all. The Egyptian state and Muhammad Ali has been trying to gain power over the Ottoman Empire and has trying to break free from our enshrined right to control the Egyptian nation, which has been in effect for over 400 years, or almost 400 years. Our nation and Egypt have long been together, and now the Egyptians, and specifically Muhammad Ali, threaten to betray and overtake that. We do not wish for Egypt to cease to exist before anyone wishes to place that within us. We simply wish to regain our lost territories and return Egypt to its rightful place as a subject of the Ottoman Empire in all manners. We have heard tell that the French are planning to intervene in Ottoman internal matters with our subjects, and we ask them to refrain. The Ottoman Empire would never intervene within French internal matters, and it should not be considered as a it should not be considered as a norm to be involved in such a way. We hope that the rest of the world can, and specifically diplomats from Russia and Britain, can see the danger behind this precedent of the Ottoman Empire attempting, of the French attempting to consolidate control over Egypt, and we hope that the world can see what is happening here, and we hope that the world can act together in unity to stop any undue actions against the Ottoman Empire. We open the floor to other people, other diplomats, to communicate their perspectives, and we will let everyone speak. And we hope that this can go diplomatically and freely without any arguments, and we hope that our perspective can be thought of as well as everyone else's perspective can be thought of equally within this meeting.
Well, I will be taking the floor, certainly. It is a very bold claim of the Ottoman Empire to say that we are meddling with your internal affairs when it is just exactly what we agreed upon, that we would keep everything status quo, and you have meddled with our affairs. This is very bad, as I have told you, for France, for this war to happen, and you have no regard for any of that, and that is why we are intervening, and we will be considering that Egypt has every right to defend itself, and we do believe that the Ottomans are overstepping their boundaries as of right now, and certainly with the French as well. And I hope that you understand that this is not only an insult to the French, but also complete overextension of any of your powers in your own empire and that of Egypt as well. And I do support Egypt if they wish to have independence from you, because this is...
we are curious as to why the French are involved in this situation to begin with, given it's an internal matter of the Ottoman Empire.
Well, that is between me and the Ottomans, mainly, as we have had an agreement that there would be no war in the Middle East to keep peace in
it's not a war, it's an internal civil matter.
It is not an internal civil matter because Egypt has been supported by France to for no invasion in their lands, and it is clear where their borders are, and it is clear that they have their own.
Do other European states need to be concerned about France supporting internal rebel groups as well?
It's not an internal rebel group. We do not see it that way. You can see it that way, but we have recognized the Egyptians as their own nation, still under your rightful leadership, but not.
We are curious as to what the British outlook on this matter is.
We, the British ambassador representing the Crown, Queen Victoria of Hanover, are here representing the interests of the Britons and express sympathies for the Ottoman realm and their quarrels with their territories of the Orient, the Near East, and the Balkans. We condemn any intervention that would impede upon the sovereignty of the Ottoman state, that would thwart peace in the region, which would be ruinous for the economic prosperity of all within the East. The British Crown has expressed maintaining the status quo, but furthermore condemns the support by outside powers that would place a finger on the scales that would jeopardize peace in the region. Other powers seek to influence or otherwise militarily support this internal revolt. The British Crown will feel compelled to lend support to the Ottoman state.
I would also like to send my formal greetings of His Imperial Majesty and state that this matter is an internal one. There has been a general status quo following the Congress of Vienna and the enormous effort put forward by the Austrian state and Metternich in order to give us a Europe that is not liberal and is no longer beneath the flames of rebellion. The Egyptian matter, as it concerns the Russian, is an internal one, and it should be dealt with internally by the Ottoman Empire. We will not be involved if any other power is not involved, and we look with great concern towards France and their newfound policy of internal support for dissident groups. It is rather concerning to the Russian Empire.
We would like to state our concern towards the French statements as well. We were sure of their position against us within this internal matter, which is why we declared the conference. However, we were surprised to hear that they viewed it as an external matter. Would they view intervening within Austria and Hungary as such, or Russia and Finland as such?
The question is not about the Austrian Empire. I would like you to refrain from making comments on my empire, please. That was a very strongly worded warning to the Ottomans.
We merely are making a point that the French comments on the legitimacy of subjects puts into mind the relationship between certain other nations and their own subjects, and we would not like the French to intervene in matters such as that. So why is the Egypt question even a question?
Perhaps they simply seek guarantees for the good Christian populace.
This is a very different topic. Let us refrain from talking about anything other than this current situation with the Egyptians and the aggressor.
Do we truly want to set a precedent like Muhammad Ali in Europe?
A nationalist figure, for sure. A figure who wishes for his own... a people who wishes for the independence of a nation that hasn't had independence in few years. The equivalence could be to such as Poland.
We would caution the Ottoman ambassador to refrain from comments relating to the Russian provinces in the West.
If the Egyptians were allowed to gain independence, it would surely open a rabbit hole that we cannot allow as European powers.
These statements are simply false. They have no relation to any other regions in Europe or Europe. This is the
I would
Middle
like
East.
to remind this Congress that the European powers of present have previously engaged with the Ottoman Empire in the protection of the Greek people in recent years. Do we, the European powers, feel the need for another expedition to rescue the Egyptian people? Is this really within our terms of priorities?
Greece was a great victory. Do we really need anything beyond that?
If this is truly an internal matter, then perhaps it would be for the best benefit to ensure the greatest possible outcome is by allowing the Ottomans to simply work the matter out themselves.
We are glad that the Russians and the British see the same perspective as us, and we hope that the French can see it fit to not escalate this into a global conflict over something that is an internal matter.
The issue is not that of France, it is that I have told you that it should, and I believe Great Britain has sided on this as well, to keep it status quo, and you have not been able to do so.
What does the hold on? What does the French regard as the status quo in the opinion of their king?
The status quo would be to maintain their current order over Egypt, but not to invade and press more with more control over the Egyptians.
The lands from Palestine and Syria were taken recently in Muhammad Ali's conquest. Are they really the status quo to you?
That is not the status quo that I'm speaking of. They are also speaking of more control over the Egyptians and to get rid of Muhammad Ali, which I cannot.
Again, a recent change.
It is oppression.
We again do find it very troubling that internal matters and internal dissident rebels are being given support of sovereign countries in Europe.
They are not rebels. We have recognized Muhammad Ali and Egypt as a nation.
If the Occitanian provinces in the south were to rise up and declare a semi-sovereign state and France and other powers were to give aid, would you not be offended?
Would stand. Von Metternich would stand and calm everybody down for a second. It seems to me that we are speaking of hypotheticals and of positions none of us are really willing to enforce. I suggest that the consensus of this meeting is that the Ottomans may deal this as an internal matter. The question of independence of peoples is not of our time, and it seems that Egypt has been controlled by Constantinople, and perhaps it is just putting down a rebellion, nothing more.
Well, that is a very unwise statement right there, my friend. That is not what they are planning to do, and they have said so themselves. How could you claim that?
It is exactly what we are planning to do.
Put down the rebels and enforce more.
The representative of our brother in Vienna speaks wise words. It seems to me that this is the logical course of action that does not set dangerous precedents.
And
that is
the consensus was reached by most individuals. We just hope that the French can acquiesce.
I suppose then the question is how far the French are willing to go for their position. We do not wish to humiliate the French in any regard, but it seems that there is overwhelming support for this to be an internal matter.
Well, if it is, then if you all claim that it is an internal matter, I have no.
We have no quarrels with
to accept that. However, I do not agree with any of this, and I do believe that Egypt is being oppressed right now, and these are not simply rebels being put down, and it is not simply an internal matter. But if this is how all of us agree that see it differently, then France will have to refrain.
We simply wish to preclude another Greece situation from emerging in the region.
Out of roleplay, really quickly, by the way, is the U.S. player joining?
We're in. I think everybody's in.
Oh yeah, he is. Okay. Do we want to go ahead and get started then?
Yep.
Weren't we waiting for the Belgian player?
Belgium joined.
He's here? Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
I think everybody's here.
Yep.
All right.
So back in roleplay, the terms agreed here then are this is an internal matter with the Ottomans, and all major European powers will stay out of the matter directly.
Will the British Crown abstains from the matter?
I would caution the Ottomans to exercise some caution in the extent of lands they take. But apart from that, I abstain.
We are glad that Europe can agree with us in the end.
Well, France does not concur with any of the statements made, and they see it as oppression, and they do support the independence of Egypt, but they will not intervene.
Very well.
That is all we ask.
It seems the matter is settled.
Okay.
How to roleplay as well? Do we want to roleplay the US situation, or does let me call the US player up here. How do we want to handle that?
Okay, honestly, if I wouldn't be bothered, I would get someone to tag to Spain and then just get them to wipe peace when the war starts immediately. Because I don't want to fucking wipe. I don't want to like RP some shit that wasn't done by me.
Noel, are you okay with that?
Down to the white piece.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that's like better. Because I this is not what I'd be doing if I was playing the US.
Yeah, once the war starts, just tell me. I'll pause, and then you can
Yeah, it's,
switch
like,
to
about to
Spain
start.
and then switch back to the US.
Yeah.
Or you could just, get the humiliation. You lose some
Yeah, but
prestige.
I don't want to get the humiliation.
You know what? Let's just stay in the VC until the war starts.
Yeah.
And then
Let's not fuck over the US player when he's starting out. It can be a bit rough, you know.
I mean, we're willing to back off a bit.
I'm unpausing, and we're just gonna see. We're just gonna go until the play starts, and then we can white peace.
Yeah, Britain.
Somebody.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll switch to Spain, and then I'll switch back to the Ottomans.
As long as you're not taking Puerto Rico, then we'll back off.
I'm not. I wouldn't be doing this. Don't worry.
At least not yet taking Puerto Rico. You can take Puerto Rico.
No, don't say my secrets. Don't say it. Sorry, my microphone's not picking up anything. I don't know. Weird.
I hear you very well.
No, you didn't hear me shushing. I don't think. Except a bit.
So in 10 days, I will just switch to the Spanish, and then I will wipe the war.
Puerto Rico is rightfully American.
Very American.
Cuba is mine. I'm taking Madrid.
Oh god, and then Dominican Republic just existed.
Dominican Republic.
Thank Allah for the Russian Empire.
I just see Dominican Republic.
Shut up, Ottomans.
Okay, there we are. Pause the game. Yeah. Oh yeah, Dominican Republic. It's the US-backed rebellion.
Oh, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's just historically it was. It was funny.
Except that.
Yep.
Oh god, Spain is not in a good state. Oh god.
It's fucking pain in this time period. Like Jesus Christ.
It's whenever it's what happens when you go against the US, you know.
I think I could actually just capitulate and like nothing happens.
You just hit accept. It's fine.
Hit accept.
Yeah, just hit accept.
And Portugal needs to hit accept as well.
You also formed a grand alliance, by the way, USA. I don't know what's up with that. Liberia and the Indian territories are in there.
Yeah, they're my puppets. I'll just change the name of it.
I will make the Portuguese AI also.
I'll change the name of it to some LARP. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do.
Cornelius Vanderbilt is shaking up history here.
Alright, just go back to your nation and unpause the game and everything will be fine.
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and continue. So hop into VCs. We'll keep the game going.
Okay.
Hopefully this works.
If it doesn't work, I'll just
All right, so that went pretty well. We got exactly what we wanted, which is status quo, internal matter, and we're going to give them a little bit of support there as well, but that's obviously not a public alliance or anything. We're going to give them support. Basically, right now, we want the Ottomans not to be so weak powers can walk on them. We want to kind of keep the status quo. Nikolai, as well, like in history and me, playing him, I don't want to take more territory from the Ottomans. I want to keep the present situation. I want to put pressure on the Balkans, but that's kind of secondary to the Caucasus. We're still close with Austria. We want to probably maintain with Ottomans, maybe get a little bit closer. We want to basically get them neutral. We don't want them to fully return to their power, right? But we want to keep them not aligned with the Western countries like France and Britain, and we want to give them a bit more power to be able to push away an external influence. I'm going to basically support them keeping Egypt as a puppet, and I'm going to kind of like, explicitly or implicitly let them take territory up to Sinai in terms of like the Russian position. So we want them stronger, but we don't want them too strong.
Well, I tried as Mohammed. How do you rate that?
Is what it is. It was going to go this way regardless.
I convinced friends, but like the Austrian player basically just said, like, if they agree to this 70% deal, I'm in. But they're like, the AI is not working with me. So unfortunate. And I guess I'm going to be Ferdinand and the Bourbons now because, holy God, Spain and two Sicilies, Jesus Christ. Well, we'll see. Do you want me to roleplay as anybody else, or?
No, you're good. I'm gonna do a little bit of ranting, and then I'm gonna try to figure out my country real quick. I keep getting into RP. One of our fortresses in the steppes of Kierzy, the Kazakh rebels again. Do more resource. I don't do bureaucracy. We'll do that. Pricey, what'd you say earlier? Paradox lobby sim, true. There's a message from earlier. Let me go find it. What's up, Nico? What's up, Panda? Where is it? What was the message from earlier? I'm not seeing it. I don't know if it showed up. Devious, what were you replying to? I don't see that. Oh, from hearing. Can you still hear people, by the way, in VC, like when they're talking? Because I changed the volume settings a bunch to hopefully be able to hear more. One of the players are at low volume. Yeah, everyone, like, it's always an issue, like, with Discord. I always put people at, like, 200% volume, but sometimes you just can't hear them, which is very annoying. Do you remember which player you couldn't hear well? Let me check the volume settings. I think I've got everybody at 200%. Probably Britain, right? Noel, I played, like, an RP with him a lot, and his mic is always so fucking low. Ottomans, really? I've got them at 200%, so I'll ask her to speak up when she's talking again. Yell into the mic. Appreciate it. Like I said, I'm back to streaming for the first time in a while, so the volume settings may be a bit weird. Apologies for that. I will get it sorted as we continue. But yeah, we got mostly what we want with the Ottomans. So at this point, we're building gold, we're building textiles, we're building coal mines. We're going to get atmospheric pumps going on all of our iron mines. That should solve that situation for us. I don't want to like full industrialize because it's not what Russia and Nikolai at this point would really be doing. Like some of his finance ministers did do like some early modernization and some early kind of industrialization, but I won't like hard go into it for RP reasons. Coffee imports would be very useful for us. Same with tea. We did have ongoing trade, like the tea fur trade with the Qing, so let me see if I can draft a treaty with the AI really quickly. Yeah, they have plenty of tea. Go for that. Any other goods we want to pull from them? Probably some dyes as well. A little bit of Chinese furniture as well. 10,000. Hello there.
This is an ambassador here to announce the arrival of our new Kaiser, since the old one has unfortunately passed away.
Ah, my deepest condolences for the death of the previous, I suppose, my father-in-law. A great man.
Yeah.
A true monarch of Europe. Very sad to hear of the death of my brother.
Now, his father told him a lot about Russia, so he does want to see the Russian winter. That's why he's coming in November.
The Russian winter.
He also doesn't want to, you know, experience the full force of it. So he's coming this November, on November 15th.
I will have to find you a fine warm coat to keep you warm here. It is November. This is not the deep winters of our country, but you will find it quite unaccommodating to your dramatic tastes, I think. My wife, when she moved here, had a rather tough time acclimating, but we'll have you properly furbished.
I do have to warn you, he is a bit of a reserved character.
Take a look.
He's very careful as well of what he says.
Frederick Wilhelm, Armed Forces
And
Royalist.
here he is.
Sorry to interrupt. The Montenegrins have stabbed the Ottoman Empire in the back and joined on the Egyptian side. We request Russian permission to punish them accordingly.
We would be appreciative if you simply hold their army at bay and do not go about pillaging their lands, but we understand if they are too much of a nuisance to be dealt with. But of course, the Orthodox Christians within Montenegro will be given full leave to not be obviously slaughtered by your armies, I hope.
The Ottoman Empire has recently relaxed our religious rules. We
Good.
have enacted a policy of less lessened extreme religious policies. And we hope the Russians can see this.
We understand that this is the choice of the Montenegrin government, and obviously not an aggressive move on behalf of the Ottomans, so we understand. We just hope that you give them proper accommodation befitting.
We will not pillage the Montenegrin lands, despite them having pillaged ours for decades.
Well, I don't think it's in any of our interests here to rehash the history of the Balkans.
They continue to do so, though.
You are confident in your war of the Egyptians, I hope?
We are.
Good. As I said, the Montenegrin matter is out of our hands, and we do hope that the supplies that are being sent across the Black Sea will give you the necessary strength to deal with Muhammad Ali.
We are glad that the Russians have came to our diplomatic aid, and we appreciate the Russians for their other kinds of support as well.
If you require any other goods, grain to feed your soldiers, or timber to construct barricades, anything of the sort, do not hesitate to ask.
We will not be afraid to
Oh my
ask
god,
it.
21 offense, Faye, what are you doing?
Hey! No, I got poor visibility, it's fine.
Okay.
It's like 27v27, but
Okay,
I
yeah.
got unlucky on the roll, alright?
Vic 3 dice rolls. Let's go.
My king is reserved, but he did arrive Russia before we got.
Of course. I hope the matter then will be dealt with promptly, and you will find yourself in Cairo shortly.
As do we.
Oh yeah, Triple Tanny is getting smacked. Nice.
Yeah.
I apologize, my brother. You are still. I hope you are finding your accommodations befitting in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, this is a very nice coat.
It is the finest furs from the Far East. Siberia is a strange land, but it does have its benefits. What is the state of the Germanic princedoms and the Zulvern?
Right now, we are doing very well, actually. We have invented new ways to mine iron. And
To mine iron?
we've also invested into standardizing some sort of food for our citizens in the hungry 40s. These hungry times require even the state to step in.
We are
To the people
facing some rather severe potato famines at the moment in the southern Ukrainian provinces. Are you facing similar food shortages in the Germanic kingdoms?
Well, there are a shortage of groceries, but grain is okay right now. Since we have standardized it.
It's good
But
to
we
hear.
do not prioritize our citizens over profits, so we are still building mines over farms, since we are industrializing.
It's good to hear.
Now, the reason I came here was mostly to see how Russia was doing. Because my father, well, we shared a lot of views. I also have different opinions. I just never said what to him because I am
Brothers of the Holy
not
Alliance.
that direct.
Well, greetings.
Yeah,
I-
this is.
You're most welcome in
when
St. Petersburg, Ambassador.
the two Kaisers and the Tsar meet.
Thank you.
Glad to see an ambassador.
Your Imperial Majesty. I have just been openly threatened by the Piemontese of all people.
The Sardinians?
And yes. And I would like to make this public matter. I've shared this information with you. It's the grossest of provocations. The king of Sardinia Piedmont claimed that he was only informing me that people were calling for the unification of Italian lands, and said that he found those notions foolish, but then went on to say that he could very well imagine a day where he would rule all Italian lands. So I have very deep mistrust for
Arrogant!
Turin.
An arrogant man.
So this man is to be treated with the utmost caution, and I wish to warn you that I reserve the right of marching on this impudent little weasel if he continues to press such claims.
Now, the Prussian state does have a question about this. So the Austrian Empire considers it to have Italian lands, or are they Austrian lands? Because he
They're
might have meant.
Austrian.
Yeah.
There absolutely
why-
are Austrian.
Does Austria have like a thing against Italy forming if it doesn't threaten its own lands, or is it just if it threatens its own territory border?
Notions of nationalism are foreign to the imperial crown of Austria, and I recognize only the borders which were drawn by our divine right of kings.
You're here. In regards to the
Does that answer
Sardinian
your
matter,
question?
to speak with such arrogance, do they have support from other European powers, or is this solely their own arrogance?
It seems to me that it is their own arrogance, hence because I sent my own ambassadors to Turin saying Vienna was open to renewed diplomatic relations between our two nations, and I was welcomed with, I claim all of your land, which seems...
Did he put it in those words?
counterproductive. Pretty much, yes.
Absurd.
Well, not all of my lands, but you understand my meaning.
Of course. You do hold sway in territories of the old Italian principalities, but that's a settled matter. It seems to me as though there is no need for concern if other powers are not to get involved. It is a strange thing to see Italian princedom acting such. But rest assured, if there is any escalation of any form, you have the backing of our Imperial Majesty.
You also have the diplomatic backing, at least for the time being, of Prussia. But I don't think you do need the support of military troops in Italy, since Austria is far greater power than Sardinia, if I am not mistaken.
I agree with you, Ambassador.
I'm the Kaiser. I traveled to Russia.
He is visiting me here.
Yeah.
Very well. I
been cut off 2 times now.
I agree with you, Your Majesty. I was sent here to St. Petersburg to relay the boldness of this Italian prince, for I will not recognize him as a peer.
Nor I. We are glad that you came to us with us, and we will give you our full support in any regard to the Sardinian question.
Very well.
We did wish to.
Oh my,
You
I was-
said
yo, out of RP, you were asking me if there was disease outbreaks. Look at Germany. It's
How bad
literally
is
all
it?
of German
Is it like all of Europe now, or let me see? No, it's not too
Yo,
bad.
look, it's basically
Silesia. Yeah, it's
No, just
mainly
look at
it's
it.
Germany, Yugoslavia, Anatolia, mainly. Holy shit, Ozimate! 78% of Brandenburg is starving.
Yeah, I know.
My brother in Christ.
Speaking of starving, do you guys see what coup just happened in the Americans?
Yeah, the Spanish will not refrain from that.
The Reds are in charge.
What?
Where?
I've spawned in, and there was a trade unionist coup starting in America when I first started.
Yeah,
From the fucking AI?
yeah, they could me.
Oh my god. What?
I think
1.5% clout. How did that happen?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what happened. I genuinely don't know how they weren't even passing any laws. I don't know what happened.
They couldn't have won the election.
They didn't win the election. They weren't even in power. They just
They cooed.
There was a my current leader. He's the general. He was a general. He's not a general anymore. But he was the general who was a trade unionist general that decided to like, what's the word? He decided to.
What the
I guess.
fuck?
My coup. It just told me the coup failed, even though it succeeded. I don't know what happened, honestly.
When's your next election? 44?
I don't think it matters. I still won't be able to reform government. But I just have no clout for the thing.
The election should change it though, right?
No. You still can't reform government.
Oh, because we don't have better politics on.
Okay,
I'm so used to it.
Could we perchance clear so I can talk to Russia? Because I've been cut off 3 times now.
Yeah, sorry. I just thought no.
That's
the,
wild.
The American.
Honestly, I did want to do some RP of Austria though, because he was doing another thing. And he was waiting.
I thought we finished with it. Oh well. Alright.
I think there was a thing Hamu wanted to speak with me
Yeah,
about.
we did want to have a talk with you. So if you're up for that.
Yeah.
I'll leave the room until then.
Thank you,
If
Ozimate.
you want to talk with Spain, I'm
I'm gonna remain in the VC
because I think
out of RP.
Sounds good. Ambassador, we're sorry to hear about the Sardinia situation, but we did want to have a talk with you concerning, now that the Egyptian situation is in a more eased point despite the war. What are your concerns regarding the Eastern question? We haven't had a chance to speak on that for quite some time.
I've made my position clear to the British government that while the Ottomans are a balancing power in the region, in some aspects, it is also a destabilizing one and a potential hotbed of further crises, and have made some gains in the protection of the Christian populations within the Ottoman Empire in the eyes of Britain. I had warned Egypt of the Ottomans of overextension, and have suggested to the British that Crete be placed under Ionian administration to reduce the possibility of one more crisis popping up in the region.
As an independent state or beneath the Kingdom of Greece?
As a region of the Ionian Islands, with it has proven to be a competent administration of these islands, and extending their mandates over Crete seems a reasonable arrangement.
What was the position of the Ottomans on that?
I believe they will be informed by the British ambassador.
I see. That's not been discussed yet. Given
I don't
the
believe they have much of a
accommodation
choice.
of the great powers in regards to Egypt, I think assuming that the support maintains for the obviously defeated Muhammad Ali and the return of the Egyptian lands to the Ottomans. Russia would support this as well. There are many Christians in Crete as well, and we would like to see them given their sovereign right to practice the religion of their birth.
I,
The question of
political moments they've returned.
The Ionian administration is, as you'd imagine, quite close to the government in Athens, and I don't expect Britain will resist, considering its own close relationship with Athens, will resist any further cooperation between the Ionian Islands and the Greek mainland. And so I expect a smooth transition for Crete might be attained that way, with significant gains for our allies in the future.
We are in full accordance then on this. We are very glad to see that you continue to push for the rights of Christians within the Southern Balkan region.
Vienna continues to push for peaceful resolutions of conflict in Europe, and if we may prevent conflict, Vienna will continue to do so.
That does bring us to the matter of France. The Citizen King, as he proclaims himself, is a rather worrying figure to the Russian Empire.
Tell me more.
His involvement in internal matters in Egypt is not in proper accordance with the dignity of a sovereign European monarch. That is not to pretend that Europe does not have a long history of involving itself in the internal affairs of other countries, but we do find the post-war Congress of Vienna sentiment in Europe to be much to our liking, and as always do find great thanks to the Austrian Empire in orchestrating it. But with Napoleon gone and the French now finding their footing, he is pursuing matters that does suggest a rather hawkish outlook in Europe, and we do wish to see the status quo maintained, as I hope you do in Vienna as well.
My qualms with the French government are, at the moment, inexistent. I did not wish that they had stirred trouble over the Egyptian matter, but will not condemn them for it.
Certainly not, nor do we wish to condemn or take any active action. It is just a matter that does concern us.
Well, should the French government be further emboldened in the matters of our great continent, then we will see which actions need be taken. But at the moment, crisis has been averted, and further tensions will not be stirred.
No, nor from I. But we are concerned about the matter. We do not wish for anything to come of this conversation. It is always a good matter of state to speak with one's close friends and the representative of my brother in Vienna regarding such matters. We cannot let it fester without at least some manner of discussion. There's nothing to be done at this time. We just wish to see the sentiments of His Highness on the matter.
Well, you have our position.
You do indeed. I also do wish to bring another matter to attention, which is the question of Denmark and the Convention of Prague. We do find Prussia, now with the death of my father-in-law, to, as always, be a good friend and a fellow member of the Holy Alliance, but we are curious what your opinion is of the Risendal-Varen, the common market of Germanic princedoms, and now the question of Schleswig-Holstein, which I must say I've received many ambassadors from the Prussian regarding it.
I have myself received quite a few. My concern with Schleswig-Holstein is, as with Egypt, further crises must be averted. And at the current moment, Vienna entertains good relations with Denmark on account of its profitable trade from its colonies, which gives Austria some access to some very valuable luxury goods, which it did not reach before.
So it's primarily an economic matter then.
Yes. At
Good.
the moment, Austria prefers and benefits from the status quo.
We are in full agreement on this matter.
Very
However,
well.
again, it is like France. There's nothing to be done at the moment, but a conversation is good to be had here. I do suspect that in the near future, there will be, how shall I put it, more questions of the Prussian situation in the Germanic princedoms, and we do not wish to be involved directly. It's a matter for you as well as the Prussian kingdom, but it is a matter that can quickly become a flashpoint.
Let it be known that Austria will seek to renew its agreement with Denmark as long as it is willing to continue this very beneficial trade for Austria.
Ah, I see. A wise course of action. In that case, that is concerns most of the matters. Lastly, I've received many repeated messages and reports from my finance minister who wished to speak about ongoing trade between Austria and Russia. Out of roleplay, let me check really quickly. Historically, you were a major trading partner of Russia, correct?
Maybe. Probably.
Probably. Yeah. I can't find any fucking tobacco. Holy shit. Okay, never mind.
I have just had my first access to tobacco myself through this Danish commerce I was talking about.
I have sent ambassadors to the United States, to Mexico, to Brazil, and no one will sell me their tobacco. But regardless, would we be able to perhaps assist you in your ongoing lumber deficit? It's a trivial matter, but
the Austrian economy is doing quite well at the moment, and would not wish to destabilize it with large quantities of imports, which I would imagine the Russian state can export. At this moment, we're in a period of transition, but I will not exclude trade with the Russian Empire, but not quite yet.
I understand. We'll leave it to the hands of merchants and so forth. I was simply worried as to the development of Austria. The post-war period has allowed many countries to recover, but we do know our own strengths and wish to offer them to you if it was necessary. But we're glad to hear that you are self-sufficient. In that case, there's no other matter we wish to speak to. It was primarily the Egyptian question, our worries of the King of France, and the Danish question. We are very happy to hear that things are, as you said, the status quo.
Very well. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your... Send your regards to my brother in Vienna.
Very well. Goodbye.
An update upon the war for the Russian Tsar.
You seem to be doing quite well.
We have broken the Egyptian lions, and we will be within the capital in a matter of months.
Got your offense over 30. Very good to see.
Hey! It's been over 30 the entire war. We suffered some losses at certain points, but that's because of not Ottoman incompetence at all.
We hope that the Russian guns and artillery are supporting your lines.
They have been a major deciding factor within this war, and we appreciate the Russian Empire to know.
Wonderful. We are glad that the Egyptian question has come to a very, very good conclusion. We were quite worried regarding the French, but we're glad to see it has been dealt with. I will, of course, when you return home, send you a gift of some fine Russian vodka. I do not know if your Sultan, well...
We do not drink.
Of course not. Of course. Regardless, I will send a few bottles just in case he wishes to place them on display.
We appreciate that, and we're sure we'll find some use for them.
There's always a fine cellar or a mantle to place them on if you do not find them emptied too soon. We wish you a safe return to the Grand Port.
And we are forever grateful for the Russian aid.
Azumit, do you want to continue RP? Sorry about that. I didn't want to speak with Austria.
I do.
I haven't had a chance to speak with him yet. But...
Alright. I swear, bro, if someone comes in.
Dude, it's always like this in fucking roleplay games. You know how it is.
Yeah. Alright. Hold on, let me get my RP. Where were we? Exactly?
I think I just given you a warm fur coat, even though it's January now. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you? Besides a visit to
I was gonna say to the Tsar. Back to RP. So.
God damn it.
What I came here for is not only to visit Russia and see its winter, but also ask about its situation with Poland, its opinion about matters in Europe like France, Denmark, Austria, and of course Egypt.
Well, I can't go about giving you the entire foreign policy position of the Russian Empire, but
Yes,
the Poland
of course.
situation is being dealt with. After the uprising, a decade past, we are in full swing of bringing proper order to the Polish provinces. I assume you are doing the same in your eastern ones as well.
Yes, of course.
We do find major concern with the French position in Egypt, but despite their rather, shall we say, I don't know how quite to put it, but a monarch not befitting his status in
Interventionist
Paris. No, I was rather speaking to the dignity of their king. France has had a long history of great dynasties, and they find themselves now lacking such. But regardless, we are worried about their aggressive position in Egypt, and if that will go elsewhere in Europe. Beyond that, we are very happy to see the status quo in full effect. I hope it is the same for you.
I mean, in Egypt, I mean, we are just... Honestly, we couldn't care less about the
An
Middle
honest
East.
position. I respect it.
But we have matters in Denmark, which I wanted to focus on with you.
Yes, the matter of Schleswig-Holstein.
Yes. Now, the German army isn't yet prepared for any war with a major power. I mean, it can execute it if forced to, but it isn't
I
prepared
hope
to
you are not
take out
speaking with
aggressive-
our fellow brothers of the Holy Alliance.
No, I'm
Good.
just saying that they are guaranteeing that Denmark's independence, which I do not know what they consider Denmark. They said they like the status quo.
I
What?
can actually give you some illumination into the matter. It seems that many of our peoples now find themselves rather drawn to the to tobacco. I myself have a pipe, though I don't smoke it in public, but as a fellow brother, I will be honest with you, it's a rather nice substance. It makes a fine evening of work go quite quickly. The common people have taken a liking to tobacco. I'm sure it's the same in Prussia as in Russia. And the Austrians
Yes.
found course to gain importation of the tobacco from the Danes. And it's an economic situation with them, primarily. It seems that many of the American countries are not interested in trade for such luxury goods.
I mean, I quite find that I can import from America to my people in Britain.
Ah, perhaps our ambassadors are less interested in. Regardless.
So I was more looking towards the Russian opinion about this matter. Just a close
Neutrality, I suppose, more than anything else. As I said before, we will give you our diplomatic support regarding Schleswig-Holstein. We understand your position of wanting those Germanic states to be free of Denmark, but we also must give proper respect, I hope you would understand, towards Vienna on this matter.
Yes, of course, I would understand. But, I mean, that would be all, because, I didn't trust my father, even though he was very direct. So I just wanted to get the real opinion of the Russian Tsar.
I will say,
And
to
be
a fellow
fresh.
monarch of your distinction, and for my respect for your father, you can only speak Kennedy with me in private company. I think monarchs such as ourselves always lack opportunity to speak frankly on such matters, and, well, we will be honest with each other, yes.
Yes, I feel like us in Austria must maintain firm hand over rule of the people, over
A shepherd must guide their flock.
autocracy. Yes, of course. Alright, that would be all. I will check Moscow and the Kremlin out and head my way back to Berlin. Once,
Given
Southeast-
your visit here is of such great distinction, I have seen fit to give you a gift on your way home. A fine Fabergé egg of a craftsman in St. Petersburg to give to your wife. I assume you are married, of course.
Yes, I already have a son, actually. I have Prince
Congratulations.
Sigismund von Hohenzollern.
Sigismund. An interesting
Yes.
name, to be sure. You Dramatics have such consistent naming traditions.
Yes, of course. Out of our people, what did you say? What are you giving to me?
A Fabergé egg. I think they were being made in this time period. They're like these really...
No idea what that is.
Take a look online. Fabergé egg. They're like, it's like basically made of jewelry and like fine craftsman, like stones and stuff like that. It's like an artisan good. They make these like, they kind of look like eggs and they're gilded with like jewels and gold.
Oh, yeah.
They're very valuable. They're very fancy. It was like a prestige item of like noble houses and like Russian monarchs and nobility.
Yeah, we are really happy to have met
Wonderful.
a ruler of yourself.
We'll take it
of your
home
kind.
with our kindest regards to your house and great respect for our fellow brother.
Yes. Goodbye.
Farewell. Alrighty, folks. Got a minute here to finally, actually, according to Wikipedia, they start being made in the 1880s under Alexander III. God damn it. Alright, well, in this timeline, this is like one of the first ones made. How about that? I was a little uncertain because I knew it was in the 1800s. I thought it might have been a bit later, but we'll roll with it. They are quite beautiful. If you haven't ever looked up a Fabergé egg, go ahead. There's like a Wikipedia article. There's pictures of them. They're quite pretty. They were like a kind of prestige artisan good the Russians made. They started in Russia, right, Draconir? I think it started in Russia. All right, so given the situation, I don't want to start a war immediately in the steppes. We're probably going to do that pretty soon. We're only 6 years into the game, but a fair amount of time has passed. Ottomans and Egypt is going exactly how we wanted it to. I didn't want anything constructive from Austria, but I do want to speak with them about things because, like, again, we're frenemies. They're one of probably the like most important like connections we have in Europe in this time period, especially since Metternich is still around. So I'm glad that we got to do that. Looking at the economy, we're looking quite good. I did have to start just building my own plantations, but the US, I guess, doesn't want to import anything, but they're okay with doing exports, which, yeah, I guess that works. Tools is gonna be our next big problem. We need to start building steel mills so we can actually get a proper amount of tools. The question is there going to be anyone in all the Russian Empire who can actually work a steel mill? And apparently there are actually some in Kiev. So we're going to build 2 steel mills there. In this university, they started that jewelry very early. In this university, yeah, exactly, Draconir. The House of Fabergé was founded in 1842, which is the current year. This is like the first one they made, I guess. So we promoted them to a Russian aristocratic family for their work. Jeff, if you're here to roleplay, man, would you give me a little bit? Because I want to like actually like chat a bit, and I want to look.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate it.
I'll be back. Give me 10 minutes.
All right, so what's the current state of our country? Economy's doing pretty well. I'd like it to be going up quicker, but I'm not doing full industrialization, so it's fine. We built most of those mines. Our big problem now is infrastructure. We are finally getting railways done. We got mechanical tools, we got lathes, we got the atmospheric engine. Railways will let us deal with our ongoing infrastructure problems, which, let's see, which one of them actually... actually got infrastructure somehow. Interesting. Probably because of population growth, I think, because population growth at like a really inefficient percentage does give infrastructure. I think that's what's going on. What's up, Bird? How are you doing? House of Fabergé is named after the family's jewelry firm, not a noble house, but in this game, yes, they have been ennobled because of they made a cool egg once. Yeah, that seems about as arbitrary as what it normally takes to become a noble in history, you know? It's either sacking a fort, taking territory, you know, or making a fancy artisan good, something like that. All right, iron mines are fine. We need more coal. We can get way more iron if we switch more to atmospheric engines. How are we doing on coal? Because there's not enough demand? I thought we had more coal mining buildings. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's not profitable enough. Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and do atmospheric engines for gold. And then we'll make more of our iron mines as well, I think. Supply and demand, baby. There we go. Alright. And what are the maybe problems? Silk from the Qing, I suppose we could do. Tools is a big one. We're building steel mills. Porcelain, I could import more of that from China, I suppose. Coal, we're waiting for those buildings to finally catch up. Tea, we really have a deficit as well. Wow. Paper is another big problem. Paper is used in government administration, so it's directly hurting our budget. I will build. Let's see, 2 more government administrations. I will build. Anything else we really need? I think that should be fine. Trade centers would probably be a good idea just for more natural trade, but that's not our biggest priority at the moment. Food we are actually surprisingly mostly good on right now. Can we actually just increase our PMs on paper? Yes, we can. We'll need sulfur though. A lot of sulfur. Jesus Christ. Try and do it naturally. We probably hit most of our limits on trade because I don't think we have a lot of actually trading ports.
I'm so sorry. This is a kind of an emergency. France just nominated Napoleon to government.
I knew he'd go Napoleon III. I called it, didn't I? Yeah. All right.
So here's the thing. I wanted to talk with Spain about America and socialism, and now Napoleon. I mean, if I was Spain, I just went. And here's the thing: I'm going to Spain at this point would have protected its like 2 Sicilies, like immediately. Holy shit! This is kind of like.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go to Austria actually. So hold on.
We need death.
Maldives. Correct?
At a roleplay, I think you guys are probably doing something, but when you're done, you want to chat about France?
Sure, what's up?
I mean, have you seen?
Wait.
What's going on?
Napoleon III.
The
Yes,
Spanish are disgusting.
Oh god, this
We will speak of this. We will speak of
this
this.
seems to be a much more pressing matter, I'm afraid.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to hand it to the Bonapartes. They are nothing if not consistently resilient.
Yeah.
They are like a weed that
Napoleon.
grows.
Spain is going to have some words.
Yo, Napoleon spawn, bro. Napoleon is in charge of France now.
They have declared themselves emperor as well. This is
God.
Is this not in
blatant
breach
upset.
of the post-war settlement agreed upon in the Congress of Vienna? I forget.
This is a immense upset
was-
to the
It was
Congress
with
of Europe.
Louis.
Out of roleplay, the terms actually say that, like, I think they were supposed to remain a kingdom, right? They're not supposed to be an empire. I forget the terms though.
They are not.
It was a kingdom. It was a kingdom.
Are they?
By the way,
If
yeah,
if
but
they
he's an
become
emperor,
an
so he
empire
is an
again,
empire. No, it is an empire. He is an emperor.
Yeah.
He declared himself emperor.
He declared himself
Yeah.
emperor. Okay, if
he
it
did-
was just a kingdom, he's declaring dominion
yeah, that's the problem.
over more than we're willing to consider.
Dutch of Warsaw,
This
Poland.
cannot be allowed.
I think this calls for Prussia
I'm-
expanding its armed forces.
I'm going to roleplay as Spain.
I'm reading the treaty.
Do you make a post about it?
Oh, Spain was not a signatory. I didn't know that in the Congress of Vienna. I don't see the terms on France though.
By God. Napoleon makes his foul return into our good Christian Europe.
Oh, what?
He was
Well, talking about Christians,
my
the
ambassador
situation
talked
with the papacy is not.
I
looking
talked to
very
him.
good.
He said he's not willing to import anything. He's going
He
protection.
won't even take our British opium. The nerve.
Let me just tariff that. Hold on.
With Napoleon in
Doesn't
power, I
snort
mean,
it like
I wish
us
I was
Britons
a
do.
player. Oh,
So what's interesting is there's actually like almost no specific terms on France in the treaty. I knew that they were obviously not a part of the conference in any major way, but there's no specific terms. So he's not, as far as I see, breaking anything besides like norms and conventions.
I think, like, in terms of Napoleon, it was one of the rare few times where the treaties were particularly focused on the man himself for once,
Yeah.
rather than the nation he led.
I
They
would
just did not like the
So that means this is kind of like an open question, right? Like there's like
Yeah.
it's kind of up to us whatever we want to do.
I mean,
or
he
not
came
to.
power by the Republic, right?
I mean,
Or did
he was
come to
elected,
power
the
yes.
by-
Bourbons are in power. Like, this is a strong no.
I'm sorry, he did not become in power via election. He became in power with the journal entry out of RP.
With the what?
There's a journal entry for France where it's Orleanist, Legitimist, and Bonapartist.
Yeah,
and
I
the
know how that works,
Bonapartists
but that
win.
would have been like
Yeah.
popular convention, not a coup, right?
It's not a coup. It's more like they take control of the nation because they have more influence or something.
I know, but I'm asking about more how we interpret it in terms of
No.
roleplay.
I have no idea.
No. Actually, I think Napoleon.
So we
always,
could just say
like
that
the
it's very much a
Napoleon
gray
family.
area and no one really knows. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess he'd have
the people
support,
just
but
voted in.
well, there's no vote because it was the journal technically. So not that we care about fucking
mean-
voting or democracy,
Oh.
but
Did they descend into a republic and then regain Napoleon, or
Yes.
did they just kind of? Okay, then in that case, they voted him in,
You know,
which we kind of begrudgingly accept. Him becoming emperor, though, is going to be more complicated because
I
now he's
feel like
kind of
it's
a
more about
big
how
army.
he rules instead of how he got in charge.
right.
I
So
would bring everyone's perspectives to the Ottoman Empire. By the way,
oh, nice.
Why?
Taking back your lines.
That is excessive. That is excessive.
oh,
that is
Isn't
not-
that's
And
that's
Muhammad
back?
Ali-
100%
It's back to the
excessive.
borders that Muhammad Ali took when he marched on the Ottomans out of roleplay. By the way, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, out of roleplay, but in roleplay.
Yeah.
that
Okay.
is
Fair.
excessive.
Fair. I just want to clarify.
Also, he reduced autonomy, which is
Yeah, that's also what I mean by
Who
excessive.
do you
Even
reduce
worse.
autonomy with?
So how do we want to do this
he's
then?
still alive.
Let's go back into
We
roleplay and just
extract
roleplay the
concessions
situation.
from
So it's
Okay.
We extract concessions. We basically tell them to toe the line, or we're going
What concessions are we looking for in this situation in general? I mean, where's our line here?
To not bring expansion to the north of Africa, and as the
America's
Queen
off
of
limits.
Spain.
No one can touch America.
I would say.
Gentlemen.
Hold on.
We have just told the French that they may not meddle in internal affairs, and we are here trying to claim that we can meddle in their internal affairs.
This is
I
different.
disprove.
This is
The Austrian government disapproves of these underhanded tactics.
We
and
completely
withdraws-
understand that position, and it's well made.
From this meeting, goodbye.
It seems
The Prussians.
he does make a good point, and it is generally the norms I think we do want to set as non-interference in internal matters. But it does concern me that this is a Napoleon, a Bonaparte we're speaking of.
In the highlight of not interfering with internal matters, I will express that we will interfere with external matters. We will draw lines in which he cannot cross, lest he invites
We completely
foreign
agree with the British
interference
on
to
that.
quell
Spain is
another
going to
Napoleon.
protect her
I would
to
say-
Sicily's.
I would say, France should have reach of their natural borders and Savoy. I think those.
I want to caution here. I don't think it's a good idea to explicitly speak on this matter in regarding to where France can and cannot expand to. For the Russians, that's not the issue here in the question. The danger is a return to a Bonaparte to the throne of France.
I would.
That's an internal issue.
The Spanish.
Yes, it is an internal
the
issue,
answer would be
but have the
dispose of
Prussians?
Napoleon.
Hold on, JFG, 1 second. Have the Prussians so quickly forgot the danger of the Bonaparte dynasty? We explicitly supported a placement of a sovereign dynastical house of France back upon the throne at the end of those wars. And they have gone their route of self-determination regardless. The problem is that this sets a dangerous precedent for the monarchies of Europe. I know, Britain, that you have your own strange manner of governance, but you do still hold faith with your royal family and my sister, the Queen.
We hold great appreciation for our ties to the European crowns.
To the Tsar, the German Kaiser isn't concerned with Bonaparte
Truly.
rule as much as you would think, because it is a monarchy. It is an absolute. It is a monarchy, just like Britain. Actually,
It is.
It has voting, which we do not approve, but it is a monarchy. But as long as it remains a monarchy, we don't have as much of a problem. What we are concerned about is their external issues. We do not want them meddling in anywhere near the German sphere, aka the German Commonwealth, including every German minor, Prussia and Austria, and even the Danish lands.
There's nothing explicit to be done. I do agree with the Austrian minister who left's position that we cannot be dealing with internal matters. Russia certainly will not be directly involving themselves in any way. But this is a worrying step, and I do worry about the very system that Austria set in place and led us to, as well as, of course, the Russian Empire and the British Crown, that could be more swiftly than we might think destroyed.
If we allow this to happen, then it must be under the pertinence that Napoleon will not move to fall in favor of his family's earlier ambitions.
In general, also, Britain, would you care to take this into a private meeting as well?
Sure.
Wonderful.
Could I possibly join?
No, you've made your position clear, so this would be a separate meeting, like with it, you know.
Yes. All right.
Yeah. Beautiful. Alrighty. We're glad to see that Britain shares our concerns in this. You were saying?
Our general opinion of France is that they are not quite in the same straits that they were years ago. Of course, that is not to say that this will remain for all of this remaining century, but they are deeply debilitated ever since the Napoleonic Wars in the near future. However, given the opportunity and a more fractured European front, they could easily drive a wedge that would allow for their dominance to reign supreme.
Despite our victories in the past war, we saw firsthand what happens when France is unified and has a strong leader with conviction and ambition. I think we have shown our own strength, and I am confident in our ability to put down France if it comes to it, but I do not wish to get drawn into a war with the French in the first place. I'm sure Britain feels the same.
It is not in our interest to start the war, but we will be ready to finish it.
Strong words.
We wish to invite and encourage our the European powers that be, to share our stance that this must be approached with great caution.
I think it would be wise for us at this point to speak on specifics in closed doors and in private company, and obviously with not entirely honest dispositions, but as much as can come, representing the Emperor. What are your hard lines, at least the ones you wish to communicate to us, so we can have a bit of a mutual understanding?
Just a moment. I'm sorry, I got a big event. I'm trying to figure out what this is.
No worries.
Brazil just got rid of their slavery, so we were just not used to that event.
They actually did. Nice.
We were prepared to start scuttling relations with them and everything. Now we have relations that are up the wazoo.
Russia also absolutely hates slavery and would never commit anything of the sort.
And
with full irony.
We look very dourly at the current state of affairs in United States of America, which still practices the abhorrent practice. But back to the matter of France, I think we should draw lines in saying what is and is not accessible to them. Clearly, they already have ventures in North Africa at the moment, and if I'm not being entirely opinionated here, I believe that is actually a good thing to the benefit of Europe in general, the quelling of Barbary powers upon the matters of trade in the region. This I don't discern it to be problematic. What I do find problematic is if their ambitions stretch further, that it went beyond the Rhine, or if it went and tried to dominate Italy. These are much more delicate theaters that should not be encroached upon. Do we agree on that?
I think we do. The lands that concern us most are the lowlands, the Germanic territories, and the Italian principalities.
If they are willing to concede that they have no territorial ambitions in
Ambassador, I don't think we need to even force this issue to a head unless it comes to one specifically. We don't know Napoleon yet. He may be an inconsequential incompetent for all we know. And if he wishes
He's also very young
he is.
in comparison to his...
He will almost certainly seek glory like his ancestor, but if he contains that to the periphery, that is acceptable to the Russian Empire.
As long as it remains outside of Europe and his ambitions, we have no consternation with we have no quarrel with allowing his presence upon the throne.
We are in full agreement, and we are very, very happy to hear the British position on this as well. I think neither of us want drawn into a conflict, but I would hope that we have the wisdom to learn from the past when it comes to France.
Agreed. So we will be willing to content ourselves with offering the grace of the British crown as long as they are willing to uphold to our desires in that particular scenario.
We are in full agreement then on that as well. Good. We're glad to hear it. It gave us much concern, but it is most pleasing.
We will prepare ourselves for the unfortunate possibility of a more prolonged engagement in the same way that we had before, by lending our aid to the powers that be should the need for British involvement come to a head. We will bankroll anyone who would fight back.
We're in full agreement. I don't want to, out of roleplay, I don't want to do a fucking war in France, but yeah, let's
I mean, out of roleplay, I'm like, I'm just saying, like, as long as they don't fuck around, we'll give them the reward of not finding out.
Yep. I knew Satala would go this route too, so you know.
But in the meanwhile, we're gonna treat them like a, stiff upper lip guy that barely tolerates the Napoleon Bonapartists. At least for 10 or so years, and then we'll get over it.
We would just have utter disrespect and condensation towards
it's like,
Napoleon.
You're back?
Fucking gross.
Thought we got rid of you with
mustache.
Trash. You're back? God.
I feel sorry for his wife having to look at that every evening. From the characters drawn
hairline.
out of Paris.
That horrid hairline. It's ghastly.
Let's not be speaking about hairlines. The great dignity of the House of Romanov. Well, I shouldn't say anything on the matter. Regardless.
Okay then. In that case,
I think we're good. We have agreement on that then. Okay. It's not a full crisis, but I think both our countries would be a little freaked out, so.
We would be very freaked out. Wait, are you playing Russia?
Yes, I'm playing Russia. Who did you think I was playing, Noel?
For a second there, I thought you were playing Germany. Fuck. Okay.
What? Osmates Germany. That's funny.
I was not paying attention. I was too busy admiring all the new features.
I think you missed the P that doesn't exist in front of the name of my country, so I understand.
Very well. Okay, that makes all the sense now.
Right, never mind. That's funny.
We're gonna head back.
Are you fine with the discussion then, knowing that you were speaking to Russia this whole time, Ambassador?
Yeah.
Okay.
We shared that common thread right there. Is that Napoleon was a menace.
Yeah, I think we both feel that very strongly.
We might not agree on a lot here, but like.
No. Yeah, Russia in this time period with Britain, it's
that we kind of both could like nod at each other and be like, this is something that needs to be dealt with.
It's tense between our countries, but for something like this, there'd definitely be at least a meeting or something, you know.
We would have that much in common, yeah.
Absolutely. Despite your decadent liberalism.
Decadent liberalism. Look at your stone-aged landed gentry who doesn't even know what a tool is.
Like your queen?
What a factory can do for the people.
Factories are a hub for dissidents and philosopher liberals who will seek to destroy the throne, so we can't be having that. But, all right, cool. Well, we've got an agreement then on France, just very vaguely.
We're giving each other the nod. All right, I'm gonna drop back to.
Sounds good. I'm gonna hop up as well. All right, cool. That's hilarious. He thought that we were pressured this entire time. All right. Like I said, we'll look down on Napoleon. We'll be concerned, but as long as he doesn't make moves in Europe, we're not gonna get too worried about it. We're working on more steel. We're working on more coal. I want to get tool manufacturing way higher than it is now. That's for sure. I think it's about time we probably fight a war as well. Probably a war in the steppes. We've got vassals, right? Yeah, we want to work on probably reducing autonomy. Or we could go further. We could go further into Central Asia. That would almost certainly piss off the British. Treaty of Turin happened. Did it? Did I miss that? Also, thank you for the Prime earlier. Petrol, how's it going? Completely missed that. What do we need to be doing right now? I think probably, again, a war. I'd like to integrate the steppe tribes. Would they go to war for that? Let me see. They won't accept the forced one, so we'll do it. See what happens. Oh, it's not in the treaty. Okay. Yeah, they are going to press the issue. So, do we have like a... We don't need like an entire force. Let's need a general here. Only landed gentry, of course. Some grave. We're going to reduce the autonomy in Orda Zoos and then Kishi Zoos as well. We want to really cut down on the tribesmen. We won't be able to annex them immediately, so we'll just lower their autonomy. And then Caucasian Imminent, I want to keep as it is, so probably just go deeper into Central Asia at this point. I do want to keep my eye on Manchuria. Like, if they go into a civil war, I might look towards maybe going after Manchuria. It's not our major goal right now. We're also not exclusively like an expansionist, or like we're definitely an imperialist, of course, but Nicholas wasn't explicitly an expansionist per se. Like, we will do it if we have the opportunity, especially in Central Asia. We're not going to be explicitly expansionist in Europe, though, I think. Very happy with the Ottoman situation. I know Austria didn't like that they got all that land. This is exactly what I hoped would happen, actually. They'd get all the land down to Palestine. I will not support them annexing Egypt. I want to keep them as like a very low autonomy vassal with the Ottomans. That's exactly where I want them right now. That I will not support. But I understand Austria's dislike for the situation. The Ottoman situation in the Eastern Question is going exactly how we want it to, in almost every single way. So we'd be very content with that. Generally, what else? What do we want to do here? Slowly getting things built up. Our economy's not great, but it's Russia, you know. Overall, we're mostly how I want it. See if we can renegotiate our trade deal with the Qing as well. Let's see, tea. We'll probably get even more tea. Go for that. Dyes. Yep. Furniture. I do find the new trade system to be very strange, where you kind of have like the... I mean, I like the idea of what they're doing with kind of like autonomous trade happening with like builders and traders and stuff like that. But then having like separate goods transfers is so weird, man. I don't know how I feel about it. How are you liking the Great Wave DLC? You know, I'm pretty underwhelmed overall. Like, it's not a bad DLC, don't get me wrong. Like, I do kind of like it. It's just like, I was kind of hoping for more, you know? I need to lower that a little bit here. Like, I like that they added. Can I not change it? I'll have to remove it, re-add it. I'm overly relying on the transfer mechanic. That's fair. Quipster, what do you recommend doing as an alternative? I played a little bit before and used the new trade system. And in the past, what I would do is obviously just build a lot more, what's it called? Like trading centers and stuff like that. But I found that I couldn't trust them to really meet supply and demand needs in my country, which is why I have been more reliant on treaty transfers. Because in the past, I did a couple different games in a couple different countries, and I found even when I built a lot of trade centers, they would not meet like the imports that I needed and things like that. But I don't know if I was doing it wrong.
Quipster. I'm Quip.
Oh, you are.
So it tends to be that you just want to use the trade mechanics, because if you're like requiring something, you can just subvent them, because you still have to pay even if you're doing a treaty. So treaties still make the person who's selling them and the person who's buying them pay. Tends to be that if you're selling them, you tend to make more, but that's not even always true. Like the treaty I have with you, for example, I think I am, if you look at treaties, I am making, I'm not going to give you the exact number just in case you want to renegotiate it, but I am making money off it, but I also lose money from giving it away. You often want, so the way it works, I think, do you know how treaties work? Like not treaties, like trade works, the thing, trade centers. You tend to, whenever I see you playing, you kind of fall into this noob trap of where people like over.
I haven't played Vic Theory in a while, so feel free to.
No, whenever I saw you playing the stream, you over relied on trade. You can kind of just ignore it and then put like tariffs or subventions if you want to import less, export more, you know. That sort of thing. You can just
so it actually will adapt to that consistently, because the last time I played consistently was after the trade update, and it just was not working. It was still pretty broken at the time.
It takes a moment. You also, another noob trap, mercantilism is actually the best trade law.
It is now?
It allows you. It has been for a while. Free trade doesn't allow you to put any tariffs on anything, which is really restrictive. Protectionism actually gives you, if you want to.
The advantage of free trade though used to be like quantity of goods being moved and jobs created, right?
Yes, there are a few nations that benefit from it. America and sometimes Britain benefit from it. Russia, it's still better, even with Britain and America, who still like might be doing better with free trade. It's still better to have that freedom of movement that comes with mercantilism.
I see.
Because free trade removes all tariffs. So, for example,
I had
right now,
no plan to go to free trade as Russia. But...
Yes, I'm just like, protectionism and free trade are just like absolutely gigamodded by mercantilism, and you can kind of just ignore the trade mechanic more than what you're doing. You're probably losing yourself money with these treaties that you're making.
I know it's inefficient, and I'm being like very blunt force about it, to be fair, but
yes, yeah. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's like
holy shit! Yeah, I had like tariff imports on groceries and shit. That's interesting.
Yeah. But if you're looking at, like, for example, my country, what I'm doing is I'm slowly upping the imports of wood, and I'm building wood, so I lose my reliance, and I create more wood to be more expensive.
I see. It's cool that you can actually play with like tariffs and like import export levers like that now.
Yeah.
I haven't trusted them because they were so broken back in the day.
They were very broken when they first introduced them, because it's like individual pops buy things, and that's what causes the market. So it's like a bit iffy. Like they can't like load them all at once. So it's like something they do. I don't remember how.
Yeah, it's a giant spreadsheet.
Mess.
Okay, well, yeah. I really do appreciate that, because I'm still not used to it. I should probably like take a look at the new guides and stuff like that, but
I mean, I haven't read the guides. I just guessed it all.
Yeah, the other way to do it is just to play a fuck ton, but
Yeah. I mean, look, you play enough in like Tyrone server, whenever you feed in the fire. So
true.
But It's fine. It's just it's not that bad anyway. This server is not the most competitive, so you're
absolutely
probably
not.
safe. Yeah, I'm looking at the.
Is Comp Vic 3
right now, this
like
shit
an
is-
actual thing?
No, okay, it's not comp. Like, well, there is comp, but like, I don't like. I'm gonna be honest. Whoever plays that shit, big, 200 pounds minimum. All right, like it's insane. I've seen it. They do like World War I scenarios or something like that. They like to have like 5 years and they fight. I don't know. But comp Vic
Just
3,
play fucking Hoi 4. Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not fun. I don't get that. But there is like servers that tend to be a lot more like hardcore. People play a lot more. The one I'm talking about, one is called Tyrone server, which is sort of a continuation of multiple other servers, which is how me and Aussie mate know each other.
Oh yes, the life-death cycle that is fucking Paradox multiplayer servers.
Yeah. To be fair,
The
this one's been
cycle
around for a
is
while
new
now.
server, it grows, it's solid. The owner gets found to be a horrible racist who just said some unquestionably awful things. His staff turns out to be all pedophiles, and then they form a new server like a year later.
Look. I'm not.
That's the cycle.
I would not be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. All right. There's a certain one there. But anyway, I have no proof of that. I just don't like the guy.
I think we can confidently say that Paradox multiplayer brings together the very best of humanity.
Very best of human beings, like a Nazi, a communist, and a social democrat walk into a bar.
Literally. You gotta respect the fact that both like the far left furry who wants to implement like tanky Stalinism and the far right multicultural mixed race Nazi both agree on something in chat while yelling racial slurs at each other. It's a very special
multicultural or mixed race, but you know.
Well, that's the weird thing about
it is
the people you find, you know.
It is a bit like, I don't know how. Do you think it's like it attracts them, or do you think it like
Yes, because these games like explicitly deal with ideology, and ideology is like a giant fucking honey trap for like insecure people, young people who don't know who they are, and just general political extremists, right? We were all there. I was a monarchist when I was 13 for a good year, you know. So
well, okay, that's crazy. I feel like I was never that bad.
Yeah, good. You should be.
I'm still
hey,
in that, like,
I was a multicultural, you know, philosopher king monarchist. There's a little bit of nuance, but you know.
It's like I wrap my head around this one.
Hey, I don't understand it either, like, so you know.
Wait, no,
I blame reading Plato. He'll fuck up anyone if you read him too closely.
Yeah, I mean those fucking Greeks, you know.
Bunch of goddamn democratic liberal homosexuals. Didn't even give women rights either. Damn.
Yeah, I'm about to overtake your economy. It's over for you.
You probably will.
The East is
you should as well. It's like I'm explicitly also not trying to like be. To be fair, I don't think I have the skill set to play very well anymore. But like even within that, so.
Yeah, you actually got me into this game, by the way.
Really?
I'd forgotten until I just saw your stream randomly. But I saw. Was it? Is it your Russia videos?
Was it the ones with like Austria where we like invaded the Qing together, the Brothers War?
I remember you having a Japan protectorate, I think.
Yes, that was the Germany game. Me and Austria, old player from that server, formed an alliance. We did like a war, I think before even, or it was right after Britain did the Opium Wars. We got treaty ports in the Qing, and then we did a war on Japan, and I broke Germany by taking Japan as a protectorate.
Oh yeah, and then Austria, what did he do?
He blew up
into like a he made it with a federative empire. I don't know why he did that.
Roleplay. He was one of the best role players I've ever met. It was top tier.
I don't like there was no like big war that caused it or whatever. Like I'd get it if it was like a big war.
Well, because there was like the first like major war conflict we had, and then he was struggling after that, so he roleplayed like it broke Austria basically, which was really interesting.
Oh yeah. It is cool. It is cool. I probably would do that if I was playing Austria, but I don't know how to copy people, so it's just GG.
True.
This is cool. I enjoy this sort of server. I wish it was like the skill, like ceiling of the servers I usually play on, plus the.
I think it's from what I've seen, everyone who popped in here hasn't played Vic 3 consistently in like a year, so everyone's just like, how do I play this game again?
Except me and Aussie mate, yeah. And also like this game. It's not very good, so like I wouldn't blame people to not play it.
Victoria 3 is wonderful with mods. Without mods, it's okay.
Yes, I don't know. anything about the new update either, so I've been like handicapped by war. So
It's
thankfully I'm
really
playing the normal
mid. I mean,
version.
like if you go to military and you go to Navy, you can create like ship templates, which they kind of do like a knockoff weird like wannabe semi-hoi 4 thing, but it's really just kind of.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing this.
It's
Yeah,
so weird. It's
I
okay.
just don't care about military this game. I'm like considering what I'm gonna do with that. Probably not anything. I don't know.
Hi, I was just wanting to talk to Ammo after you're done.
Oh yeah, I
It's okay.
wasn't even diploing. Like, it was just I'll go down to chat.
Diplo or out of RP?
Diplo.
Sweet.
We come to the representative from the Ottoman Empire comes to the Russian courts today for some disturbing news we have heard. The Montenegrin country is experiencing what can only be described as demographic collapse. They seem to not be getting the resources nor the protection that they need, and the people seem to be starving. The Prince Bishop seems to be doing nothing about it, and they are not getting the aid they require. Their standard of living dwarves any amount of any power in Europe, and even in Asia, even in the likes of India and Persia, the people are doing relatively better than the people in Montenegro. This paired with the situation with the Montenegrin raiders, which constantly cross into Ottoman soil and in the regions of Karadag and Bosnia. This clearly needs a solution at some point. The Ottoman Empire proposes a integration by to Montenegro into the Ottoman market. We know the Russians would generally decline this proposal, so we would offer this instead. The Montenegrins become a protectorate of the Ottoman Empire, but gain the surrounding lands that they hold claims on within the Karadag region and greater Montenegro. The Russians can oversee that we do not increase their status as a puppets of ours. We merely want them to be we merely want the people to not starve and for them to stop raiding us. Would this be an acceptable arrangement for Russia?
We understand what you want and why you want it. And the Russian crown finds itself at a very unusual state in regards to the Grand Port. It has been a very, very long history of conflict between our countries, perpetrated on both sides, of course. And we have no interest in, of course, a radical change in relationships. But you are asking a rather great concession of us regarding a sovereign Orthodox country in the Balkans. And we do view our duty to protect the rights of our fellow Orthodox Christians with great commitment.
We recognize this, which is why we have suggested something so conciliatory. We do not wish for the Orthodox peoples within Montenegro to die, and they are dying. They are starving at a rate of much higher than the Russians, the Ottomans, or the Montenegrins.
Oh my god, it's a
wish.
2.9 standard of living.
Yes. We would.
Whoa, but the upper class is doing quite well, so you know.
We would let the Prince Bishop retain his power, and we would let them retain their orthodoxy, and we would grant them territory which we currently administer. This is our deal to the Russians regarding Montenegro. We simply do not want them, the people, to die, or the country to keep
Ambassador,
raiding
let's.
us.
I understand what you were saying, but let's not give the pretense of some humanitarian principles here. We're not explicitly opposed to it, but I think if we are to keep our relations honest, we should have at least a degree, when it comes to things like this, a transaction-based relationship. You are not just asking to relieve these peoples of their hardships. You are asking to build yet another buffer state in the Balkans, and we understand why you're doing it, of course. But given our relationship with the Austrians and our, I suppose, rather ambiguous relationship now with you, this is going to be a more transactionary matter. So, setting aside pretense of humanitarianism, what do you wish to offer us for this? We're not opposed.
Well, precisely what we wish to offer is the increase of Montenegrin territory, as well as allowing and conceding that Russia could have permanent diplomats within Montenegro to ensure that orthodoxy remains as a
Yes, but you have already promised the protection of Orthodox Christians within your empire previously. If I were to ascertain to what you wish, that would already be the case.
Exactly.
Indeed. So again, my question is, what are you offering me to accede to this?
What would the Russian Empire wish to gain from such an arrangement other than the protection of the Christians that they so desire to protect?
This is a religious matter, but it is also a political and a military matter. The Balkans has been a matter of much conflict in the past, and it may be so again. So again, let us look to the more realistic matter here. The question, I suppose, how does the current Ottoman Empire view the current border standings between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire?
We see the border as acceptable. In the north, within the Balkans, we have the confluence of the delta of the
Danube.
Danube. Thank you. And within the Caucasus, we have a mountain border protecting both sides. I think this would be a very, very reasonable border to maintain.
In that case, we would be able to ascertain to your mission in Montenegro and the creation of this vassal state, as long as, of course, the continuation of the protection of Orthodox Christians is given. If we were also to sign an agreement that... Yes?
Are you two still talking?
Yes, we are. What's up?
I would like to talk to Ferry after you're done.
Sweet.
Okay.
We would agree to this if you would be willing to sign a mutual treaty that gives a firm foundation to the current borders on the Danube and in the Kars mountain range between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire, to basically make permanent from this moment forward, obviously in respect to any future matters that may complicate this, that we respect the territories that are under both of our control and our rights to control them into the future. I forgot to send an army. 1 second.
We can agree to this.
Oh boy. 1 second. I thought I sent an
Oh,
army.
you're losing to.
I completely, I reduced autonomy and I forgot I didn't send a fucking army.
Amu!
Listen, it's been a long time since I played Vic 3. And strategy games in general, all I did, Fairy, was read fucking research papers for 5 months straight. My brain is not made for this right now. But anyway, if you were to ascertain to the current borders and for both of us to respect our current owned lands and to forsake future claims upon them, we would be willing to agree to a much more lasting arrangement on the question of borders and sovereign territory.
We could agree to this in theory, depending on what the Russians maintain as our current border and whether
Our current
they...
border? We don't wish for anything else, nor do we intend to return any previous lands to you. It would be a status quo of the current borders that we have now.
We can agree with this.
Good. Because I don't think there's any mechanic for it in the game. It'd be, I guess, revoking rights, but there's no way to do that, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, out of roleplay at least.
Hold on. There is an addendum feature.
Is there?
Where you can basically write wherever you want in a.
Yeah, people kept sending that to me, and okay, here it is. I see. All right, wonderful. So we'll basically I'll write it my portion. So for you, it would be like the agreement of current borders and revoking rights on claiming any previous territories now claimed by Russia. It'd be the same for me for the Ottomans, and then I would say that we respect the right of Montenegro to be made into a vassal state with obviously the protection of Orthodox Christians. Is that agreeable?
Yeah. Realistically, I can't invade them until 18 months, but
that's fine.
That will be there for after that.
Between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire.
That would also require you to end your guarantee with Montenegro, obviously.
Can do. Let's write this up really quickly. Empire. Let's make it simple, and then we acknowledge the rights of the Ottoman Empire to safeguard the Orthodox Christians of Montenegro. The Ottoman Empire respects the standing borders in the Danube estuary and Kars mountain range, and mutually agree to the cessation of future claims for past territories. Alright, wonderful. Very simple. That's a cool feature that they added. I do really like that.
It is, yeah.
My game is frozen, then I will remove the guarantee. Alrighty.
Sounds good. Now I need to talk to Austria about this.
Do you want me to remove it now, or do you want to talk with Austria first? Because for your bargaining position, you might not want me to do it yet.
Yeah, maybe not yet.
Yeah, that'd be smart. Let me know when you want me to remove it.
Good afternoon. I've been
Good afternoon.
Patiently waiting. The ambassador of the Spanish Kingdom.
What can I do for you?
And would like to discuss terms privately. As you know, the situation regarding America and the situation regarding Napoleon. Who do you want to start with?
Oh.
Well,
in what capacity?
Well, the Americans have been very unsafe to work with. You know, although the doctrine is still obviously active, but to let a rogue general try to take possession of one of our islands in the Caribbean, they didn't sit well at all.
It's been quite chaotic there, to be fair.
Alongside the fact that, well, they became socialists, I believe, and that seems very warning and a problem to our monarchies. Also by the fact that the Americans and yourself have been quite a relationship recently, and especially in the region of Alaska. And what is the Russians ascertain on that point of business?
Russia. You mean the trading company in the Americas that we control?
Yeah, they control right now, and like because I mean Spain having having an attack on one of their islands, and then an American coup altogether, and of course the Mexicans and the Spanish, all that together, and they're trying to expand all together, but like the Morone Doctorate, then they want to discuss terms with the Russians to like ascertain what is the game that the Americans are playing here.
To be incredibly frank with you, we do not care. They are, an interesting country to be fair. Their experiment with republicanism is odd, as chaotic as one might expect in recent terms, but it's laughable to consider that they would be a threat to the Russian Empire in any way.
Very well. And the other situation is regarding Napoleon. Of course, the Spanish do not like that because of the wars happening because of that man. And we received news that the Count of Sardinia and Piedmont have been aligning themselves, and they cede territory to the French, especially on the areas of Savoy and the south of France. This would have implied that I've been talking with some of the people of Sardinia and Piedmont that they want to try unification. And although my family of the Bourbons have won against my uncle and the Carlists, and my cousin is still ruling over the two Sicilies, it would be fair to assume that, and I think for the interests of the Russian Empire as well, that a unified Italy under the wing of the French does not bode well to anybody, especially with Napoleon in power right now.
We are in full agreement. We've discussed previously with the British, I'm sure you have as well, in our hard lines. As long as he stays contained in Europe, we will keep a very close eye, but...
And what do you agree with a unified Italy in terms with the Austrians and under the Spanish influence? I think that will be a good solution, and to try to deter Napoleon, although we also very, I would say, watchful on the area of Morocco, because they'll just now being dealt with the pirates problem.
True. The Barbary pirates are reasonable. We're glad the French are dealing with them. Also, let me do something real quick. We need to figure out if we're going to go another hour here.
Yeah, okay.
I'll do a poll for that really quickly.
All right.
Let me pull everyone in.
So, I just wish there was a Spanish player, because this is so interesting. Like, the Carlos didn't win, and the stuff happening in France and Sardinia.
Really quickly, guys, we are at 4 hours. I'm just going to briefly see if people want to continue for another hour.
Yes.
I actually gotta get going pretty shortly, so I won't actually be able to keep up with it.
You gotta roll? All right.
I gotta probably roll, but
that's completely fair. 4 hours was what we set. An hour after is completely optional. So we will call it. Let people finish role plays.
To the end of the year.
I was gonna say Let's go until like 30, so 4:30, so 11 more minutes, and then we'll call it.
Hamu and Glenn together, can we all go down into a VC? I think both of you know what this is about.
Yep. All right, so folks, try and wrap up your roleplay, wrap up what you're doing with your country. We're going to end in around 11 minutes, or maybe like till the end of the year if it's a little bit longer than that. We'll call it. A reminder, we will continue next week, next Sunday at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, or whenever that's your local time. We're going to keep going for the foreseeable future. If you can't make a session, it's completely fine. Or if you want to stop, just let me know, or let us know in multiplayer general as well. So no issues today. Hope everyone enjoyed.
this this is obvious to us that a solution over Montenegro is necessary, and there are varying opinions over what shall be done, and we are here to see if we can come to a reasonable arrangement regarding the situation. The Austrian Empire, to catch the Russian Empire up, the Austrian Empire has declined our proposal on Montenegro based on.
Let me explain my own position, please. I made it very well clear during the conference on Egypt that any excessive demands of control over Egyptian lands would be met with Austrian diplomatic obstacles, and that any agreement on Montenegro, should there be one, would need a serious revision of Ottoman policy in Egypt. I don't contest that Palestine or the Levant is not rightful Ottoman lands. I do, however, contest the legitimacy of Ottoman direct control of Egypt. I recognize its status as a protectorate, and as long as this situation is not revised, I will not consider any deals on Montenegro.
Would perhaps then an accommodation be given here? Because we do have a similar... it is an interesting situation. If the Ottoman Empire were to explicitly in a treaty stipulate in regards to Montenegro, and more generally to ascertain or to alleviate the concerns of Austria, a treaty stipulation that Egypt will of course be an internal matter, an internal sovereign administered state, but would not be directly controlled, as in out of roleplay, not annexed.
I recognize Egypt's status as a protectorate, not as a puppet state.
So you wish for more autonomy to be given there?
Yes.
Which is entirely unfounded and would be damaging to the Ottoman economy, would be damaging to the Ottoman...
That's not my concern.
Out of roleplay, just to contextualize here, what would for Faye, what would you be the difference between a puppet and protectorate for you in terms of local administration?
What, out of roleplay?
Yeah, roleplay, but out of roleplay, just for context. We're not, explicitly discussing.
Okay.
So a puppet is sort of almost directly controlled. They don't have any manner of
So it's like you removed Muhammad Ali kind of thing, more or less, and you've got governors or I forget the word, but
yeah.
You're okay. I see.
No, but Ottoman can do what he wants. I'm saying the Austrian position is that if Egypt stays a puppet, I'm not gonna make any deals on Montenegro. It's not like I'm whipping this up now. I said during the conference, don't be excessive on demands. Then when I saw that you puppeted all of Egypt, I said that's excessive in roleplay.
This was within the conference.
And then no, that was after the conference. And then 5 years later down the line, you come with a deal to me. I don't agree on your diplomatic position. You will have noticed I didn't declare war on you or anything, by the way. So I'm in roleplay very against doing any deals with the Ottomans. I think that's a legitimate position from my perspective. If you don't want to change your position in Egypt, then I'm not going to make any deals with you in Montenegro. That seems fair to me.
How about are you going to fight me over Montenegro? Is my next question.
That's another issue entirely.
Let me put this in roleplay then. If the Ottoman Empire went along with the Ottoman and Russian goals over Montenegro, would the Austrian Empire intervene upon Montenegrin side?
I am doubtful that the Russian Tsardom would go against Austrian interests in favor of Ottoman interests.
That was not the question posed. If the
that's
Ottoman
my answer.
Empire,
that is my answer. I don't think your deal with the Russians is to annex and invade Montenegro.
It is. It is to protect Montenegro under Ottoman under status as an Ottoman protectorate.
Well, then it remains to be seen what you do if you do declare war to Montenegro.
This.
So just to perhaps do a little bit of mediation here, it seems that the Austrian position, which to be fair, I do remember them explicitly stating, like what they had previously said in regards to Egypt, in terms of proper autonomy there. It seems to me that this is less a question, though it is of course relevant, of Montenegro explicitly, and more a matter of Ottoman honoring, yes, exactly, of honoring previous positions for them. Is it a hard line for the Ottoman Empire to keep the current direct puppet status of Egypt?
Yes.
Then it is a hard line that I will defend Montenegro.
Let me ask another question. Why is it necessary for the Ottoman Empire to have a puppet state rather than a protectorate with the remaining Egyptian territories?
The Egyptian monarchy, the Khedivate, in principle is still opposed to Ottoman rule. We are attempting to stamp this out. However, as everyone here can be aware, resistance movements take some time and some effort to reintegrate. The Egyptians have been directly controlled by the Ottoman Empire for over 200 years, and only under, or more directly controlled.
Let me put it this way.
Only under Muhammad Ali has Egypt seen any gains whatsoever, and that was as a result of post-Napoleonic instability. We are now a stable country, and we should have our internal borders respected. We do not police what the Austrians do to their subjects, what the Russians do to their subjects. We should not be policed on what we do to our subjects.
Let me put it this way. There was also an understanding that for general disregard of your handling of Egypt, Crete would be handed over to the Ionian Islands. I see from the latest cartography that this deal has not been upheld either. And so I cannot
ratified. This deal was never ratified.
Well then I can say for certain that I cannot trust the word of an Ottoman, and that my position is firm. Now, if you want to press the issue of Montenegro further, you will have to lodge a official diplomatic complaint to the Austrian government. If you wish to proceed, then we can meet on the battlefield.
The Austrian position is clear. They will sacrifice thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers for Montenegro.
Is Montenegro really worth this current situation in the Balkans?
I am appalled that the Russian government
can I clarify my whole thought here?
For sure, but let me preface that I am shocked that you side with the Ottomans. Go ahead, I'm listening.
There's a lot of assumptions being given here, and that is your right, of course. But I want to clarify. The position of the Ottomans is... We find ourselves in a very interesting status quo at the moment. I'm here at behest, of course, of the Tsar, and he is a man not afraid of warfare, much like the Austrians or the Ottomans. All of us are martially capable of a great war in the Balkans. And Russia is not unwilling for a proper cause to also not send hundreds of thousands, if not millions of men to die. But it seems to me that the status quo is beneficial for every single one of our empires at the moment, both in terms of the Balkans and in regards to the Eastern question for the moment, at least. I also do wish to send the disapproval of the Tsar in regards to the Ottoman handling of Egypt and wresting such direct control so quickly, which we also had not been given any previous notification for. However,
it is exactly what we said within the conference.
However, the Montenegro situation, it is incredibly important for the Russian Empire to protect the Orthodox Christians in the Balkans. And as for the moment, as we understand it, this is being honored by the Ottoman Empire. Our worry is not in its direct support of the Ottomans, as the Austrian ambassador has so foolishly just claimed, but rather that if this were to exacerbate the wanton slaughter and the destruction that would come with no real benefit, would result in countless Christian souls being lost for almost nothing. That is our concern.
It's the Ottomans that wish to make war.
And currently, countless of Christian souls are being lost to starvation within Montenegro, which we are trying to stop.
I will not accept this Ottoman justification of a humanitarian mission. This is widely unbelievable.
And countless Orthodox Christian souls are being lost within Montenegrin raids. This is acceptable because it is protecting the lives of the Orthodox peoples, which Russia seeks to protect.
I would ask to speak to the Russian ambassador one-on-one at this point, because this is clearly an issue where peoples have too many feelings attached. We will discuss this matter with cool heads. Cool heads.
Also, at a roleplay, we're gonna go till the end of the year, right? So I guess we've got like over 30 days. So, very well. We'll have a private meeting if you so wish.
Thank you. Let's
hop up a channel.
Yeah, I'll go like 7 or something. There you go.
Ambassador.
My position is clear. The Ottomans have disrespected understandings with great powers for now what might become the 3rd time, and I will not agree to any terms on the goodwill of the word of Constantinople. You recognize yourself that Egypt has been handled strangely, and our agreement on the island of Crete, which you had accepted and Britain had accepted, and the French
have the Ottomans rejected Crete?
They have not transferred Crete over to the Ionian Islands at this since the end of the war, and this war has been concluded for nearly half a decade now, and so that's twice the Ottomans have broken their promises, or at least broken our trust. Hence, because they have not adhered to our terms for their expansionism. Therefore, I must strongly reject any attempt at diplomacy from the Ottomans.
We understand. We also do. It's a very strange position, to be frank, Ambassador, and I'll be more honest with you since you are one of our closest, or I should say closer friends, which is that we do find the current situation to be quite amenable. We, at present, do not wish to see another gigantic powder keg. With the French and the British so focused on the Eastern question at the moment, it is very concerning to us that this situation could become rather extreme. It is also the case that the Ottomans and Egypt are in a very ambiguous and gray position in relation to the stability of Europe itself. So it is rather hard to ascertain how things will domino from here.
That's the right ambassador I wanted to see right now. I believe we can discuss the Egyptian question and the question of Crete, all three together. Perhaps the Russian ambassador might sum up the situation to the British delegate.
As the much more eloquent man in this room, you forgive my poor French. Perhaps you will do a better job.
Therefore,
Go on.
I suppose everyone here is probably speaking French, right?
probably.
Probably.
Donc, je vais faire tout ça en français. No, I'm joking.
Fucking Europeans, I swear. What? You only speak 3 languages? Fucking casual.
The Ottomans, with whom, might I remind you, we had an understanding on the status of Crete and Egypt, have come to the Russian government and then on to me with a most strange proposition, which is that Montenegro is facing a humanitarian crisis, and that therefore it justifies Ottoman protectorate of Montenegro. And I have said in stronger terms than this, but we are within gentlemanly companionship, therefore I will keep it civil, that any deal with that I might consider and consent to in Montenegro would need a serious revision of Ottoman policy in Egypt and Crete. I have noted to them that twice over they have, if not broken an agreement, broken our trust toward them, and that therefore I cannot consent to any deals in Montenegro. What is your position on this? And more importantly, what is your position on Crete and Egypt, which are still under Ottoman control, both? Hello, hello?
That was directed at Britain, right?
I thought it was directed towards the Russians.
No, I was summing up the situation.
No, we're the Prussians. What do you mean, no?
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
How did the Germans think of it? Got it. We are of the opinion that we are willing to follow through with our current arrangement with the Ottomans, which accrued from the consternation of the Austrians earlier, and ceding over territory that would have been a source for conflict back toward a dominion that would better be able to administrate it, and for the purposes of peace. And we were speaking of Montenegro, right?
Montenegro and Egypt and Crete.
They want a protectorate over Montenegro, but what I'm saying is that they've illegally nearly annexed Egypt. They've kept Crete, when I told them, they basically went too far. They said, "We never signed any treaties. This is our right." Blah 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 blah. So I'm telling them I can't do any deals with someone that I can't trust. So, i.e., my position is we basically need to call a conference on Ottoman control of, puppet status of Egypt and Crete, because we can't trust them. If nobody wants to press this issue, I can't go at it alone, but I also find it concerning that nobody cares about Ottoman.
We also do worry about the question, more than Egypt. That's a complex situation. We're not very happy with it. The Crete position is a bigger one. We hadn't realized that was still not under Greek control.
It should be under Ionian control, but yes, I agree.
We have already made arrangements with the Ottomans in exchange for economic stimulus. They are willing to part with the island towards.
They still haven't started with
They
the
still
island.
haven't, but that's kind of on me. I have not been able to figure out the new diplomacy system where you can just like you can't put a diplomatic interest anymore. You actually have to have an arrangement there.
It's so
And I'm just
fucking
kinda
weird.
slow
I don't
figuring
like it.
that out.
You need to move your fleet.
I
You
mean,
need to
it
move your
makes
fleet,
sense.
and you
It's just
need to have diplomatic relations with
it
countries
takes
in the region.
prep work. I'm not used to it. It feels weird, but I understand where they're coming from.
Normally I'm for new features, but this seems more just like busy work to make the game seem like it's more complex rather than actually being more interesting.
On the one
No,
hand,
but to
though,
be
it
fair,
does
now that
mean
I've played
that
with it quite a while, it's actually an interesting way of playing the game because you can't just like switch over from one region just like that. You have to like
That's true.
think about where you're.
you kind of have to like build up a little bit of a repertoire in an area before you could like start making plays, and that does kind of preempt like great powers from like, oh, I'm Russia. I'm like got no particular interest in South America or whatnot. Now you have to actually make a few deals that would like warrant you to actually like have investment.
Whoa,
in that
whoa, whoa.
area.
I just realized, why the fuck is Austria and Oman?
Excuse me?
Excuse you.
Yeah.
That's a deal I have with Britain, and it's a show of Austrian goodwill that I participate to the stability of all hot points of potential tension. I won't be expanding more.
This
much
this
more
is a
than-
British and Austrian deal?
We hadn't quite acquiesced to it in entirety. We were willing
I
to
have
put it into
respected the
consideration,
terms. I have respected the terms that were laid at the end of our conference.
What were the terms?
That I don't take Hormuz. I didn't take Hormuz.
Yeah, but that's not an exchange. That's more like, a gift, and we didn't say to gift it entirely. Okay, wait.
I
Assuming that we might
believe
have
the
said
Austrian
whatever,
position is subtle enough not to upset any powers in the region, and I have
We will discuss
Not
it later,
exactly. It's dangerously close to Persia and Central Asia.
Yeah, it's
yes. And the Mr. Russian ambassador, if we may discuss it at a later
Not
time.
exactly. I mean, this I haven't spoken with the Tsar since I've just learned of this, but why was he not notified?
You will understand.
Will we?
This is not quite what we envisioned, but I guess
This
we'll
is
talk about
rather
it a little
concerning.
post-game because
It really shouldn't be my
Out of role player,
we'll talk
it
about
would
it
be if
post-game
Austria's
just
encroaching
because
on
I
where the
gotta
great
head
games
out
being.
for
Yeah, no worries, no. But all right, we can focus on the matter. We'll deal with that next week.
Yeah. Let's do Egypt first.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so just talking about the matter of Egypt real quick. What is our position with Egypt currently?
I believe that our current priority, it seems to be Crete. We're most annoyed about Crete because that's the one we talked about before the crisis became
Crete
a
is
real
currently
crisis.
a situation that's unfolding as soon as we reconcile with game mechanics, so that's something.
Out of role play, the question
work
is,
out.
did Faye intend to not give it, or is it like an issue of it hasn't like come to a head, or they've been doing other things? Because sometimes that will happen.
Come to a head. They've said that they would give it.
He also said to me that he didn't ratify any treaty and he didn't have to give it away. So,
He told me that in exchange for
Are we talking about
economic
Faye?
stimulus yeah, we're talking about the Ottomans.
I think maybe out of role play, we should probably just drag her down here really quick to like get like out of role play context before we blow this up, because there might just be a misunderstanding.
Okay,
for
yeah.
that.
Just bring them down real quick.
Faye, this is completely out of role play. Nothing in role play at the moment. Did you intend to still give Crete? We're just making sure there's not a misunderstanding with like in role play stuff. Okay, just wanted to check.
Yeah, it was just in exchange for economic stimulus. We build up some iron mines and some coal and stuff, and then
Okay, cool.
they would pass it over to a more Greek authority.
Okay.
Yeah, I just can't do it whilst they're part of Egypt. That's the reason.
Do you want to just do a save edit then for before next week?
Yeah,
just
we can
transfer it to the Ionian Islands.
Now transfer it to yourself, and then like we'll transfer it in the deal.
Yeah, I can do that.
That way, there's just no complication.
Sure. Okay, so now we need to talk about Egypt.
We
Right.
thought Crete was going to the Greeks.
No,
No,
it's
it's going to the
Ionian.
Ionian Islands.
You mean Britain?
Because then, well, not exactly, because, you know, that's what I told you when we talked about it, that the Ionians and the Greeks have very close
Out of
relations.
roleplay, I
and
completely forgot that Ionians are a separate puppet state, and I thought you just meant like the Ionian Greeks, because that's what some people refer to them
The
as.
Greeks have a decision that they always take to annex the Ionian Islands. So within a few years,
so it's like a temporary stay of execution.
Okay, but
it's like a transition government type of thing.
The intention for Britain, though, is to still give all that to Greece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
like,
cool.
They get the event, then I think it just transmits
Yeah,
over.
yeah, okay, just checking.
I've always been on the receiving end of that event, but I've never been the one that actually has to activate it.
They just need nationalism.
Yeah.
Once they unlock nationalism, they'll ask to annex them, and then you can just say yes.
Sweet, just checking. It's always such a hassle trying to figure out like the difference between like roleplay, out of roleplay, game mechanics, broken game mechanics. Anyway, all right, cool.
Yeah.
We're good on that then.
It's been a surprisingly stable session, to be honest.
I expected way more issues.
They somehow made it.
You know what they did? They took
yeah.
like 10 Swedish interns and put them in the basement like bug fixing for like 12 hours, you know. Sorry. 200 hours straight throughout the week.
They made it. We made it exactly 10 years, which is really impressive. Not a day more than 10 years.
For sure.
All right, so Crete then is a misunderstanding. We'll fix that with bug fixes. So then the primary issues are going back to like the Egypt situation and the Montenegro situation.
I mean, Montenegro
brilliant.
is like a small, irrelevant country, so we can probably like shot that. Like,
I mean, it's almost becoming a flashpoint of a major Balkan war. So you know.
Yeah, it's because I'm telling the Ottomans that they can't do.
Do they have a lot of content with them or something?
No, it's just that Ottomans want to annex them. Well, not annex, but protectorate them. And I'm saying Egypt's situation is illegal, basically. So I won't let you do Montenegro. And so
I'm saying I did exactly what.
I'd like to take this moment to read a quote from History Out of Roleplay. One day, the Great European War will come out of some damn foolish thing in the Balkans.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Entirely. I did entirely what I said I would do in that piece.
I gotta say, I think Muhammad Ali worked very well in the shadows.
I believe I said don't be excessive, and then when I saw the peace deal, I said that's excessive, and so I'm very well within my right to be offended.
Out of roleplay, it is reasonable for Austria to be a little bit unhappy with this.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
I understand it's reasonable for Austria to be unhappy with this, but I'm saying that in roleplay, the Ottoman Empire specifically, we laid out that we were going to decrease their autonomy, and we did exactly what we were going to do, what we said we were going to do. That's exactly what happened.
You're taking it from a very reasonable perspective. Our perspective is nobody wants the Ottomans to claw themselves.
Yeah,
back
Faye, this
to
is a
point
case
stability.
of like everyone here is not a reasonable, rational actor with like humanistic goodwill,
Everyone's
right?
biased, and they're
We're
doing
all
it out of
absolutely awful
self-interest.
bastards, every one of us.
Yes.
And you
The only
included.
reason.
Absolutely.
Me included. I know.
Everyone is a bastard.
I know what I've done.
We've all sold our souls individually, piece by piece, to
yeah.
the devil, so it's fine.
We all parted the blood price.
and-
that-
Well,
And I
it
love
sounds to
that-
me like we're not going to be able to really solve this issue today or maybe even next week. I mean, if it comes to war, like, it is what it is. Like, Russia, like,
I mean,
we
we
wanted to
could
try
talk
and...
more about it
de-
like over the week.
We can, yeah. Maybe, like, we could do some roleplay posts or something. Do you guys have time for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can probably drop a post or two.
Yeah, we can as well, so...
And
I
in
will-
the
I will say
conference, the
I am
Ottomans
surprised
took
that-
shots to every single major power, and nobody responded to that.
I might need a sub next week actually.
Faye, I swear to God.
I mean,
You can't stir up all the fucking drama in the fucking multiplayer game with your bullshit and be like, hey guys.
Hey, I know I've got a convention to go to, which happens the entire weekend, and it's like 3 hours away.
I started the whole Balkan mess, and then I pieced out so the AI Terminator could.
I mean, things are going exactly how I want them to out of roleplay, but you know.
Yeah, like the Montenegro thing is. I didn't think it'd be this big of a deal, to be honest. I wanted it because the Montenegrins are raiding me. That's the real reason that the Ottomans are doing this, because they don't want the Montenegrins to raid them anymore. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, well,
And
you see,
guess what?
19th century
You're not
flashpoints.
letting them raid you anymore. Now they're taking a lot bigger of a mess.
I wonder what happens when we're going to have to like face a real conflict and a real problem rather than like little made up ones, you know?
In this timeline, Spain is having an aneurysm.
The issue isn't going to come out of the Balkans this time. It's going to come out of China or something.
It's going to come out of France when Thetalo decides to march on the lowlands. I'm calling it now.
Before that's after I deal with my 10 million radicals.
See?
Probably 2 civil wars.
See, he's got 10 million radicals.
Let me find a very small violin to play for you.
To go take him out.
90% of my brain is occupied with dealing with internal stuff. So
To be fair, most of my brain this session was trying to remember how to play Victoria 3 and to like figure out these new updates.
Oh yeah, that was me too. But I did up the economy by like 10 million or so. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you did. Nice.
You guys want to hear something terrible? I did a trade deal with America for 100 iron, and I paid them 10K every month, and I only realized
10K?
I have no idea how these trade deals work, man.
What?
I haven't played Victoria in such a long time.
I mean, he was scamming the fuck out of me because I couldn't get tobacco, but that's even worse.
Yeah, it's the biggest scam in history. Man.
Whoa, Santo Domingo.
You should have asked me
Spanish
for
again?
tobacco. I have tobacco.
Really?
You should have asked me, Hamu. Yeah.
I have tobacco.
Oh, I thought you had like cotton and poor people.
Buy Ottoman.
All right, guys. I got head.
Yeah, good playing with you, know.
You guys later. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Buy Austrian tobacco from the glorious port.
How the
of
fuck do you
Travelport.
have tobacco as well?
Because he's been colonizing Asia.
I've been
Without
making-
colonial affairs.
I've been making I haven't been colonizing. I've been making business deals with the Danish. That's all.
Which is colonizing.
He is
No,
going
it's
into
not
Oman,
colonizing.
which is a whole other issue we're gonna have to talk about, but not right now.
No,
Oman? Wait, whoa.
No, I'm not going into Oman. None of this is a matter for anybody else but me and the Russian government. So don't worry about it. I promise.
Sure.
Conquer
Moscow,
Omani
Moscow.
Baluchistan. Conquer Omani Bampur, primary wool growers from Austria.
That's it. That's it. And then I promise you, Russia, we'll speak about this.
Oh, we
can't,
will.
but Right now,
We absolutely
everybody's
will.
here, so we can't right now. That's all.
True.
And you guys could go
Yeah,
to
I
your
am
own
gonna
channels.
have to. I am gonna have to fucking not be here next week. One of my friends might sub me.
It would be really nice if we could get a sub, given how important Ottomans are right now.
I mean, if I try to fix my game, but that I don't see the
It's
light.
fine.
At the end
I
of the
have
tunnel.
one of my best friends who might be able to sub for me.
Wonderful.
He's one of the other owners of the server I've been talking about, Hamu.
Nice.
Yeah.
You can admire the great Austrian colonies in India. I've made some good deals with the Danish.
Bro is flexing and he's not even pretending.
No, but hence my protection of the status quo in Schleswig-Holstein. You know, it's not like I'm outright conquering anything. I've made deals with the Danish.
You're cucking
They were
Osmit, but out of roleplay, I'm all for it, so it's fine.
I'm not cucking Osmond. I'm for now keeping the status quo the way it is. You will notice that all my deals with the Danish have a 5-year expiry.
Yeah, but you renew it every time, so like.
No, I didn't renew it every time. I'm renewing it until it's in my interest, and I won't be dragging this out until the 8th.
I love the
1890s.
peak Austrian diplomacy bullshit.
I will keep my out of roleplay. I'll keep my interest there for another few years. I won't say how long, but don't worry, it won't be too long.
Anywhere between 1 and 400 years.
Exactly.
I'm posting the save, by the way.
Sweet.
Should be
No.
with save edit.
All right, well, we'll probably do some roleplay in the roleplay channels for Montenegro and Egypt and all that shit. Do like a little mini conference thing. I might do a diplo letter
Yeah.
review Austria as well over the Amman bullshit as well. But then we can do the rest of the RP next week.
Yeah. I mean, we can do
Cool.
this now, Ham, if you have 5 minutes, huh?
I mean, I could be Mohammed.
Yeah, we could do it.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's switch.
To start off with,
Yes. Tell me.
we'll say this is in St. Petersburg, as the ambassador from Austria would have been immediately called after correspondence was given. To start off
Right.
with, we are concerned as to why we are not notified of the situation in Oman.
That is an unfortunate oversight from my government, and we extend our most sincere apologies for this leave of our senses. Onto your most legitimate question of why the Austrians are present within Greater Persia. As you have been notified of our increased economic interest in the Indian Ocean, and would wish to profit from some of the opium trade going into China. And the Omani ports offer good plantation grounds. And I have, of course, refrained from expanding into the even more fertile Hormuz out of respect of Russian and British interests there. And I won't be seeking any expansion in the area, only to provide some mediation when is needed.
I suppose then you would be fully within a reasonable right to support a Russian expedition to occupy the port of Hormuz.
I do not. No, I do not. But however,
Why ever not?
Because the port of Hormuz is a contentious and a strategic point, which I recognize why the Russian Navy, based in Vladivostok, might try to reach. But
In that case, you would definitely support a Russian expedition to take in a port in Makran, which would not be an issue with the Strait of Hormuz, but would give us an equal port within the region.
it is not my concern to say what the Russian Empire may or may not do. However, all I meant to say is that Austrian presence in the region will balance British influence, and it is beneficial to the Russian Empire.
We do not currently have any holdings within the Gulf or the Arabian Sea.
No, but you have vast interest in Persia, and I do believe that Central Asia and China are of interest to both you and the British, and my presence in a very small sliver of land within the Arabian Sea will offer some opportunities for some mediation, which, from our relations, might I say, would inevitably balance towards St. Petersburg over London.
So then you said our influence in Persia, you would then support our further interest in Persia if we were to take action there.
I would, how to say, sneakily supports your interest, yes, in the guise of mediating between Russia and Britain.
If it came down to it and we were to pursue our interests as you have stated in Persia, and it were to come to any sort of armed conflict, what would the position be of the Austrian Empire?
That would depend on the situation at hand. But I suppose that my judgment would be more lenient towards...
Let me put this to another way. What in any way is the benefit of Russia in the current situation of Austria taking treaty ports in general in Oman without consulting us, while putting a third player into the great game? As far as I see it, there is no benefit and only danger.
It is of a benefit to you if you would...
How?
If you would accept it as such, because I am a trustful and loyal ally of the Russian crown, and have been for many years now, and don't expect our views to diverge on any matter, including what you call the great game. I believe it is in the Russian interest to have a firm ally in the region, and not have to rely only on the untrustworthy Persians and Central Asians that populate this land. You know you cannot trust the British. They will seek to expand their borders at every turn. I am here, as I have proven many times in Europe and the Mediterranean, I am here to be an upholder of stability, and I recognize my values more into the Russian regime.
Then let me put
into
it this way.
Liberal gallivanters in Westminster.
You have said, we have not always been friends, but it has been now several decades of good relations and very close relations, and we have great respect for your history in Europe. We will allow the situation in Oman, and we will, I suppose, treat it as a... how shall I put it? We will go out a limb and see if trust with Austria will be maintained. We will continue to take action in Central Asia. You claim that you will give a mediating role in the region. I do not expect you to take further expansionary efforts in Arabia or in Greater Persia. And if you do so give us benefit as you claim, then we will be most pleased with our continued friendship with Austria. But make no mistake, if this turns into a situation where you place pressure upon Russia or use it as leverage in any regard, we will have to make some serious considerations as to the future.
I do not intend to press any further claims in the region, and particularly not in Arabia. And I welcome this move of support from the Russian government. Vienna will endeavor to uphold the peace that we have concluded through this agreement, and that has been as well supported by the British government. I really expect that with Austrian presence, you will find your movements in Central Asia unimpeded.
We look forward to the support and the benefit that you claim your actions shall give the Russian Empire.
Very well, very well.
Wonderful.
And with that, that's been a really good game.
That was a fun one. Very fun.
I have my little colonial empire in the Indian Ocean, and
that a roleplay. If you ever fuck with me with Central Asia, oh boy.
Oh no, I
oh boy.
Like at most out of roleplay, what I might try to sneak at one point is actually Hormuz, and
I know you are. You fuck. I know exactly what you're going for, Glenn.
That's gonna cause a big issue.
Yeah, it will. Like, you're gonna support me taking Persia if you go for that, bud.
if I do.
Yes, of course.
I know it's gonna be a an international crisis, but For now, I'm just positioning the pieces on the chessboard.
I'm gonna take this as leave to be much more aggressive in Central Asia, given the benefit offered to the Russian Empire.
I have to. I have to because I told you, like, oh, you can do whatever you want just so you don't annoy me with my own bases. So I told the British, oh, this is about stability and blah blah blah. I told you can expand.
I know. I'm sure the liberal upholding of values and colonial friendship circle jerk was absolutely wonderful.
Absolutely.
Yes. Cool. So wonderful. This will be fun.
Yes. And I've managed to keep Prussia from boinking on Denmark this whole time by
at a roleplay. I absolutely want to not see Prussia go Germany, but I also don't want to see you. You know how it is. You know how it is.
I know. I'm not doing this to game ruin Ozame.
I know.
Doing this so
he chose to play Prussia. There's never a certainty that you get to form Germany. You have to make it happen by your own, roleplay or just diplomacy.
But I'm also trying to just delay it until 1860, 1855, because I know if he wanted to, he could form Germany in 15 years.
You're also, I will say, I'm gonna be accommodating here, but you're
been fine.
Yeah, but there's a lot of mutual points that you're pushing on us right now, and
my
be careful is all I'll say.
I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything yet. I didn't. How? What did I do?
We'll see how it goes.
Okay, Oman is my first.
I get you want to go colonial, but goddamn, did you choose a spot for it?
Oh, well, who said I was gonna go into Persia? I just want my naval. Basically, to be honest, I wanted to plant opium. I wanted to plant opium so I can get my treaty port in China and do my thing. That's the only reason why I want these lands. There's opium there, and there's not many places.
But from a foreign strategic viewpoint.
Yes, no, I understand. But as I said, I won't be expanding.
I really hope that the Strait of Hormuz causes a war in this game just for continuity with ongoing world conflicts.
That would be funny. That would be funny. But my aim is more like China.
I mean,
and I don't mean invading China. I mean getting a treaty port or two in China or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
And maybe steal the Philippines off of Spain or something. That's
just light imperial bullying.
Exactly.
I mean, what is a Victoria 3 game if you're not just bullying Spain out of every single one of their colonies?
No, did you see they got Santo Domingo back?
Did they?
Yeah, they puppeted Santo Domingo.
Oh shit, they actually did. What the fuck is the US player doing?
I don't know.
It's Zachary Taylor. Old rough and ready. He shouldn't be accepting that. It's the one president who shares my name. Wow. All right, America's dropping the ball.
Yeah, America is also commie or whatever, so they might not, care about
I also really look forward to next week when I get to go to the British and tell them that I have Austrian support for occupying Persia.
That's not exactly what I said.
That's exactly what you said. It was implied.
No, that's not what I said, and I would appreciate if the Russian government didn't use those words exactly. Because then my efforts in being a mediator would be discredited from the very start, and I won't be able to be defending your positions at a further date. So I think that if you were to get involved in Central Asia, the British would realistically not be able to do anything until you reach borders that are more problematic, where you will need Austrian support to sway the British into inaction.
True.
You see, I told you an Austrian can talk himself out of any situation.
You're role-playing Metternich. I mean, you had the charisma of this I'm trying to think of a more iconic diplomat. I'm really trying right now.
Machiavelli.
That's laughable. I love the man. I love his writing, but he was such an incompetent when it came to actual administration and governance.
I know. Talleyrand's pretty good.
Who?
Talleyrand, Napoleon's foreign minister.
Of Talleyrand. Talleyrand?
Talleyrand, yeah.
I'm American,
Talleyrand.
so I'm going to butcher everything. But yes, he was pretty good too.
Yes, well, I try. I've never played Austria before.
It's really interesting. I've always wanted to play them in a roleplay game, actually, because, I mean, you get to play Metternich, and then you get a deal of, you know, the downfall.
Well, hopefully, it's just going to be rainbows and sunshine for Vienna.
True.
Hopefully.
All right, I'm gonna go end my stream, and then, like I said, I'm gonna do like probably a post you. We can do some talking about Montenegro. I hope we get it sorted out. If it comes to a war, it'll be interesting though. It's not a surefire win for you now, unless you get British support.
To war over Montenegro? Well, I mean, like, the thing with Montenegro is, like, everyone should be quite pissed at the Ottomans for Egypt. And so if everybody goes against me on the Montenegro resolution,
I don't think anyone will be against you. There's no one who's actually going to support the Ottomans. It's more everyone wants to like not intervene, right?
That's the thing. And my question is, are the Russians going to intervene on the side of the Ottomans against its Austrian ally? That's my question.
Who can say?
I would be highly surprised if you did, considering we have an alliance for another 4 years.
I also would be very surprised if I did that.
Therefore, my position on Montenegro is quite firm.
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, and the Ottomans are really pushing the ball. Like, they've started off quite well, but I think Faye's dangerously close to overplaying her hand early, so we'll see.
I think if she hadn't said anything on Montenegro, you know, I would have grumbled a little bit, and Britain would have been like, yes, I'll go speak to him or whatever.
Yep.
And then nothing would have happened, and I would have been yelling on my own little corner, and nobody would be listening. Now she forced the issue. So,
to be fair, it's a 3.1 standard of living, but like, no one in Europe gives a fuck about humanitarian problems. So
that's the thing. Like the whole spiel about like, oh, this is to defend Christian lives. Like, dude, you're a Muslim. And second,
well, to be fair, like, they know that like if there's any harm coming to Orthodox Christians in the Balkans, that immediately can like change the story with Russia too, right? And Austria. So, but this
absolutely.
It's a weird situation, honestly.
I think she forced the situation, and it's a situation of her own making at this point.
Agreed. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Because as I said, I think probably could have just forgotten about it after a while.
Yeah, it's like, that's the thing. Like, in any case of empires in history, the issue is never conquering something. That can be difficult. The problem is integrating it, not just getting like local administration working, but getting the, you know, other surrounding dangerous powers to agree to it. It's the second part that they gotta follow through. We'll see.
Well, hopefully we come to a deal, and hopefully the Italians don't start.
That's why the Sardinians showed up and acted like that with no backing.
Well, they must have French backing now, considering they gave up us.
Yeah.
I wonder. Yep. It's like fixed. Oh yes.
There's no explicit treaties between them.
Next session, I can invite Denmark into the Metternich system, which will be another dig into the Zolvar.
I can't wait for Ozimate to come and yell at me about that when you do it. Which isn't unwarranted. It's also a concern for Russia, to be fair.
It's a measure of stabilizing.
There's a lot of countries who are really like dangerously close to overplaying their power right now. It's fun. True roleplay is arrogance, and I think we're doing quite well in that regard across the board.
Absolutely. And my only deals with the Danes are deals they've wanted to make themselves in the first place. So there's no overplaying my hands on anything. I have been quite, I will say, lenient on membership to the Metanic system. The 2 Sicilies have left, and I have taken no measures into reintegrating them back into the fold. I am a benevolent leader of this union.
Of course.
That is, of course, only true for the independent states of the union. The others are, as you would understand, matters of internal Austrian policy.
Just looking at the great power blocks right now. Well, we shall see.
I'm quite close to getting Switzerland as well.
I'm sorry?
Just in my trade league, you know?
Oh,
Nothing crazy. I feel like them being in a power block is not something anyone would be like going to war over, you know?
No, but you get a lot of side eye, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, the French are getting a lot of side eye from me over this whole Italian situation, you know? And the Prussians. Everybody's giving side eye to everybody. So I think we're all side eyeing each other. Which is very 19th century, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a balancing act. Everyone has like 10 fucking irons in the fire. And, you know, one big conflict will bring the whole house of cards down, you know?
Exactly. My fleet's doing okay. I now have 11 ships from my starting 5.
Fail RP. They're not rotten and important, saleable. It's unacceptable.
Well, I need to defend my colonies somehow a little bit.
Fucking Oman colonies.
Well, I have a bit more than that. I have the Maldives.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, you are going colonial.
And from my deals with Denmark, I have their treaty port in India and their island off the coast of Indonesia.
Austrian Maldives is a wild sentence to say out loud.
I might try to pull some deals with the Portuguese for some of their treaty ports in India as well. But as I said, I am not an expansionist imperialist power. I am I'm commercially minded.
Yeah? Okay.
I am commercially minded.
God, peak fucking mercantilist, expansionist, corporate imperialist propaganda if I've ever heard it.
I am a
No, man, it's not colonialism. It's looking after trade interests.
Exactly.
All right, I'm gonna go in my stream. I'll shoot you a roleplay about that for next week, and we will continue.
All right, have a good one.
Catch you later, man. Alrighty, folks. Go ahead and end up today. Let me go ahead and end the stage event here. Alright, I have a moment. I'm not role-playing, so... Oh, that was a little intense. The roleplay was interesting, and it was definitely... It's a very fun game, but for me, so much of my brain power was like going to trying to remember how to play Victoria 3 and figure out the new systems. I should probably sit down this week and do a little bit of work on getting back to remembering how the game works properly and stuff. You know, I've played Paradox games so much at this point, I can kind of tell when my skill levels like dropped or like gone down quite a lot. And in Victoria 3's case, it's actually gone down quite a lot, so I need to work on that. I've like my perspective of like skill in Paradox games is like I never want to be good enough I'll just metagame, you know, but I like to be good enough I can choose at how like well I play the game, you know, because I think in roleplay of any sort, whether it's light roleplay or, you know, heavy roleplay for like grand campaign kind of thing, like I like to be able to like change my skill level based on leaders, based on where the country's at, based on a lot of other factors. I'm at the point now I can't do that, which tells me I need to get better at the game again, which is always funny. So I see it as a mistake of letting Austria take Oman. All right, let me give you my perspective on that, bro, because it's fully warranted. The way I see it right now, and the way I think Nicholas would look at the situation is it's pretty absurd and silly. You got to remember a couple different things. One is that for a Russian czar and for European states in general, there's a general like discounting of like Asia, South Asia, even the Near East, right, and the Middle East. Like they're not as important as Europe in many ways. It's always secondary. So for us, we would view this as very important. It'd be a very big issue, but it would also be like a bargaining chip rather than a, what's the word? Like a decisive point for us. So the way I'm going to use the Oman situation is A, it's going to be a test of trust to see if the Austrians will continue their goodwill for us. Because again, we're frenemies. Like we know that. We know that we're never going to be perfectly in alignment. We're going to assume that they're going to do sneaky shit like this. It's just we would assume it would be in the Balkans, not in fucking Arabia. But for us, it's going to be a test to see if they're going to stay friendly. It's a test to see how their relationship actually is with Britain, which is my primary concern right now. It's also going to be a leverage point. I'm going to basically bring up Oman for the next 20 years whenever I'm doing any serious discussions relevant to Russia, like to Austria, because they're going to expand into Asia, and my position will be, we gave you the gateway to your colonial empire if you build one. And if they choose not to respect that, then that's a dangerous sign for us. What I'm going to probably do is make a play on Persia now. And unless Britain goes into full-out war, like threatening full-out war, which I don't know how I'll deal with that, but we're going to expect diplomatic support from Austria. And if they don't give that, like I was joking around with him a lot there. A lot of that was out of roleplay, but like I do expect him to give support. I don't expect him to go into the war with us. I don't expect him to even push for it. But I do like expect a measure of diplomatic support from him and pressure. And you got to remember, as in like history between empires and leaders like this, and you know, even in like a silly kind of like roleplay game like this, pressure adds up to a lot over time. Like a lot of people look at strategy games when they play single player and they only see direct force and like hard power, right? Which is like, what's my manpower? How many units do I have? What are my diplomatic levers I can pull of other countries? What are my alliances? What's my trust? Whatever metrics these games have. A roleplay game like this is nothing like, you know, even remotely close to real history or real politics, but you always get like a little ghost of it. And like what a situation like this shows is, you know, how powerful soft power can be. Like listen to all those conferences we had. A lot of it's just, you know, kind of silly, but there's some seriousness to it a little bit with people as well. And what you should notice if you watch any roleplay games I've ever done on my channel, like, you know, in the past, especially with those giant games and stuff like that, is that soft power adds up to a lot. And it's the case in real life too. Sometimes the difference between a diplomatic play, you know, a war, a concession, getting something you want, it's the ability to set the agenda, to get support when you are discussing a matter and getting even just implicit support from a country, right? Like, you don't even need a country or another power or another person sometimes to explicitly give you support. They can just kind of, you know, inaction is also a statement in and of itself. So for us, that's how I'm going to treat Oman. For me, I'm going to treat it kind of like a weight on the neck of Austria from now on. Not a big one, but there's a little weight on their neck as far as I see it in regards to anything we do with other countries, especially with Britain. My expectation is not that he will go and do insane things for us. I don't expect for him to support us in all of Central Asia. But my expectation is he has a weight around his neck that tips the scales of his decision making and how he speaks to other people in other countries for, you know, probably a decade or two. And if he doesn't do that, then we would, you know, implicitly view that as breaking kind of this discussion. He may not see it that way, and that's completely fine because, you know, miscommunication is the cornerstone of history, but that's how we see it. So that's my perspective. What's up, Dante? How you doing? I don't think he will have a lot of allies other than the British if you oppose him. I don't see pressure of the Ottomans helping him against you. Yeah, and that's the other thing. For us, and how I framed it, is it's, you know, we're giving him permission to do this. We could stop him, we could intervene, we could force the issue. We have many other levers that are happening right now that we could do that, but I'd rather give it to him with the expectation that it can bear fruit in the future. And as far as I see Austria, I kind of want to make them dependent on us more than they are now. And as I see it, situations like this will make them more dependent on us because they have like hard issues with every single person around them. Prussia wants to form Germany because Osman's going to push that, and there's no way Austria is going to ascertain to it. So that's a hostile Prussia. The Ottomans are already almost declaring war on Austria, so they've got enemies there. Sardinia wants to take lands to form Italy. France is probably going to support them or use it as a bargaining chip. As you said, Their only allies I potentially see happening here are the British and maybe the Americans. So given the limit of like who their actually partners are, every time I give them, you know, a little advantage, it has like a multiplier effect given the number of countries they can actually deal with. So that means down the line, when I ask them to support something, I ask something from them, they're going to know that they're more dependent on us, at least a little bit. So it allows me to maneuver a lot more easily. That's my thinking. I don't want to be the closest of good alliance allies with Austria, but I want them to be very friendly with us, and I want them to know that they're dependent on our favor. It's exactly where I want them. Who's hostile because I went to swim? For Austria, a little bit Prussia, very much Ottomans, possibly France in the future. So. Yup. USA isn't relevant, but their economic power is certainly relevant for trade, and they'll become powerful later. So like I said, their only really potential close ally is Britain. It looks like they're coming, you know, more close together, which I did expect, I didn't expect it to happen this quickly. And, you know, if they want to force an issue of us and like leave them only dependent on Great Britain, that's also advantageous to us, because then that allows us to go and get, you know, a lot more support and potentially, you know, certain concessions from other powers that are hostile to them and the Britons. Ottomans and the Austrians should be natural allies. I mean, I think history says that's probably not the case, but yeah. I also find it hilarious that we're basically already having almost a major impending future conflict with Britain, Austria, and Russia over the Strait of Hormuz. History moves in cycles, ladies and gentlemen. It's an interesting game. You know, we got more people than I expected. I always like games like this. I really, you know, back in the day when I used to host multiplayer games, my focus was always on quantity over quality. Like, very quickly, I remember when I started first hosting, like, Hoi 4 games, it didn't take long to get a lot of people in our games. But the quality was such fucking shit. God, like, the degenerates you meet playing Hoi 4 multiplayer. And don't take that personally. There are plenty of cool people you meet in Hoi 4 multiplayer. Like, I've met plenty of, you know, really, really fun people to play with. The problem is a lot of them are just, you know, absolute bottom feeders. Like, the worst of humanity. But like what really matters in any sort of multiplayer game, especially for Paradox games, is the quality of people you meet. What's cool about this game is like a lot of people who showed up to play, like I haven't played with them in almost 2 years, which is wild. I thought it was only a year, but apparently it's almost 2 years. But I remember that I know them very well, and I completely trust them to play reasonably and to, you know, roleplay, and they're all very solid at it. And that makes games like this possible and interesting, you know? When you play with people who like, you know, I don't know, there's like a certain type of player who's willing to go along with rules, and then they always push boundaries, and they always have kind of bad intentions. You can't get like a certain culture in games that you can otherwise, which, you know, that's interesting. Muscat is 2 months from weapons of mass destruction, so need to conquer it. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think there's any reason for the Ottomans and the Austrians to be close. At the, you know, I think the greatest extent it could go would be like détente, right? Where they kind of settle their borders and they're like neutral. But the Balkan issue is always going to be contentious. Always, 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 always. Yeah, it's super interesting. It's been also pretty wild, you know, past 6 months as well. I said, you know, might chat a little bit about world events as well, because it's been a while. It's a pretty interesting situation. Like, the world is very quickly escalating. I didn't think the war with Iran would happen, and I didn't think it would go this long. And what surprises me over and over again is like the lack of a plan that seems to be kind of like the norm of like US foreign policy these days. Because what was interesting is in the past, you know, US has like been involved in Middle Eastern conflicts for so long. Right? It goes back, you know, even before World War II in some regards, in like the earliest very limited forms of like, you know, oil extraction and things like that. But it's really been heavy-handed for what now, like probably around since the Gulf War. So at least 30 years, probably more like 40, 50 years. But in the past, there was always a plan, like, you know, Operation Desert Storm, the whole Kuwait situation, Iraq, Afghanistan, our support for Israel. all those things always had like a plan. There was a consistent, like, setting entirely aside right or wrong, or whether it was beneficial or not for US foreign policy, there was always a consistent plan. And what is so weird to see right now, at least for me, what is so absurd is this is the first time in my own life, at least, and from like reading history, where like the US is like playing its heavy-handed politics, and like it, maybe I just don't understand, but I don't see like the long-term strategic goals and plans and like end. Like there was a plan for like the instead of Iraq. It was never going to really work, but at least there was a plan for where it was supposed to go. Afghanistan, a bit more iffy, but there was like a long-term plan. With the Iran war, there isn't. And that's what's so weird. I mean, I obviously don't support the war, but that's hardly matters. Like, the really interesting, I suppose, and strange thing is that, like, you know, people have talked for so long about the decline of US power. And I think it's really complicated, and I don't think it's as simple as just the US is declining, right? I really don't think that's the case. It is, but it's this like narrative that, oh, China's gonna take over, or oh, the EU's gonna like go ahead. America has many problems, but the advantages it has in terms of like service, specifically like IP power, the university quality, though that is declining to be fair, Silicon Valley's areas of like really high-tech manufacturing, and especially the financial power of like New York and corporations, things like that. That's going to sustain it for a long time. But it's always kind of like sustained itself. I'm trying to think how to say it. There's always kind of been like an ongoing project in the country, and it's always disputed between primarily the two parties, but it's a lot more complicated than that. And I think what Trump's presidency and his kind of not just his foreign policy, but his internal policy, is it really shows an interesting level of chaos. I think maybe there's some like parallels to it in the 60s, perhaps in some ways, but America at the moment really lacks, I think, distinctive, plan isn't the right word for it. Telos, I guess, but that doesn't quite work either. It's having an identity crisis, obviously. But what is strange is in the past when America has had identity crises, there are competing visions for what the next stage looks like. And right now, I don't think there is one. The right has more of one than the left. But the right's vision for the future, it's not really comprehensive. A lot of it is based on identity politics. A lot of it is based on like wealth politics and like the sustaining of, you know, wealth concentration, of course. But like the identity beyond that is very murky. And, you know, the left and the Democrats have no real plan for the most part. There's a real leadership crisis. So that's what's so strange. That's what I find. That's like my takeaway, what I've thought about a lot for the last couple months, you know, when I stopped staring at research papers and kind of think about the world and the events that are happening from my very limited perspective, is it just repeatedly hits me how strange it is to see America without any real competing or even a single vision for the future. And you see that even in like the current administration and the plans, right? Like, or the lack thereof. That's what's so strange to me. Like the Iran situation is very sad. I have such mixed feelings about it, much like I do about Venezuela, because on the one hand, the leadership of these countries are absolutely awful. They really are. But the actions being taken to, you know, in theory, remedy the situation is also laughable. I mean, like the sole beneficiary of the Iran war is, of course, Israel. That goes without saying. It is absolutely absurd to me that people are not more angry about how Israel is acting. Like the Palestine situation, of course, but also like their actions in Lebanon, right? Which is, you know, north of Israel. You got Israel, and you've got Lebanon. Hezbollah is active in the south, and they are a real danger. Hezbollah is a danger to Israel, which is fair. But like, you know, Israel has like a colonial policy where they've like consistently moved the borders of their own lands, right? And they build kind of like settlements and like displaced people. It's primarily the Palestinians, but what's really strange is they've been doing it now, like in the Syrian civil war. They did the same thing in Syria. Let me see actually if I can get up a live map really quickly. just so you can see what I'm talking about. Here we go. It's a really good site if you don't use it, by the way. Live UA map is pretty solid. So what's really interesting, let me see if I can get up Israel-Palestine here, is that during like the Syria civil war, the civil war in Syria, Israel was obviously very involved with it. It's always such a strange situation with Israel because, like, on the one hand, there is valid cause for them to be concerned about like the nations and the areas that they take action in, but it's always such an overreaction with like a clear kind of like desire. In Lebanon, which is like home to Hezbollah and is like a real danger to Israel, as well as the Syrian civil war, Israel's like continued to move like its policy of settlement building and like basically slowly encroaching and moving its borders into both Lebanon and into Syria. And while there's like more or less, it's not quite that simple, but there's like a move towards peace, and it's not as hot as it was at certain points in kind of like, you know, the pseudo war that the US has with Iran right now. Israel has been involved, but like the whole time it's been happening, they've been basically, you know, on the one hand going after Hezbollah, which is a valid concern for them. To be fair, they're pretty awful, but they've also been slowly kind of doing the settlement building that they've done in Palestine on the border of Lebanon. Like it's a case over and over again where Israel just slowly erosion like almost eats borders away on everybody around them. And they're pretty open about it too. They're pretty honest about it for the most part. You know, and that's the thing with this war in Iran is like, you ask who's benefiting from this? Not really Iran. Almost certainly not Iran. Not the US, that's for damn sure. The only one, you know, benefiting off it is Israel. And I don't say that with like any of like the anti-Semitic bullshit or anything like that. I have very complicated feelings about the state of Israel. It's completely unconnected to the religion or the culture. But the problem is that like, it's so dangerous for them as well, because if you look at the statistics on like US support for Israel, it's gone down and down and down over time. It's so dangerous for them. And I think Netanyahu and his government has this perspective that like this needs to be like our time where we can take and do everything we possibly can with full US support. And then we can be strong enough to stand alone without the US. And I think that's pretty naive. I don't think Israel really stands alone without either the support of like the, you know, Arabian Gulf countries or without the support of the US, which is very weird. Feels like the whole war is being run by an alcoholic former TV host. Weird. There's no boots on the ground. That's true. It's all kind of like remote, basically. It's all missiles being fired and things like that. Trump's smart enough to know he absolutely cannot put boots on the ground. I mean, that's like a game over for his presidency. I wonder how the US will resolve the foreign debt crisis, having to pay $1 trillion debt yearly. It's a really weird thing, isn't it? Russia struggling to take Ukraine. Asymmetrical warfare and the rise of drone warfare, I think, would be probably the two biggest things. Russia wasn't prepared for the war. They didn't get kind of like the initiative when they initially attacked. It's been a tough war. Ukrainian morale plays a big part in it. Support from Europe and the US played a very big part in it, of course. The move towards autonomous warfare is, I think, the really big thing, because Russia's advantage historically, you know, for many different reasons, has in large part been manpower and numbers, right? And they do have the advantage in that, in terms of like the war in Ukraine. But Ukraine's been able to get obviously support from other countries in terms of arms and weapons and manufacturing, trading, and they have really developed quite quickly like a counter to like Russian and like Iranian drones, right? So much of warfare is now just all drone warfare. It's tough, you know. People play games like Hoi 4 or something like that, and they think that map painting is easy. Like, the logistics of a real war and a real battlefield is so fucking complicated and very, very rough. Like, terrain plays such a big factor as well, and temperature. You know, it gets fucking cold in the winter in Ukraine and Russia, so it's a lot of contributing factors. But I think the simplest way to put it is that they weren't prepared for this war, and Putin had absolutely no plans for it to go the way it did. They were not ready. They thought they could get a quick win. They were not ready for a sustained war, and he's completely unable to go into like full total warfare within Russia. It's such a weird kind of half and half situation where there's the pretense of a non-war environment in a lot of the big cities while an active war is going on. So it's constraints and limitations for both sides, especially Russia. I think the 2030s will be a decade where more autocracy emerges abroad and becomes even more popular. Mike, you want to hear something crazy? Actually, no. I can't tell sometimes if people like LARP as like actual like authoritarian supporters or not, but in my last class this semester, I had a really interesting class on like kind of like democracies, and it's kind of like a political economy class. And the professor asked a question, and he said, like, you know, how many of you think that living in a democracy is like one of the most important factors in your livelihoods? And, you know, it seems like a straightforward question. Dude, only like a fourth of the class raised their hand. And, you know, there was a little bit of discussion after it. And it was interesting because like people who I knew kind of were more leftist, a bit liberal, more leftist. Like, the argument was that democracy is unable to support their basically protection of rights, right? Like, democracy always suffers from the tyranny of the majority, and that rights for basically certain groups were not being protected properly, and that makes them kind of very bearish on the concept of democracy. And there's some more people on the right wing who said that, you know, democracy tends to lead to very weak leadership. It's not a really good way to basically elect strong leaders, which are necessary, and a lot of our problems are due to it. And, you know, I don't think that's entirely inaccurate on either regard, but I also think that, you know, people in the West, especially in America, are so spoiled when it comes to like living in democratic societies, which are very imperfect. But I think that it's a case of people don't know what the alternative is until they live in it, and then you can't really go back afterwards, which is interesting. I don't know. I don't want to like sound too judgmental or cruel, but I really do think it's a case of not knowing how, it's not even how good you had it, because like, you know, democracy is imperfect and it's not even implemented properly in most countries. Like, you know, there are many problems in the West, especially the US, but it is a limited form of democracy. And, you know, I think about all the books I've read in history and the accounts of people who have, like, you know, fought for democratic rights in countries, even in the modern context, right? Like, it's such a passionate and a dangerous project. And we're so far removed from that in many countries, especially the US. Like, you know, we just hit, what, our 250th birthday? You know, it's generations and generations and generations ago that people had to fight for something like freedom. And even that is, you know, 13 colonies is weird. But people don't know how good they have it, even if it's not that great, which is a weird concept. I heard theories that Israel intervened in Syria to make it more likely the country becomes autocratic and develops worse. It's possible. They definitely go about destabilizing other countries in the Middle East. There's no doubt about that. So I wouldn't be surprised. What did I miss? There's no mobilization in Russia. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. Like, if Russia wanted to completely, like, fully mobilize, they'd probably be able to win the war, but the cost would be so enormous. And I think the danger to Putin staying in power would be pretty significant. They also don't have the equipment to outfit those troops, even if they, like, mobilize. They'd have to convert factories and things like that. They'd have to go into more or less, you know, a wartime economy. And Russia's already so far behind economically. I mean, like, if you look at, like, OECD metrics, these a little while. Like, let's say Russia. We could do a comparison. Is it OEC data? The site I'm trying to find, where is it? Here it is. Would be an interesting metric to look at. So let's see here. Like trade, for example. You know what? This is. Let's do it simple. Top GDP countries. It's kind of wild where Russia's at these days, if you really think about it. I mean, considering like the resources available to them, the population, and every other factor, the fact that Russia has declined this badly, they're behind fucking Italy now. That's like absurd. The war has taken a significant toll and it's been building for quite a while. I mean, everything after the fall of the Soviet Union is just, you know, oligarch corruption doesn't make for a good way to build innovation or like an advanced economy, of course. But if Russia fully mobilized, like they've already put themselves back so fucking far in this war in so many different ways. If they fully mobilize, I think even Putin understands that like you don't really come back from that. I don't see how Russia comes back from that. Because there's no real benefit. Like because of Western pressure, even if they do win the war of Ukraine, at most they'll be able to secure like the regions that they fabricated claims on, right? And there are some valuable resources there to be sure, but I think the war was always more about like a lot of different things, but it was primarily about Russia trying to like stave off its decline. It went for a military route instead of an economic route because there's not really a route for it to like kind of rebuild itself unless it wants to address the structural problems that comes from like the oligarchy system they have. And that oligarchy system supports Putin, so you don't get that change without Putin leaving. So he went the military route. And now he's stuck. Because he knows if he fully mobilizes and continues down the path he goes, the decline will just get worse and worse and worse and worse. He can't do that. He can't pull out either because he has no other way to kind of like rebuild from what he is. He's an autocrat. He literally cannot do the policies you need to reinvigorate and rebuild an economy from where he is. I mean, even the Chinese route isn't available to him. He's built on a foundation of very closely monitored and very closely, what's the word? Basically subjected, like, you know, it's almost aristocratic style, right? They're subjects, like the oligarchs are in many ways. They control, you know, most of the economy, and he's dependent on them. So Russia's trapped itself in such a strange position so that they really can't. I mean, they can't fully mobilize, which is what they'd probably need to do to end the war. Boots on the ground this summer. So it's a war of attrition now when Ukraine mobilized fully and Russia uses only volunteer forces? Correct, yeah. More or less. That's what I think, at least. I mean, if you look at, like, the situation, it's in many ways not great for Ukraine, but it should be much worse. Ukraine's, I think, strategy is just obviously, like, sustain the war, force attrition on Russia, and try and gain, like, good terms in a peace deal. Russia could end the war, but it would break itself in doing so. So it's trying to also win the war of attrition, which is why drone warfare and autonomous warfare has kind of become so powerful. Will China mobilize into Taiwan? That's tough. If it happens, it'll happen under Trump. That's the scary thing. I think China's only real chance to actually invade Taiwan is going to be under Trump. He's the only one who's arbitrary enough to actually not involve US or force it into a brinksmanship situation. I don't think he has a spine for it at all. And if China forces the Taiwan issue, it will come down to a question of spine on the US and Europe's behalf, but primarily the US, because US has a very vague deal with Taiwan. We don't technically have a full military alliance. After we acknowledge and recognize China when Nixon reconciled with Mao, we changed our policy from a direct alliance with Taipei to basically a kind of very vaguely worded statement that has been interpreted different ways by different presidents and administrations. And as it stands now, the implied state of things is that if China does invade, we would support them militarily. But it's not hard law, right? It's not a hard treaty. And even a hard treaty doesn't always have to be respected. So I'm not going to say yes or no, Mike, but I'll say if it happens, it'll happen under Trump. Is absolute GDP. If you stack PPP, suddenly Russia becomes fourth power in the world. There's a lot of different metrics, and I could talk all day about how much I hate the GDP metric, but I think it's the most understandable for most people. I never understood how Russia wasn't a European powerhouse. It's so huge with so much manpower. I mean, I'll show you a few reasons. I mean, this is back in 1846, but even here you can get an idea. One of the biggest ones, I mean, that to start, take a look at that, right? There's reason number one, Zodi. That's a very big part of it. The amount of different cultural and ethnic groups within Russia is enormous, even though its borders are obviously, much different nowadays. It's back over here. And even when it says Russian, it's not quite as simple as just all Russians as well. And then we can do something like look at, where is it? This is also not quite so simple, right? I mean, a lot of the religious differences, especially down in the Caucasus, for example. And there we go. There's a lot of religious disparities in Russia. There's a lot of cultural disparities. There's an enormous income inequality problem. The Soviet Union, I mean, traumatized Russia in many ways. Soviet Union was so complicated, but it did traumatize the country. And the way, the post-Soviet fall happened for Russia was absolutely absurdly awful. I mean, it was really Soviet Union fell and the modern Russian Federation appeared in the early 90s. That was in the heyday of the rise of Reagan-style neoliberalism. It's kind of hybridized nowadays, and it's a bit weirder. But that was the heyday of the neoliberalism that you kind of would associate with people like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, and people like that. So when Russia became a federation, or whatever it calls itself, I always forget, there was an enormous pressure put on it by Western countries and a need by Russia itself after the Soviet Union, since it was adapting a capitalist model of economic interactions, to get access to enormous amounts of capital and the investment power it needs to transition to the kind of staple neoliberal country that was the model of what a normal, well-adjusted, wealthy country looked like in the 90s. And to do that, they needed to generate money. Loans certainly happened. I think the IMF gave Russia some loans after their independence. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. But the other big thing was obviously the selling of Soviet owned factories and all its sort of assets that it had built up. A lot of them went to individuals within Russia, and it was a very close group of people for the most part. There's a lot of consolidation there. Also, some of them went to foreign investors and things like that. And so when it transferred out of the Soviet Union, which was already beginning to deal with many issues of corruption, of course, Russia kind of transformed itself, not quite like China in terms of the weirdness of its hybrid nature, but Russia was definitely more on kind of that oligarchical scale, which isn't some brand new thing that's never existed before and doesn't already exist in the world, right? A lot of the Middle Eastern countries have vaguely similar situations, but it was very much an unabashed case of wealth consolidation. Your victory mods make the game look wild. That's what might work. Yeah, it's an interesting victory map, right? PvP is a consolidation for the poor to think better for themselves unless they have a solid industrial base, which is doubtful in Russia's case. What baffles me is how little actual support Russia gets from supposed friends. It doesn't have friends, Davis. Name one real friend Russia has, and I don't mean, you know, the kind of self-necessary relationship they have with China, which is not fucking friendship. There's nothing close to that happening there. PvP means what you pay $50 in US for a haircut or $500 for a missile hardware. You can make a similar haircut for $15 in Russia or $150 for a similar hardware. 15% of Russia part of the USSR died in World War II. Also, the population has roughly ever been on the upward trend since only 143. Yeah, what are the demographic figures like in Russia? That's interesting. A lot of countries in the world right now are dealing with the problems of like aging demographics, especially in the West, like the silver democracy problem. Let's see on that 26. Not as many old people as I expected. A lot of middle-aged. It's very like middle-aged centered, which I suppose is normal, but y'all seeing the disparity in older Russian women versus older Russian men? I wonder what caused that. Belarus? Yeah, touche, I guess, kind of. That's you know, if we're gonna pretend that they're an independent country. Russia had friends like 70 years ago. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, when they were still the Soviet Union in the early days. I mean, to be fair, there was a little, well, I was gonna say Russia was kind of friends with like China, but they did support the Kuomintang, right? Like the nationalists before they supported Mao. And they always had like a very, you know, condescending expectation that China would just do whatever they said. So that wasn't really even a friendship as well. They have homes for World War II? Yep. Yep. Compare this to something like, let's say, I forget how to do this. That's a very big difference. Which, you know, from a kind of very dark perspective, the advantage is Russia is not dealing with like the demographic problems certain countries have. I'll show you a rough one, for example. You want to see an absolute fucking monster? Take a look at that. That is what a very, very dangerous demographic situation looks like. Because if you know how pensions work, I mean, to be fair, Japan has a actually very limited social security safety net, and even like their programs for supporting like their aged population is very limited in terms of like democracies and wealthy countries, but they do it. And if you look at like what Japanese government spending actually puts most of its money on, it's on like, you know, provisions for the elderly. It's a huge chunk of their population, and it's only getting worse. Belarus is a friend like my pet dog is a friend. Yeah, literally. There's a huge problem in Russia right now. The Russian population is declining, and a lot of migrants are coming out of Central Asia, also shifting from Slavic Orthodox to a Muslim Asian country. Sino-Soviet split, and they fought a border war. Yep, it's never been very clean. It's never been very friendly. Yeah, Japan's aging demographic is brutal. It's also a real fucking warning to the US. It really is. China is wary of the Russia, not as much as they used to be. They're always going to be wary of it due to their borders and their history and, you know, their competing interests. But I think China and Russia both understand that they are kind of victims of their own circumstance, and like they are wary of each other, but they also know they need each other, and they know that they need each other, right? Which is, you know, important. French pensioners make on average more money than the workers. Yeah, it's pretty common. Not quite the same. It's a little harder to compare, but their aging population is pretty big there too. But they do have a larger, younger population compared to, at least from the looks of it, yeah, compared to Japan. They have a lot of immigration though from their former colonies and things like that, so it's a little bit different for them. As I said, a warning for the US. Look at that, like it's like a little urn. Very, very aesthetic. But it's, you know, the aging population is going up and up for the US, and it will continue to go up and up. And that, you know, like immigration policy, you know, like with what Trump's doing and things like that, in the modern age with declining birth rates in like wealthy countries, one of the main ways that you could help offset the dangers of the split between like the aging retired population and the burden that comes with that, or the duty, depending on how you look at it, is that immigration does provide an influx of like young workers to the population who, if they are done legally, right, they pay into things like Social Security or what other countries have, like that's the equivalent, right? So it things like that really do help sustain the dangers of what happens for a country like Japan, right? And one of the reasons Japan struggles, I think, so much more than other countries is that, you know, Japan has a very harsh migration policy. They don't let like almost any migration happen at all. And their birth rate is low, so what happens? You get something like this. The US historically, both illegally, to be very clear, and legally, has had a lot of immigration. You know, that comes like the legal path because there are really good high-tech jobs, and like, you know, studying in the US is like a really big incentive. And also, you know, for people migrating out of like Central and South America, there's a big incentive to come here. And there are dangers with that. Like I'm never gonna take the perspective that, you know, immigration is all sunshine and rainbows and it's a great thing. It's complicated and it can be very fucking dangerous. There's been like a reaction on the left and liberals nowadays, which is like, oh, migration's so good. No, it needs to be done properly, right? Like there is a real danger that comes with it. But migration is very fucking important. Think about a game like Victoria 3, right? What happens in late game, as for example, Germany, I don't know about you, but I played a lot of Vicky 3, and I know like late game when I play a country like France or Germany or the US or Britain, or even especially a country like the Netherlands, you run into a hard problem, which is that you do not have enough workers for the jobs that you have. And there's a lot of variety in that, and the modern case is certainly not like a video game, but you do run into job problems like that. Because at a certain point, you're gonna not have enough people to work certain jobs, especially very basic jobs. Like, you know, as another example, to force a weird analogy between Paradox games and the real world, I was playing a Stellaris campaign a couple weeks ago, and one of the really weird, funny, and interesting things that's happened with Stellaris' updates is I ran into a problem into the mid to late game where I had robotic workers, but not a lot, and I had a lot of very high skill jobs doing elite jobs, right? You know, researching jobs, working in medical facilities, all sorts of things. But obviously, and then, you know, any sort of economy runs on like the raw basic material infrastructure substrate that fuels a nation and an economy. And I never could find enough people to work like the mining jobs and like the technician jobs and things like that. And I ended up solving that with robotic labor, to force an analogy with a video game. But, you know, for a lot of Western democracies, they're facing a similar issue as well. Like, it's not that they don't necessarily have enough people to work, like, you know, there's a lot of competition for good jobs in the middle class, which is, you know, a whole other question, but especially like, you know, jobs in academia, jobs in like finance, jobs in what's it called, technology, jobs in science, you know, even like, you know, bureaucratic jobs. There's not a lack of people for those. There's a lot of competition for them. It's actually quite brutal in many countries. What there is a real absence for is people who work really low paying jobs, which are brutal. The conditions are awful. You don't get paid a lot. It's horrible. And countries compensate, you know, with either young workers, right? Or with like immigrant labor. And I mean, it looks like the path forward is probably going to be in some degree robotics and AI, but that's not here yet. So it's interesting. Demographics really make you think about kind of like a different like layer and angle on the problems countries have, right? At least for me. South Korea as well, lack of young people. Yeah, let's take a look at South Korea. South Korea definitely has that problem. South Korea is another very interesting case. Oh, it has an animation. That's cool. Wikipedia actually delivering interesting things. Look at that. Look at the generations moving. That's wild. Just to play that again. This is what happens when you actually, you know, South Korea implemented a form of like the East Asia developmental model, which is a whole long story. But to put it simply, they succeeded to various degrees in developing their economy from like the post-war era up into the modern age. One of the Asian tigers. They're now like a really, really powerful manufacturing and technology country. And that means that their fertility rate goes down, right? Like if you want to correlate this with the fertility rate over time, it'd just be declining. Part of like the issue with like the change in age demographics come from the fertility rate. Part of it also will come from immigration policies, but that's a much smaller kind of impact, right? Since the Korean War, Russia is really the only friend China has on its own direct border. Yeah, and friend's a very strong word for what they are. There's something that I find hilarious is that my industry, there's a lot of senior devs who are working in AI now, and some of the shit they are doing is kind of insane. AI is absolutely wild. I am very cautiously hopeful for AI, but I also know who's got their fingers on the kind of, not just ownership of it, but the direction of it and the lack of, you know, regulation. I think AI, much like robotics, can do some amazing things for, you know, countries, for people, for, you know, the species as a whole. I also don't trust any of the people who get to make those decisions even remotely. Yeah, Russia's very dependent on China. They're not quite like a tributary, of course, but they're moving that way. USA is very quickly becoming not a destination for migration. Yep, it's declining, that's for sure. Europe is definitely the way to go. Funny thing is that AI and robots are ready to fulfill not the lowest tier, but the middle tier jobs. They're not even quite ready for that, but it does appear that they are being developed much more quickly, and all the money is going towards developing AI and robotic capacities in middle class and like lower middle class jobs. Like the redundancies they can get rid of, which from a corporate perspective makes sense. There's not going to be an absence of low paid labor jobs in the future if you eliminate middle class jobs or lower middle class jobs. You know, especially like there's always young people who need to work those jobs and things like that. So those are safe. And the advantage and the profit like margins you get from the replacement of like low wage jobs by robotic labor is much smaller than the rate of returns you would get if you replace, you know, higher paying jobs, especially like with benefit packages, right? So it objectively makes sense why funding from like, you know, private equity, private finance, and, you know, specific corporate objectives are going towards something like generative AI or LLMs. Because they're not there yet, but it seems to be the case that they are moving towards the point they'll be able to replace, you know, bureaucratic jobs and a lot of like ones that require effort and skills and expertise, which, you know, it makes definitely not the demographic situation, but it makes like the labor situation so complicated and so fucking dangerous, because you're gonna have to do something to compensate for that if you don't want to deal with social unrest, and you will get social unrest, right? you see so many of these big AI tech companies and AI tech CEOs talking, you know, almost proudly about how, oh, AI is going to replace, you know, such and such percentage of jobs by such and such date. Oh, the unemployment rate will go high. And to them, they're bragging or they're showing off the capacity of what they're working on, you know, which is fair. But like, there's always a compensatory kind of movement that comes out of that. There's a really interesting guy, if you've never heard of him. Any of y'all ever heard of a guy named Karl Polanyi? He's really interesting, and if you've never read The Great Transformation, I could not recommend this book enough. It's a little outdated, it's a little dated, some of the things in there you're going to be like, I don't know about that. But some of his core ideas in there are absolutely fascinating. He's a really interesting writer. He kind of gets pinned as a leftist, and like, you know, he has leftist tendencies, but he's certainly not Marx. And he's certainly useful to people who aren't leftists. One of the really interesting ideas he has in The Great Transformation is a concept known as the double movement. It's a really core concept to understand no matter who you are and what you do, even if you don't give a fuck about politics. Because it will have an impact on your life. Let me see if it has like an overview of the double movement. Yeah, there we go. So read the Wikipedia entry really quickly, because I can talk about it, but I tend to be very not good at explaining things concisely. The double movement is a concept originating from Karl Polanyi's book, The Great Transformation. The phrase refers to the dialectical process of marketization and the push for social protection against marketization. First, laissez-faire reformers seek to disembed the economy to establish what Polanyi calls a market society, wherein all things are commodified, including what Polanyi terms fictitious commodities, land, labor, and money. That means they are not basically made to be sold by in and of themselves. Like the land does not exist to be sold. Labor, as in people, do not exist to be sold. They can be used that way if you commodify them, but they are not innately commodities, aka goods, right? Like in Big Three terms or something. Second, a reactionary counter-movement arises whereby society attempts to re-embed the economy through the creation of social protections such as labor laws, tariffs. Polanyi's view, these liberal reformers seek to subordinate society to the market economy, which was taken by those reformers to be self-regulating. Now, you may hear that, you may hear a lot of like liberal, leftist, socialist, bordering on communist language there. Just ignore that for a second. Just ignore all that part of it. The part to focus on is the second part. You don't have to buy into any of his priors to still find this useful. The concept of the counter-movement, to put it a bit more simply, is very simple, right? It's the reaction that happens when people realize that they have like a bad system they're operating in economically. If the compensation for lowered wages or from the loss of jobs by something like AI or back in the day industrialization or, you know, global trade that happened after World War II, right? It was an unprecedented period after the Bretton Woods Conference in the post-World War II era where global trade and globalization rapidly advanced is what led the Asian countries like Japan and South Korea to be able to rebuild after the war, and later China. They would not have been able to do that without global trade. You know, where countries like the US, which used to be a manufacturing hub, became more of like a consumer-based society that specialized in certain things. They ceded manufacturing power in certain commodities to others around the world and imported them to the benefit of, you know, easy access to a variety of goods, a lot of other reasons, and ability to kind of specialize in other certain things. And, you know, with any of the shifts, like in industrialization and globalization and the neoliberal movement to, like, you know, privatize, and now with AI, and eventually we're going to see robotics, there's always a kind of bargain that has to be made between the system, the economic system itself, the governments that, you know, perpetuate it, and individual people. You have to form some sort of a bargain or people will find it unacceptable. And Karl Polanyi's idea of the counter movement is the concept that when that bargain is not being made to an acceptable manner to regular people or certain groups of people, there's gonna be a reaction, right? That's what he called the counter movement. People will react when they know they're not being given a good deal. And you see the beginnings of that in a lot of countries in the West because they're spoiled. Right? They are fucking spoiled, especially the US has been spoiled because of the power of the dollar and things like that. But we're at a point now where like public provision of things like Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, the benefits you used to get from private good middle class jobs have declined. Wages have stagnated, right? I don't mean this in some socialist like, oh, so used to music production. I just mean objectively, if you look at it, that is what happens. And there's, you know, benefits and there's also dangers. And AI is going to make that worse, in my opinion. And I think it's going to lead to something like a counter movement. So, like, going, you know, back to what I was saying about AI, is it like, you see these guys like, you know, Dario Amodei or Sam Altman, all these guys talking about, oh, the unemployment rate's going to be high. It's going to take all these jobs and stuff like that. Yes. So, like, how are you going to compensate for that? You know, they throw around things like universal basic income, which I have very mixed feelings about for a lot of different reasons. It's not really a solution. It's a band-aid. So you have to ask, like, if AI is able to do what they're claiming it's going to do, and it does seem like that's going to be the case, how are you going to compensate for that? When there's an enormous amount of people working middle-class jobs who are being replaced by, you know, AI, and then later, when robotic labor starts to replace, you know, things like people who are working on, like, vineyards, picking grapes, or people working in factories who make, you know, maybe a bit more than minimum wage, maybe benefits, but it's not great, but it's okay. When those jobs are getting replaced in the US, where are all those people going to go, and what are you going to do with the social pressure that's pushed back, you know, kind of against that? I talked earlier about how the US doesn't really have a vision for the future on either side. They're operating without a plan. That's the same thing. It's like all these sorts of just like technology and culture and history is moving forward. But there's really no plan for what to do about that, economically or politically. Like, that's another of Polanyi's interesting ideas, is this idea of like the disembedding of the economy from society. The economy is not the same as society. You are a person and you are a commodity. Every single one of you who are listening right now, as am I, right? We are a person because, you know, it's quite obvious. We have social relations, we live our lives. Someone gave birth to you. You live your life, you know. Not everything is about how you relate to the economy and what you do for your work. You have hobbies, you have things you enjoy, you have people you enjoy. You have a life that does not explicitly exist within the layer of the economy. It's the social layer, and it's very important. It's the bedrock of human existence. You've also got the fact that you're a commodity, right? Regardless of who you are a commodity. Because you sell your labor power, and I'm all for that personally in some ways. Like, right? Like, you sell your labor in the market as a commodity in that manner. And the danger is that the disembedding becomes too great, where economic policy and economic systems and political systems do not give enough credence to both of those layers in your lives. So when, for example, your job or the constraints put on you by, like, you know, the kind of balance between benefits and income becomes so, you know, heavy on your life that you're not able to spend time doing the things that you want in your private life and the connections with people you love and things like that, right? And it's brutal. And that's real danger right now, I think. So there's a rant. It's been a while. USA is becoming more like Napoleon. I wouldn't even say Napoleon. Napoleon, like, suggests a degree of competence. The US is kind of just like throwing a little fit. I think there's actually a lot of, almost in a strange way, there's a kind of a parallel between Russia's actions in Ukraine and America's actions in Venezuela and Iran. Because both countries are on the decline. Russia much more so than the US, but they're both declining and both are trying to compensate for it. There's like a distraction element to it, but there's also an element of like trying to find a way to stop the bleeding and trying to find a way to have a real goal and a mission. And both countries don't really know what to do with it. Because if you can't solve internal domestic problems that relate to the economy or to the political problems of a country, right? One way to deal with that, because it builds up a lot of like pressure and unease and anger and resentment with people in a country, regardless of your politics, right? A lot of that will build up, and you have to find release valves for it. When pressure builds up, you know, that can turn to something like a double movement, or, you know, even in extreme cases in history, things like revolutions. One way to deal with venting that is something like a war. It's almost like it's a word, like a caustic device, right? That will alleviate a little bit of that built up pressure in a populace. And that's the approach I think Trump's taking. I don't know if he knows that he's doing that, but it does have that effect. AI is definitely moving in that direction. A job which does not require real creativity, like an analyst or manager, can be easily replaced by AI. Just wait till they can imitate real emotions. That will take even more jobs from humans. 100%. 100%. and they appear to be able, like, they're going that way. It's a strange thing because, like I've said before, I am kind of pro AI because I find it to be an amazing technology. I think LLMs are kind of a little overblown in what they really are. I think we're kind of just only in the first phase of what will become artificial intelligence, and kind of as well, of course, robotics. And when those two things kind of come together, it'll be especially interesting. We're in like the really beginning in many, 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 many ways. It's kind of happened so quickly in ways that like affect us in our everyday lives with kind of like, you know, LLMs if you interact with them. But their real capacity can go much, much, much further. It's going to be a pretty radical change, I think, similar to industrialization. I doubt the US will ever return to a full-blown dictatorship. It's flawed, but both parties hold power. Yeah, I don't think that we'll ever see pure dictatorship. I think we could see a much larger degree of like strongman authoritarianism with like the kind of foundation of a much more weakened democracy. That's the real danger. The idea that dictatorship is bad is so deeply embedded in the mind of a U.S. citizen, they prefer full responsibility, lacking chaos, which is happening right now. Slide, I'm curious, what country are you from? You don't have to tell me, but I am curious. Talking about some of the things the senior devs are doing, like I'm talking about they can get a job and would have taken months in only a week. And the amount of software we created would have taken years. Yeah, AI code generation is fucking insane. I'm a senior software engineer. What happens right now? They completely canceled hiring juniors and make seniors work with AI instruments to produce 10 times the same code they were doing before, delegating that code to junior specialists. But there's one thing I think isn't being talked about, the increase in software that will be released in the coming years. And accessibility, that's another interesting part of it. It's, you know, it's vibe coding right now and all that kind of bullshit. There's a lot of just people fucking around, making interesting things, but it's not going to really have a big impact. But I think the accessibility to be able to create things is also going to be quite interesting. If accessibility actually, you know, continues. Rome did that a lot. The developing cycle, time to market is extremely short right now. We're really in the beginning of a sci-fi book that my father actually wrote. Did your dad write a sci-fi book, Marcus? The jobs are gradually getting replaced no matter what. It's just historical tech fate. So what's the problem in gradual population decline is balance to the job market. It can happen naturally. Humanity's not going to go extinct even 1/10 of the size. Yeah, and you know, I don't think like the solution is to fight it. I'm definitely like a supporter in like a slowdown of AI development for safety reasons, but more so even than like AI safety reasons, I think the slowdown needs to happen to a degree purely in terms of like being able to transition towards what the future economy will look like with AI and robotics. I think if you push it too quickly, it can get dangerous fast. That's my real worry. And I think like if it can be figured out how to be like done correctly, it could be incredibly beneficial. But like the question I keep asking myself is like, what's the current plan for how to deal with like the job transformations that are going to happen, the economic transformations, like the wage and access to labor questions, you know, like what's like, does anyone have a real plan for what to do about it? Like there are people out there who talk about certain ideas and things like that, but if you look at like the key groups, the key institutions, the key people who will make those decisions, at least politically and economically, I don't really see like a consistent vision out of almost anyone. And that could possibly be because I don't, you know, haven't had access to people who are making a good case. But, you know, there's also this idea that AI will just be able to like figure things out by itself to like deal with the problems that it makes. And I don't think that's really going to be true either. It's tough. It looks like Vicky 3. It's a spreadsheet. It's close enough. There's Vicky 3 over here. I'm in like the final ranting phase. I should probably turn on just chatting. I can't be bothered. Let's look at the Democratic. Sarah, let's see. Curious about something. Oh, it's not animated. God damn it. This is a really cool animation. I'm sure I could find one. Why does South Korea have the coolest aging Wikipedia page. God damn it. That's funny. South Korea is built different, true. South Korea is a fascinating country. I read like my brother really likes manhwas, which are like South Korean manga, and he got me into reading those a little bit, and I read a few over the past year. There's a really fucking good one I read. What's it called? Something like the Real Estate Developer's Guide or something like that. It was so fucking funny. I've read a little bit of manga out of Japan, but I didn't realize South Korea had like a whole culture of it as well, which is really cool. Like Solo Leveling was South Korean, which was alright. But South Korea does have a very vibrant culture and economy. US is safe since it has a strong influx of both low-skill and high-skill labor, unlike Japan and South Korea, which do not promote foreign immigration. Yes, that is true, but under the Trump administration, immigration rates have gone way down. Let's see if we can find some data on that. Too old. Let's see. I'm using Wikipedia, which is disgusting, but it's a little bit better these days than it used to. Hmm, 2024. That's too old. To be fair, it's very hard. It's really hard to get those numbers quickly. There we go. U.S. Census Bureau. That looks semi-legitimate. Estimates for net international migration components. Yeah, that's the one. Greatest real estate developer. It's so fucking funny. If you want something to read over summer, if you're bored, you have time to kill, check that out. It's really fucking funny. Yeah, and like I said before, right? Like the way you get, like, obviously, people who will fill low-wage labor in any country, especially in Western ones, is obviously young people who don't have a lot of expectations, and then immigrants. And the U.S. birth rate has declined, right? If we want to look at that as well. Might actually be here somewhere. That's a sentence. There is no optimal birth rate. Yeah, there you go. That's the problem the U.S. is facing right now. Is you've got a decline in migration under Trump. You've got an ongoing decline in fertility rates, which I think will probably only get worse for many reasons. So your replacement of people who are able to work low-wage jobs is disappearing. How do you compensate for that? I mean, AI by itself can't do that. An AI LLM by itself cannot just, you know, work a factory job, right? But robotics are moving very, very quickly. I mean, there's all sorts of news these days. There's so many competing countries developing like basic robotic labor. So how are you going to replace this problem? You're going to replace it with robotics. Yet there are still many people who need to work low-wage jobs to survive, whether they're young or middle-aged and didn't go on a career track or lost their job and need to find it, or, you know, in the future if immigration policy changes and this goes back up, right? And then you've got a gigantic influx of robotic labor, which is beginning right now. You know, companies like Amazon are already implementing it. I mean, that'll just make the problem worse in many ways, right? In terms of a whole host of economic and social factors. Something funny about this administration. We started the year with a Tom Clancy novel and all the aura of a Jack Ryan book, and now we've gone downhill ever since. You mean like Venezuela, or? Yeah. It's interesting. Countries like this have a real problem. And like for the US, it's going to cause a whole host of problems. But the biggest one is Social Security, of course. Which is Social Security. This is a solvable problem, but it's not going to be solved, at least for the near future. Like, look at the number of people on Social Security going up over time. It's such a big problem. I mean, private retirement savings are a thing, but like a lot of people can't really afford them. And Social Security is kind of designed to fail. The key metric to look at that's really important for why, by the way, you've probably heard of Social Security, especially if you're American. Even if you're not, you've probably heard about it. It's basically, you know, the fund that you pay into at most jobs in the US, and it goes into a fund, and when people retire, they get paid out a certain amount based on their contributions to it, and then their income, a lot of other factors. But what's really important to understand with Social Security, there's so much of like a narrative in the media on the left and the right about like, you know, its problems and why it doesn't work and its danger and the cost and why like the cost is borne by taxpayers. But you know, the thing with Social Security is it's supposed to basically sustain and pay for itself. You see what this is right here? Maximum earnings taxed. This is the reason that Social Security is having problems right now, more than almost anything else. What this means is that if you work a job, Medicare will tax what you make, but it will only tax it up to a certain amount. So for anyone who earns over this figure, that money is not taxed. And in the current year, 2026, $184,500. That means any dollar you make over that amount is not taxed and does not go into Medicare at all. At all. So all the income being made above that is not taxed for Medicare. That's the main reason that Social Security is struggling. It's got like a fund that basically has a ton of money that's been paid into it over time that was supposed to basically sustain itself off of like really low interest rates with like, you know, the bond market and things like that. And it's not able to do that anymore. So unless this gets changed, Social Security is not going to sustain itself. So, you know, what do you happen when you combine all these things, right? Like that aging population demographics, declining immigration, declining birth and fertility rates, the rise of AI labor taking middle class, upper middle class, lower middle class jobs, the rise of robotics, which are replacing lower class jobs, Social Security under pressure, you know, for retirement, you know, people retiring. It's a really messy situation. It's so fucking messy. Yeah, the tax burden has shifted towards the poor, overwhelmingly. So what will probably happen is that robots will bring downward pressure on expected salaries in all areas of jobs, from janitors to middle level managers. Yeah, and it will help sustain the really low stagnant minimum wage kind of doctrine that US states and the US government has, which is a problem. That's interesting. All right, I think that's a good place to stop. I ran it a little bit today. I said I would. It's a bit of a rant. I'll put it back on the Victoria 3 screen so I can pretend that I'm still playing Vicky 3. We'll continue next week. Continue the Victoria 3 campaign next Sunday at 12:15 EST. I also will be starting the Grand Campaign again some point in the future. I'm waiting for the Fallen Eagle mod to update. I'm hoping it will be soon. I've been testing with the beta, so we'll see how it goes. But hope you all enjoyed. Have a very good rest of your weekend and a good week, and I will catch you all later.